Streaming live in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yeah.
It's at the end of its width.
Come on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
I hear you.
We are good.
Can the people hear us, though? That's the whole question. All right, folks, if you know what day it is, it's Friday. You know what tournament this is. It's the 130 10K Deep Stack Tournament that we run on a weekly basis, and today's no exception to others. We have 146 entries, so a prize pool of $14,600, with first place going for $4,089. Where's that little camera that shows both of us? Is it this one? There it is.
What's up, everybody? Happy to be here.
See her.
Great day for poker here in South
face.
Florida.
Isn't it a great day?
1111 North Congress Avenue, West Palm Beach, right next to the airport. Flying from vacation to come right here.
Yeah.
We got a bad beat jackpot up to $210,000 and a Royal in Spades Progressive paying out $5,500.
Wow.
If you hit, just got to hit it. You know, just one time.
The first person to get their Royal in Spades gets an extra $5,500?
$5,500 plus the high hand.
Plus the $400 bonus high hand. Wow.
And the progressives
6K.
run, this is important to know, the progressives run after midnight as well on weekends. So once the high hand ends, that doesn't mean the progressives end.
Right.
So you can
It's
make a cool $5,500 at 3 o'clock in the morning if you hit the right cards.
That's very important.
The reg heavy feature table. We got Mike in C3, Rocco
Listen,
in C4.
this hand here, Ace King, you know, 2 weeks ago, Ace King was my favorite hand. I was winning with it. And then last night, I couldn't win with Ace King. It was just one of those nights. I lost my flips. I lost on cash. I lost in the tournament. This player is all in here. Let's see if we get a little bit.
Steffi Mo's hand gets out of the way. He's going to win that one.
Deuces fold and Rocco fold. So the pressure of the all-in play works sometimes. And it's good to have Ace King, just in case you get called. You got some outs.
Started with 146 total players and over 14,000 in the prize pool. First place going to be walking away with a little over $4,000. So pretty flat payouts up until around 7th or 8th place. So we'll see how these guys decide to navigate that.
How many players are we paying out today?
We are paying out 15 spots.
That's good.
13 through 15 will each be walking away with 246, and I assume, I mean, sometimes they pay the bubble. So.
Right. So there's Rocco leading out here. Looks like he just a mid-click. 20K, okay. I almost thought it was 8,000, but it's 20,000 he bets. Oh, it's 16,000. See, I knew my eyes got to check
my eyes are bad too, bro.
16,000 is the bet. The red chips are 5K. The orange chips are 1.
Shout out to our graphics team for relaying the info, because I would not be able to tell what these bets are, and Rocco's going to take it down uncontested.
And he shows the table. Look, I wasn't bluffing. How about that?
Rocco, a very, very Cuban coffee heavy player. Hooks us dealers up on Wednesdays during our bounty tournament.
They make gum.
What was
nice little pick me up
the
before
cartoon?
6 o'clock.
Rocco something.
Rocco's Modern Life.
Yeah,
Yep.
so that was a
classic, classic staple of my childhood.
Right.
Explains a lot about me.
Cocaine's a painkiller.
So here we are. This is just a feature table, folks. You know how we run it. We're on a feature table all the way down to a final table and to the end of the results. This is hand number 5. Your blinds are at 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante.
Yep, we started the feature table with, I believe, 27 players left. And the average stack was around 100,000.
It's a nice size stack, 100K. I think there's one player on the table. Is that Rocco with 200K? I think so.
I believe so. Yeah, he had a healthy stack coming in.
When you have a healthy stack of chips, it makes you a more jubilant, jubilee player. Just a very happy person. You know, things are going your way. And when you're playing good, you're feeling good. Just it's a good combination.
Yeah, some people are very comfortable playing short stacked. I don't mind it, but it can be stressful when every single hand feels like life or death.
So it's me and Brandon. Thank you, Ganja Guru. Oh, what a name.
What's up, Ganja? How are you doing, man?
Buddy?
Good
What's
to see you,
up?
buddy. Thank you to all in the chat. They're going to join us. We appreciate you being here.
Yep, I'd rather be playing, but since I can't be playing right now, I'll commentate. Right? What's better than poker? Nothing.
Really nothing. It's the best game in the world, in my opinion.
There it is, the chip counts. Like I said, Rocco on top, 222K. Jason not too far behind, 219. You got Darren, Mike, and Skip right in the middle, and then Jeremy on the bottom, 55K. 14 big blinds at this level, so they still got a little wiggle room. Yeah,
it's not danger zone yet. Ganja, your left arm is all 90s. Okay, so you better have some Hey Arnold in there.
I would have busted my Alec. Whoa, buddy. Throwing the punches early, my Alec coming on.
Whoa, that ain't right, brother. Listen, we can settle this in a cash game format. I would commentate a heads up. A dealer heads up. Dude, we should do that.
You know, the funny thing is, my Alec is, I don't even know if he is an Alec or not. I mean, I don't know who he is. I know he comes here, he plays here. You got, we can tell by those comments that he makes that he knows the players and stuff. But I don't even know who you are. So
I think we got to get some faces to name.
But I do appreciate you chiming in, checking
100%,
in.
buddy.
The 10,000.
We do have a dealer here that has a Rugrats Reptar tattoo.
Oh yeah,
which I routinely compliment her on.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Dania, I think that's Dania Beach, 250, 200, 100K down south. That's good. Good luck to you, my friend. Run good.
Fredo, what's up, buddy?
Fredo.
Got one-handed on the stream. You were just not feeling it, huh?
What?
Trying to go big or go home. It's all right, bro. You can always play cash. See, this is why you play both. This is why you play cash and tournaments.
Right. Alfredo. Listen, I understand poker is one of those things that you 1 week you run good, you feel like you got the gist of it, and then another week nothing goes your way, and you gotta bounce off bullets from my Alec and his comments.
So when are we getting a
never
a dealer's
I
tournament?
know it's an illusion that
Guys,
we all
I mean,
wish
I'm
for.
I might have to protest. I might just keep bringing it up until it happens.
I agree with you. It'd be fun. Speaking of dealers doing well, I'll give a shout out to Andrew, who final table last night, chopped 4 ways. Good for him.
That's what's up.
Yeah. So we got ace tray, 8-6, and jack 10 in this flop here. 3 players with a deuce, queen 10. So Skip got a piece of it, and looks like he's going to take it down with a 10K bet. And Rocco's like, on to the next one. Patience is one of the games. Jason, how's Jason playing? Is Jason on here? I don't know.
Yeah, the broadcast hasn't been on too long, so.
Yeah. Good question. Thank you for
Haven't
chiming
gotten
in.
a feel for the table yet, but we know how Mike plays. He's going to get impatient. He's going to get frisky at some point, I assume. Action creator.
Yeah.
There's Jason in +1.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, no, okay. So, yeah, he's a cash game guy, too. I deal to him often downstairs.
Right.
And he occasionally fires our bullet into the Friday nightlies once this is over.
Yeah, the nighttime tournament, it's the same 130 buy-in, but it's a 5K guarantee. So
there he is. What's up, Fredo?
I know we
didn't
didn't
even have a chance to see you, buddy. We are fixing our mic audio. Fredo's joining us in the booth.
Man.
We appreciate you being here, bro.
Did you go to Vegas? Are you going? You can't? Business, yeah. I plan on going next week.
Ganja, that is sick, bro. I want to see that sleeve. And Johnny Bravo's an absolute must. That show would not be allowed today, but a must-have. All right, we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Rocco's going to flop top 2, and Ed flops top pair. And Rocco just flats the button. Interesting.
You're going to
It's
go
a pretty
downstairs
wet
and try to
board.
get that royal? Oh, okay, cool. Nighttime. Sounds good.
Ed's going to have a decision here if he wants to. Oh, no, he. Okay, so Rocco bet and he snap mucked.
Yeah.
So.
Rocco put the chips out in his hand. I don't think he placed the bet. He said he was going to bet. There was a check fold.
Yeah, I didn't. That was kind of weird.
Yeah. See you, Alfredo.
Either way, Rocco's going to take it down and add to his chip stack. He's
That's
up
how
to
you do it.
232K.
Listen, you know, when you have position, the button's such a great spot. Cards matter sometimes, but when you have a person dominating chips, it's not what you have, it's what they don't have. That's more important.
That's a large part of it.
So,
Bluffing is profitable, guys.
right.
Don't always have to have it. Hey, Ganja, that's sick, bro. I respect those tattoo choices. Those are all classics, man. You should get,
Samurai Jack.
you can do Ed Netty. You can do Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. There's some good ones.
You have tattoos?
I don't. I do not. But if I was bold enough to get them.
Oh, okay.
You know, Dexter's Lab. Okay, yeah, he did mention Dexter's Lab. That's another good one. Yeah, see, this guy's on it, bro.
Yeah. All right, small blind versus big blind. 10-5 versus queen, ace queen. And looks like an easy fold there. Yeah, we have 10-5. And he's going to show the ace
take
queen.
it down
I'm not picking on you. I have a good hand.
Classy move.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not. It's not always bad to show.
Right. Rocco's saying, all those chips is pushing forward. Just give them to me. It's good to visualize all the chips coming your way. You know, it's a thing differently, the cash game. Like, you want to win some money, but in a tournament, you have to get all the chips. That's the whole goal, to accumulate all the chips. So you should visualize stacks of chips in front of you. I heard it works.
It's helpful.
Invader
Helpful to have
Zim.
a lot of chips, especially early on.
I've seen a lot of Invader Zim tattoos on women. I haven't seen them on guys, though, but that was a funny cartoon. Wacky. There's some creative people out there. Mike, Jack 9.
Mike's,
Uh-oh.
yeah, he ain't
This is the hand that can get you into trouble because
This
Rocco's
is,
got real jacks.
well in Mike's range. Suited Jack.
Yeah, you get, definitely. I would think it's a playable hand. Let's see what Rocco thinks.
Bit of, early position. He is a little short, but he's going to raise to 50K. Oh, Rocco waking up with a
Yeah.
monster dominating him. This will end the hand.
And it's not necessarily the hand is so strong, it's just that the stack size, like Mike's got 54K. So even if Mike had kings, queens, aces, or all those hands that beat jacks, it's a thing that Rocco's not afraid of. So he puts in a 3-bet at 65K, which ultimately puts Mike to the test of whether or not he wants to go all in or not. So
Yeah.
it's a good bet.
And lets you isolate him as well. You don't want people dragging along behind you. I think Mike knows he's going to fold, but it's also like such a pretty hand. In a cash game, he's going to go with it. Wow, Rocco said yes, please. Okay.
Ship it.
Yeah, Mike's not going to be happy about that.
Well, Mike does have the straight draw and the flush draws to go.
He is, yeah.
Gotcha, let's fucking go. And here's your flop. 7 tray
Need
queen.
to runner, gutter ball.
Oh, Lord. A lot of help. A 9.
Oh, no.
He needs
Runner trips?
Nope.
Nope, and
he's
he's out.
Yeah.
Mike will be eliminated in 26th place. And he will be downstairs. I'd like to put some money on that.
I would say that you're correct in that.
We lost the beauty person at the table.
Good luck.
That's how it goes. Listen, I don't blame him. You know, you're short stack. What are you going to do? You're trying to make cash for
That's the
$100
problem is like,
you know?
right, when you open that, when you're so short and you open to that much,
Yeah.
it's hard to fold to a rejam. So
Twice I had aces against
probably better to just fold it pre, but
kings against aces at the
I don't hate him committing after he already puts in 15,000. It's almost a quarter of his stack.
Ganja telling a good story. That's what I like to read, though. Someone hits a set on the river and a full double up with the bounty.
Yes,
Very
sir.
nice. Keep that going, my friend. Keep that going.
I love bounty tournaments. They're growing on me.
Yeah. Different set of mindset, though. You know, you can be more aggressive, play more hands if you're chasing bounties. Sometimes the bounties are more important than what you place in the tournament.
Absolutely.
They're growing on you.
Takes away some of the bubble tilt, too. You can make some money without having to worry about
That's true.
bubbling.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Always nice to have some money locked up instead, especially like in a big bounty tournament where the bounties are like a third of your buy-in.
Right.
You know, I favor those.
I didn't think it was that bad.
So two spots open on the feature table. Hand number 11. Blinds are still 2K, 4K.
Rocco's got some chips to work with now, up to 311K.
Yeah, you can apply some pressure here. Apply the pressure.
Sitting at, or I think 75 big blinds roughly.
How nice at this stage of the game, you know, it's got to keep running good.
So how does your mindset change when you become one of the bigger stacks?
You know, it's obviously easier to play different ranges of hands, but I always still like to play position more so than the cards itself, and I'm not like trying to double up the short stacks, but I definitely would put them to the test more so because their chances of getting knocked out of the tournament makes them play differently, you know. So you have to just know your players,
right,
as you apply pressure. Sometimes the bigger stacks don't want to go against you because you're one of the bigger stacks, so they want to keep their chips. But it's easier to steal, though, hands because people don't want to get knocked out of a tournament, though.
That's it, man. And what you said is so important about position, like especially if you're the big stack and you're going up against another big stack, having position in that scenario is so important because you control the betting streets.
Right.
So you get the chance to add that extra bet in on the river. And, you know, if you're going up against someone with a ton of chips, that street can be a lot more expensive, that last street.
Yeah, go for the bounties. I mean, that's the whole reason for the bounty tournament. I mean, people understand that, though, you know? Like
No, for sure. It really, and you got to always be mindful of how big the bounties are relative to the prize pool because that's going to add, like, hey, if I'm flipping here, you know, it's not always a terrible call.
Right.
It's a, you know, a reasonable portion of your stack.
It changes the action a lot, though. I mean, that's the whole thing when people are trying to chase bounties.
For sure.
You know you're going to get called. So bluffing sometimes you have to be a little
right. You have to be more careful. And some players, honestly, don't play more aggressive.
Right.
They kind of just play it like a normal tournament.
That's true.
And if they get bounties, they get bounties.
Right. That is true.
But yeah, players who will, certain players will go out of their way to chase it.
Yeah.
So we got a clean board for Jason. He's going to bet with top pair on the button.
Take it down.
And he's going to take it down easily.
Table seems to be a little quiet. That's also the mic. I don't know if that gives a little bit of table sound. I don't know if that comes through.
It's always nice having Mike on the feature table, you know?
Yeah.
Keeps everyone on their toes.
Like Brandon said, if you haven't been here by now to the Palm Beach Kennel Club, PBKC, if you Google Maps it, that's what all you have to do is type in PBKC, the initials, Palm Beach Kennel Club. And it'll show you we're here on Belvedere Street, right across Congress. So it's 1111 North Congress Avenue. But if you don't know where the Palm Beach International Airport is, that's where we're located. Can't miss the big yellow sign, the dog on it.
And still plenty of progressives that have yet to be hit. So 4-of-a-kind 10s will pay out an extra $400 in addition to the high hand if you end up holding. All of the Royal flushes are paying out over $1,000, with the Royal and Spades being the biggest at $5,500. Hasn't been hit all month. King High and Queen High straight flush have both not been hit. And we have a couple of other straight flushes in there up for grabs. So plenty of money.
So Jeremy, the short stack, went all in with ace-4 diamonds, and Michael woke up with ace-king of clubs. And that's pretty good for Michael.
Trip 4s for Jerry, though.
Yeah,
and
flush.
Michael turns the flush. He still got outs, but.
Oh, man. King.
Wow. Oh, my
brother.
God.
You flop 3-of-a-kind.
I mean, that's getting in on the flop regardless, but that's unreal. You flop, Trip 4's top kicker and still lose to a flush.
That's the thing. I was talking to someone else. Like, that's a really key. Like, yesterday I busted 34. It was 203 players. 24 get paid. 34 gets $0. Right. But I have to win that flip. I have ace king. I'm short stacked. I'm all in. Pocket tens. He's got me covered, and he holds. And there was queen jack on the flop, but no 10 for the for the straight, and no ace or king on the river, and busto. And you got to win your flips. I don't care how much skill you have. You got to win those coin tosses. When you flop trips like that, that's a heartbreaker. You know, club on the turn, and you don't.
Granted,
vote up.
he was in terrible shape before
pre-flop,
the flop, but yeah, then they took turns getting lucky.
cut card.
There's your burn card, 9 of diamonds. No longer in play. Queens for Michael. Hello.
Oh, and a big hand for Skip, 2 on the button with jacks.
No.
Gonna have some action here for
I
sure.
predict there'll be some blood. Just how much it is, that's the difference, though, right?
Michael says, "Yeah, I will. I would like to raise
14,000.
No, I think
in the cutoff." And
Yeah.
then, yeah. Skip's gonna be behind him with
Skip
jacks.
on the dealer button.
Assuming
All in.
the brackets are correct. Yeah,
See,
he's-
now here's Skip. Like, listen, I mean, you're winning this hand, but you're not getting value for your queens by doing this. 134K. I mean, the only way Michael calls, I mean, I think the names are reversed, right?
No, Michael opened and then Skip jammed the button. The button's a little off. Michael opened and then Skip re-jammed for 75K.
Oh, okay, so Michael's got queens.
So
Oh,
Michael's-
yeah,
yeah,
Michael's in jeopardy
he's-
here, losing his whole stack. Okay, gotcha.
Well, Skip is at
Skip
risk, assuming
at risk,
Michael
right,
calls.
Right.
Pretty standard. Yeah.
Did he say
he's-
call? Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
That over there?
I almost got that. All incorrect. I don't know why. The names were not gelling with me.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
looking
it
at the
happens.
players.
I get confused too.
I know what you're capable of.
So Michael said he almost folded there because he didn't think Skip would be jamming with a hand like Jacks.
5,000 is
Yeah.
So,
Not the type to be messing around, but sometimes you just got to go with it. If he's got it, he's got it.
right.
All right, we're gonna see how this runs out.
10 deuce king on the
No
flop.
diamonds for either player.
Right.
You're gonna need a jack and a jack only for Skip to stay alive, and he does not get there.
Ah, it's Skip.
Queens are gonna hold for Mike, and Skip will be eliminated in 24th place.
Short-handed, table 67.
Michael adding 85K to his chip stack. Now we're looking thin on the future table.
Yeah, they should definitely balance out the tables. Grab us another player.
By the way you were talking, I thought you had ace queen.
You know, sometimes you ever get down close to the fucking money and you get a hand like queens and you know the prick's got a fucking ace and it feels, right? I mean, it's just...
So Michael's scenarios here, he's just telling about how he weren't in the money yet, so he actually thought about folding, which isn't too, I mean, it isn't such a bad idea to fold queens, but not recommended.
No, not for because Skip really didn't have a lot of chips. He only had 70K.
Right.
You already opened to 15,000. Even if you know your opponent's tight, it's just. I mean, if they got it, they got it.
Right.
You know.
So we are going to bring another player from the outer rims.
C4?
No,
No, not
C3.
C3, I'm sorry.
Huh? We're 19 players? Oh, okay. So here comes the new
Okay,
big
so-
blind. They're balancing out both
So
tables.
Skip was actually in 20th place. Our graphics weren't completely updated.
Right.
We're going to be one player away from 2 tables.
Correct. Yeah, so normally what they do is the next big blind off the next table is going to get pulled
Yep.
and then become the big blind on this table.
Keep it fair.
Yeah.
Yes, we would like you to continue.
Not me, you can continue, right?
This one's like, well, let's just hold off. We'll be in the money soon.
Yeah, we are paying out 15 spots. 16th place would be the bubble. Min cash is currently at $246.
That's not too bad for a mint cash, 130 buy-in if you fired one
No,
bullet.
almost double your money. That's great.
Yeah. I've seen mint cashes that are like 140. You're like, what? That's my
No,
money back.
It's yeah. No, I'm not a fan of those structures.
So here we are, ace king again, just rubbing it in.
And Jason's sitting at 210K, going to open up this hand.
14,000 is the raise.
I believe 14,000. Blinds are 2K, 4K.
A little more than 3x. I guess he doesn't want too many players to come along the hand, but Rocco's got chips and he's gonna splash around. So
Yeah, you got the ante as well in the center, so a little more chips to fight for.
right, and he's on the button, and they're suited. A lot going on here. So
I like Rocco just sliding on the button here, a hand that can make some nutted combos, and they're both going to flop a pair, so we'll see if he continues for one more street.
20,000 is the bet.
No backdoor clubs available for Rocco either.
right, Which probably makes the difference of whether you call or fold here, right?
Yeah, nothing wrong with folding there.
But he calls.
But he's going to peel once, see if the continuation bet was
Ooh, so close.
valid. And he's going to double barrel.
Jason says 20 more. Trying to milk Rocco for some chips here.
And the same bet sizing
All in.
as his flop bet.
Oh,
Did Rocco just shove?
wow. Yes, he
Oh,
did.
my.
Wow.
This is interesting. I mean, I don't know if Jason gets away because that's a pretty clean turn for him overall.
But look at him staring. He said call. Yeah, he
Yeah,
shook his
I
head
don't
and said
see
call.
how he's going to fold, but I mean,
Yeah. Rocco
yeah,
saw
diamond
some
doesn't
weakness
break out. Yeah,
in Jason.
with the downsizing, this keeping the same bet sizing on the
yeah.
turn might have thrown him off.
The 4 was so close to the 5, and it actually, if Rocco had, yeah, it doesn't make anything
Doesn't
difference.
make any difference. Top
Ace.
2 is going to take it.
Yeah.
Aces and kings will double up.
The crazy part is, if Rocco had ace 5, Rocco knocks out a player. So, I mean, kind of close.
And
but
that's it. It's like, right, Rocco's, granted, he is the big stack, but I think he does have a relatively tight image, and I don't know if Jason had a lot of 5s in Rocco's range.
right.
And if he did have a 5, would he play it like that, just snap shoving
Yeah.
the turn?
Interesting
Yeah, and
part there.
And I kind of like how Jason responded. He just kind of shrugs and calls and just like, it's
Right,
it's
you
a clean
got it,
turn
you
for
got
my
it.
hand. Yeah, he could have combo. He
tough
could have
break.
flush draws. He could
Right.
have some bluffs in there, and maybe he's just overplaying king queen. The certain opponent would. So
Yeah, there's some logic to it. I mean,
not worried about aces because Rocco would have 3-bet that pre-flop.
Right.
So maybe they have the same hand occasionally.
that's true, too. There could have been a
Yeah.
chop out there. He goes, we got the same hand. I've been in a position for that, like, before, where I thought he had ace-king, and I called, and I'm like, all right, we're chopping it up, and the guy shows, like, something not even close.
Right.
And you're like, huh?
Always,
You
yeah.
scratch your head,
I do the same
you
thing.
got tens?
I
What?
usually lean towards giving my opponents too much credit.
Right.
And it goes back to like skip reshoving with jacks and you're tanking with queens. Like
Right.
you'd be shocked at some hands that your opponents would have. Like a guy could have 9s there.
True.
Could have ace jack
Right.
suited, ace queen suited. So
That's right. That's the fun part about poker because we get to see the whole cards on the stream. But
right,
when
we're
you're playing
geniuses
against,
because we know what everybody has. You know, we have
Yeah.
all the answers.
when you're watching somebody make a move, you got 2 blank papers.
And
Then
now Jason is gonna have a huge stack.
the new chip leader on this table.
The new chip leader.
Who else would I be talking to?
Shout out to Trevor
Trevor's in rare form today.
getting snappy. It's because it's not football season. He's cranky.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
He'll be a lot happier come September.
Somebody get him
So will I.
coffee. Blinds.
Rocker's your guy for the coffee.
Nice hand, dude.
2K, 4K, 4K. So here's the interesting part. So Rocco just lost that hand. No big deal, right? He's still got like, what, 200K in chips or something like that. The thing of it is you got to learn how to bounce back when you make a mistake like that. Let's say we'll call it a mistake. Really get your head back into the game and just like that, just jump on the horse and ride off and get those chips right back. The
That's
good
it.
players know how to do it.
Right, and in a tournament like this, you can easily go from chip leader to one of the short stacks in one hand.
And
So-
vice versa, though.
Well, for sure, for sure.
45K to 200, 300K,
Right.
a couple good hands. So
Absolutely, Rocco's down to 90K, and you know his tournament's not over.
Right.
You know, you lose a big hand, you're still in. It's all that matters. Your stack is playable.
So we're heads up here now. Darren versus Rocco.
And Darren opted to raise from the big blind.
Right.
Rocco limped in the cutoff with king 6, and Darren squeezed.
And Rocco's got
And-
top pair with a flush draw.
Yeah,
He
that's an easy
jammed. It
reshove
takes
for
down
him.
the pot. Look at, talk about getting your chips back.
That's yeah, right. Bounces right back, limps
Yeah.
in, and then Darren tried to squeeze him out, smelling some weakness. And
Almost impossible with that flop, though.
yeah,
Pair and a flush draw.
Darren a flush draw, and you're semi-short stacked. Easy decision.
Right.
Rocco gets a rebate. 19 players left, 146 to start the day,
9 seat.
and we got 4K up top,
I
$4,100.
work for a guy named Gary
Right. Speaking
Vaynerchuk.
about giving away money, tomorrow, Saturday, if you have a raffle ticket in the barrel, tomorrow's our $15,000 giveaway. Starts at 12 noon to 12 midnight. We're doing it for 12 hours? Every 2 hours we're giving away money. 12 noon to 1,000, 2 o'clock's 2,000, 4 o'clock's 2,000, and then at 6 o'clock,
He has an intellectual
$5,000 cash.
That's the big one. That's the
Yeah.
big kahuna.
all you need is a raffle ticket. How you get a raffle ticket? Just win a high hands from the beginning of the month till now. Still tonight, though, all the tickets on the high hands get a chance to win a raffle ticket for tomorrow. So,
That is, yeah, guys. I mean, we're giving away just boatloads of money. That's what he's trying to say.
yeah, just everything.
So we
The
have high hands,
progressives,
we have
bad
progressives,
beat.
we have the raffle, we have the bad beat jackpot, we have tournaments going on every day.
Why do I
So
work here? I should be playing
That's
here.
what I told Steph.
Should be
Like,
playing
just-
amongst my
it's-
peers. What
It's
a
the only
place.
bad thing about working here, you can't play here.
Yeah,
My other I'm a graphic designer printing.
rightfully so.
We are
though.
spoiled in West Palm Beach.
Put all the printing shops out.
Well, because I mean, if you work here and then you win a progressive or something, it's rigged, man. They're cheating. Somehow they're cheating.
That's true.
It's funny because I just did a little raffle myself. I gave away $100 and I picked a name, and someone was like, "No way, man, it was rigged." I'm like, "Why would I rig it? It doesn't make any sense. If I'm gonna rig it, I'd pick my own name. I'd give my money to myself." So it's just people who have that mentality. Hey, the blinds have gone up.
16,000.
You're now at 3K, 6K with a 6K ante. And now Rocco's going to open under the gun with King 10 of spades and going to get looked up by Jim with suited ace 4 of diamonds. Looks like they're going to go heads up. Michael's not going to defend his big. And we are going to go heads up to a flop.
Heads up.
Okay, so interesting. Rocco bricks, but he does have the betting lead. He's going to check, and Jim checks it back. Now turns a straight draw and a nut flush draw. And Jim ain't checking this twice.
Nah, this is a good chance to
20K.
bet. Try to take down the pot right here.
Right, you can get some better ace highs to fold. And you have plenty of equity if you get called. Takes it down.
Nice when the board cooperates with you.
Jim, a regular. I remember him. The first time I ever played with Jim was in the 5-10 1-300 when I used to
You
play.
played?
There. I played against Jim in that game. Only time I ever played that game. 5-10 1-300. He was
Right.
not afraid to get his chips in. Solid tournament and cash game player.
You know, people say there's a difference between cash and tournaments play. You feel that?
Oh, I agree. Definitely strategy-wise for sure.
Right. And you think you can do both easily, but it's really
No, you cannot.
Right.
You cannot. Because you'll get in the habit of, like, some lines that you take in a cash game, it's just going to be different from how you would play a hand in a tournament. Like, you flop second pair in a cash game, you might be opt to just check on the flop right away. And tournaments, you might opt to be more aggressive because players are more likely to fold.
right. 8-6-10-3. Two players here with a flop of 9-5 ace. Michael C-bets
With nothing, with air.
and Rocco.
Going to try to rep the ace high board and Rocco with a gutter.
Yeah.
He said, I don't believe you, sir. I'm going to see what you do.
Hopefully, yeah, he might
on
have
the
to be
turn.
making a move, something up his sleeves.
If he checks the turn, I expect Rocco to barrel here.
Oh, a 10 completes Michael's hand.
Would have liked to check here, but he's going to keep betting.
Wow, I mean, you were
Picking up
bluffing
a
the
pair.
flop and then you hit a pair. You gotta fire it on the turn.
That's 35,000.
Good size bet, and Rocco says, "Okay."
Catch up on diamond. I didn't have that.
How you feel? I'll let you have this one.
Let him live.
Well, it's kind of hard to defend an 8-high there, you know. Guy showing a lot of strength. Jason with the chip lead. He won that one big hand. 413K. Sitting nice and healthy. Michael, 253. Jim. Darren right in the middle. Then you see Rocco with 90K and Ed with 9 big blinds, almost 10 big blinds, 59K. 3K, 6K. 6K are your blinds and antes. And like you said, we're not in the money yet. This is just a feature table. $130 buy-in, 10K guarantee tournament. 146 entries, down to 19 players.
Michael on the button, not going to give in to temptation, raising 5-6 of clubs.
Just do it.
43,000.
Now Rocco decides not to limp. He's going to raise from the small blind with Queen Jack. He shoves, actually, puts Ed all in, and he makes the correct call with
Yeah.
the suited king. So Ed's going to be at risk. Does have the best hand, though, at the moment. And does have diamonds
Which hand do
covered.
you like better, though? Queen Jack or King 7?
Heads up, all in, I don't know. Suited King, I'm probably going in, too.
Oh, Jack here. Spikes the Jack. 6 of diamonds. No difference. Someone said, uh-oh. And Rocco's like, uh-oh, what?
One more. I need one more.
And Rocco is going to end up knocking out Ed. And we'll be down to 2 tables.
No, he's got one. No, he
Yeah,
doesn't.
he needs 4 or 5 diamonds.
Rocco with the bounce back up to 150K.
That's
And a healthy chip stack.
Rocco wins the hand, and the other players are like, wait a minute, wait a minute. Rocco's like, what? What do you guys think? One dealer to a table, please. But it's good, though, when other players are paying attention because sometimes mistakes happen. There was a situation in a big tournament where the pot got pushed to the wrong player. Player got eliminated. Even though the hands were tabled, no one realized that the player got eliminated. We actually had a straight, gets knocked out of the tournament. And then,
Man.
you know, once the hand goes by, nothing can be done. So you got to correct it at the time. So it's really important. And the person who got pushed to buy, I think, knew that they didn't win the hand, but they're not going to say anything because
right. Yeah.
poker players are like,
It's
it's
right
like,
now,
give
for
my
sure.
chips.
You're like, wait, you're gonna you're gonna award me free money?
Right. Do you say something? I always say something. You know, like if it's not my pot. I mean, I know
If I'm not in the hand, I definitely don't say anything.
Okay.
Typically, I mean, I don't know. In a tournament, that would be tough. Because I can understand, like, if there's a pay jump and the short stack accidentally gets awarded a pot. I mean,
Bro, I promise I wasn't
but technically, and the hands were tabled because they have to be because there's an all in. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't knock somebody. Like if I was accidentally getting awarded a pot and someone said something, I wouldn't be mad about it. To be honest, 'cause
Yeah.
I get it. It's rightfully their money. If it's a pay jump that they should have rightfully been awarded. I think that's fair. In a cash game, no. I'm probably not going to say anything. If I'm not involved, it doesn't affect me at all.
I don't know. So I'm really like, I'm one of those people that believes in karma and stuff like that. And
Right.
if I see something, I don't say something. I feel like I get affected.
I wouldn't be mad, but I wouldn't be
Right.
mad at that at all.
Right.
You know, as long as you're not telling a player to turn their hand over.
Right. No. Don't do anything.
For sure, right. And that's not what we're saying.
Right,
We're
right.
saying both hands were tabled,
Right.
clear in view of everybody.
And the dealer mistakenly started to push the pot to the player, and the other person doesn't see that they have the winning hand.
Right. And you know what? Now that it's funny you said that because I'm about to contradict myself. So I was actually playing in a
Right.
cash game up north, and there was a double board all in. They ended up running it twice.
Right.
Should have been a chop. The dealer tried to award this one player the entire pot, and I said she has a straight on, or she has a flush on the bottom. And the one player got mad that wanted the whole pot. But
Right.
I'm like, sir, like the hands were tabled. I didn't tell her to turn her hand over.
Yeah.
She left it in clear view of the dealer. He framed the cards. I'm just like, it's not correct.
Right. And as a player, that's the whole thing. Like, listen, I play this game, and I just think, like, you can take someone's $100 there, and then you're going to lose 1,000 somewhere else. So just don't do it. You know, like, if you notice something, say something. It is, you know, it's just the way it is.
I'm never going to be, if it happens to me and someone says something, as long as
Yeah.
they table their hand, I'm never going to be mad about it. What's right is right.
So an alternate situation is sort of really crazy. In a hand that was supposed to be chopped because I had ace queen, and the lady had ace 6, but the board was paired in ace, and I tabled my hand with ace queen, and she was like, oh yeah, and she's just about to muck it, and she has her hand like this, and the dealer sees it, he goes, oh, it's a chop. And I looked at the dealer, I said, what'd you say that? And he goes, oh, she was like, oh no, I'm never folding. I'm like, why'd you tell her it was a chop?
Right.
She was
Yeah.
just about to muck. She saw my queen.
Oh, yeah, see, I don't like that.
Yeah.
And I have to catch myself, too, downstairs because I'm like, when players table their hand,
Right.
you know, and say, like, if I deal a straight on the board, like I deal Broadway on the board, right, and it's a
Right.
chop for everybody, I try to be careful not to say it. I let them turn their hands over.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't say a word.
The hardest thing, though, is when you see something like that, you have to know as a dealer, you can't influence action, though.
Correct.
So some players are going to fold.
Yep.
Some players are not going to
If
fold.
they turn it down and it's just, they even nudge it towards me a little bit, I take it.
Right. All right, so we got to the final 18, folks. We're so close to the money. We have 2 tables going.
So there's no Dutch.
So say if, this is a question for you. So
Yeah.
say a player in that scenario, we get to showdown, they just turn their cards over, but they don't push them forward to you. Do you wait? Because I've seen players just kind of flip their hands over and then just leave it there.
In front of them,
Yeah.
they're tabled.
No, I'm saying when we get to showdown, say 2 players turn their hands over
Right.
correctly, then the third player will look at the board and then just kind of just like place their cards down. You just swipe it up right away.
Not right away. I give him some time if he thinks about it. Like, I'm going to give him
Right.
some time to make a
Exactly.
decision. But
Right. I'll do like a little reach, and like if they stop me, then I'll retract my arm. But I give them like 2 or 3 seconds to protect their hand, and then
Right.
I muck it. And I think that's the fairest way to do it.
Yeah, I've been in a situation where a person's mucking their hands and they put it out there. I don't like let it linger so they can figure out if they're gonna make the right decision.
But I
I'll
also don't.
pull
Right,
it
I
in.
don't want to give them too much time.
Right.
Oh, we got Benny on the feature table. Let's go. Man, I haven't played with Benny in gosh years.
It's been a while. You know, to be honest with you.
He's strictly a daytime reg from what I
Yeah.
remember. Daytime tournament. This guy always looks like he has a really difficult decision. That's what I remember about Benny. Super nice guy.
So now we're back to 9 players on the table. Your hand ranges should change. King, deuce, queen, queen. Javier with 6s. Not liking that board too much. Jim has jack eye, hope and a prayer.
Jim says, I'm not going to win a showdown. Let me try to bet.
Why not? You got to check on the flop. Could get a fold from Javier. Javier's like,
Flop went check, check, though. Yeah, it turns the queen. And not a terrible card for 6s, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe we'll
Just
fight another
it's
day.
a first hand of the
fight
table.
another
That's
day.
the whole point. Like you gotta figure it out. You know, like on the player, you gotta say to yourself, "Am I good here? Could this guy be bluffing?" But most of the time, he has it. So
Yeah, for sure.
Jim taking a good line there. Like you said, knows he can't win by showdown. So there's more than one way to win a poker.
Get some value from your trash hands. Bluff. Turn them into bluffs.
Of course. Well, Javier is also on the short stack here with 96K.
That's yes, and that's it. I think
Pivotal
you hit
point,
the nail on the
and
head
we're
there.
not in the money yet, so that changes everything, right? So
Yep, these levels get high. It becomes expensive to peel a turn card or peel
that's
a
the
river
difference.
card.
The big difference in cash game versus tournament play. Like, first, you want to get to the money. You get knocked out, you can't. The cash game, you're like, oh, I made a mistake. Oh, hold on, I got money in my pocket.
Yep, just reload real quick.
Changes
Nothing ever
everything.
happened.
Right. So.
And now Javier going to wake up with a good one.
It's like,
It's good
sixes
timing
weren't
for him.
good enough. Tens
Yep,
might
tens,
be good.
yes, please. Definitely good enough.
Right. We'll see. It's always great how the graphics do this. We don't even know yet. So someone could wake up with a bigger pair.
Right.
Darren elects to fold the 9, king 9. All right.
Folds the Kennel Club.
Shame on him. That's
Shame
a
on
one-round penalty.
Just-
That's official. King
Yep,
9
it's
of
a red
clubs
flag. It's a warning.
is definitely the winner there. Javier got saved.
Very, very well. Okay, guys, maybe good luck, okay?
I think it was like 3 weeks ago Javier was on this table and took it straight out, like no chop, just played it really aggressively and cards
Played it,
went his
yep.
way. Was it you too?
I
You were-
dealt to him on that when
Oh.
he won. Yep, almost a wire-to-wire win. He was crushing.
Oh, it was like a clinic. It was just
Yeah.
the way you're supposed to play.
Just a clean. That's running good. That's
Right.
really running good.
Yep.
Your good hands are just holding.
But he was
You know.
playing so well as well.
He was.
I mean, it
Oh,
wasn't just
absolutely.
like good cards.
No.
And poker's easy. It was
He
actually
just navigated well.
he lost one flip, I think.
Lost the minimum.
Yeah.
On his his second place hands. Yeah.
Right.
He played great.
And that's when you say to yourself, I'm going to the World Series, baby. It's coming up next week, the main event, 10K. Will I be in it? I don't know. I'm going to be down there. If you like to sponsor a player and have an extra $10,000, we'll split it 50-50.
50. Hey. That's
I'll be your horse. Well, last time was 10 million. I mean, minus the taxes. I got to be really specific about that, though.
That's a good problem to have. You're worrying about your tax bracket for a 7-figure payout.
Woo. Darren in the small blind with pocket 5s. Oh, the Kennel Club hand again.
See, we get a chance. Kennel Club hand gets redemption. Gonna open it up +1, and Darren's just gonna flat on the button with a pair. And I believe Jason is gonna defend his big blind with 6 deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, so 3
with
ways.
plenty of chips to work with, so he's gonna peel.
Michael raced to 15K. Was that the initial thing? And it was 2 callers? That's what happened?
Correct.
Okay, deuce trace
Wow,
6.
Jason flops 2 pair.
That's pretty good for Jason.
That's above average
Look,
flop.
he's trying
for
to check out a turn there and do some action. He's checking the 2 pair. And I seen Michael continue earlier, so I definitely think he'll put out a bet here. Oh, he checks. Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, pretty. It's a good flop. Oh, and he's gonna turn top pair.
Oh no! And
Jason
Darren,
running good.
Darren's going to lead out
Gonna lead
15K with 5s. Now the third of the hand, the third best hand. There's a
Expect
raise.
Jason to raise.
Yeah.
Raise 47.
So
Yep.
big of a raise because that board gets a little
Wet board, king high. Yeah, the king can be good for the pre-flop raiser, Michael, and it does happen to be good for him. We'll see if.
Whoa.
Don't turn it over. Make sure no one can see it.
Yeah. Something's tingling in Mikey's senses here, not to.
Yep. It's like, what is he? If there's a bet and a raise, what do they have? And a good fold for Mike.
Yeah.
Loses the absolute minimum. Doesn't see bet the flop either wisely.
Yeah, Darren gets out of the way too. So Jason takes down this pot with the worst of the 3 hands pre-flop.
Yep. The big
6
stack.
deuce.
It's nice to be able to afford to peel some flops.
That boy's running good. Ace King gets a full double up, has over 400K in chips. The chip leader on the table, and then 6 deuce in the big blind. Picks up a nice nail pot there. Listen, poker's easy. Those of you trying to study all the time, forget about
Just
that.
learn how to hit flops.
Just forget about it.
Chapter 1, how to hit the flop.
If you read the little banner on the bottom, don't forget to follow, like, and subscribe to the stream.
Please, we appreciate all of them.
We're on 4 days a week. Sometimes more when we do a multiple days and tournament. Oh, speak about multiple day tournaments. July 10th through the 13th is our $300 buy-in 100K guarantee tournament. One of the best tournaments we run here.
It's, yeah.
I can't wait.
It's a must play. If you're a regular, you enjoy poker, especially if you're a tournament regular, got to play the 100K.
Such great value. I mean, the
Yep.
prize pool, the chip stacks, and the structure. I mean, you can play for hours.
Got to play the 100K.
Yeah, good value.
And for those of you that do plan on going out to Vegas for the World Series at some point during the summer, they run similar dailies with that structure, a $250 daily normally. So this could help you prepare for that. Similar prize pool, similar structure. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here.
4 ways.
King 9 suited again from Javier.
Yeah, we see that 3 hands in a row. Who's shuffling the deck? No kidding.
15,000.
Queen 8-9 is your flop. Javier has middle pair, and hoping no one has a queen. And Jim comes along with ace jack here. I guess he's got a gutter ball straight draw with 2 overcards, he thinks. I don't know. So we're 3 ways down. There's a jack. Somehow Jim knew.
Should freeze the action.
But
I would
Jason
think.
made
Jason
it
turns
straight. Yeah, so. And
They
again,
both had, they both
again,
had a gutter.
Jason's
Jason
tricky
running
with the
good, and he
yeah,
gets
the
there.
check. Oh.
And Javier backdoors the top end.
Yeah, baby. That's why you don't get too tricky in a tournament.
That's why
Okay.
that's how you see. That's how you play kennel clubs. The kennel club.
That's why you
suited.
play the
He gets
kennel club.
rewarded.
Woohoo! And I tell you what, though, it's all Jason's fault. He should have really put a big bet on the turn, but he tried to get tricky there, out of position, trying to get the check raise. He's running so good. Don't blame him. But unfortunately now, he loses to ace king, any king, and Javier put out a nice sized bet there.
And now he has to avoid. Am I getting leveled here with a straight out on the board, no flush?
Right. You're never calling for a chop, right?
Probably not. No,
Yeah.
not for that sizing.
He's gonna show.
He's
Like,
gonna
look,
show.
I'll let you
Yeah.
get there. Yeah, you
And
did.
that's the hard part about playing out of position, right? Because you are going to be checking a lot, no matter what you hit. You want to play in flow,
Yeah,
and pretty unlucky that he's holding a 10,
right.
ends up basically getting a straight counterfeit. So
Sometimes, being tricky pays off, and sometimes it doesn't. So, I mean, and Benny's laughing.
Benny's like, yeah, I didn't have to make an agonizing decision.
Once you put it like that, yeah.
If he put like, no, if he put like 20, I bet everybody calls. 20.
So Benny's saying if Javier bet 20K, he gets called by everybody, which is funny to him. So.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I think you know a lot more.
No, I'm not paying attention. You ask me.
Benny's played. Benny and Javier both played here for
Yeah,
years.
Javier's like, oh, you've been playing better. It's funny. Am I playing in the free roll?
You may be.
Oh, you're talking to
yeah,
Ganja,
but,
I think.
That's a good question.
2-3 of spades.
yeah, 2-3.
Ganja might not still be online.
I don't.
so-
Yeah, it's been a minute.
But good question there, Rebel.
Welcome, Rebel, to the chat. Glad to have you.
I think
No, I don't. I never turn on.
Ganja's playing
I never watch it.
100K tournament, but it could be online. I thought there was one down south.
You watch it? I got power.
How you doing,
Larry opens up ace-3 off, +3 to 15K.
No.
Now Michael deciding if he wants to defend in the big with 10-9, and he is going to call, having enough chips to
Why not?
splash around a bit. Very playable.
You got some money invested already. Does it cost you a little bit more to make those pot odds correct?
And flop top pair open-ender, easy game.
Yeah, good job, Mike. Checks.
Yep, going to check and flow to Larry, and would surprise to see him continue on this board. A really good hand for the big blind, and he is going to bet anyway with the betting lead.
Little feeler bet there. See where I'm at, 20K.
Michael's certainly not folding. Question is, will he raise?
That's a good question. And once you said that, he grabbed a whole bunch of red chips.
Yep. It's like,
So he wants to end the hand right here.
he's like, I either have the best hand, or if I'm behind, I have plenty of outs.
Get there right.
Top pair with an open-ender. This should shut this
So
down.
Michael doesn't really know if Larry's bluffing or not, because if Michael thought Larry had a hand like that, ace-3, ace-king, ace-queen, and he's bluffing, let the bluffer bluff, right?
Let him, right.
Give him
leave
more,
him some
give him
rope.
more rope
Yeah.
to hang himself. Because sometimes value, like hands like this, don't come around often enough where, I mean, I think Larry's just showboating here, the little table image.
Yeah, and part of it too from Michael, I think, is because it's so harder. It's so much harder to play from out of position.
Okay.
You know, build
Just
the
shut
pot
down.
now. Give your chance. Yeah, either shut it down and avoid tougher decisions later on.
Yeah.
Or build the pot now, and not risk it getting checked too much behind.
Okay, there's two strategies there. So many ways to play that hand.
Michael takes it down.
The chips go Michael's way. He did the right thing.
Benny looking cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, also the fact, I forgot, we're not in the money yet, so, I mean.
That too. We are paying 15 spots. Currently sitting at 18 players. If you happen to make the final feature table, you'll be guaranteed $370. And we hit the $1,000 pay jump at 5th place, so
Right.
top 5 are walking away with at least 1,000.
On Twitch, you can see that stream out says hashtag payouts. Gives you all the information. Top 5 spots are nice. 5th place, 1,000. $2. We threw in the $2 just in case you want some coffee. So Benny opens here with 12K, gets a call from Javier, so it's 9-7 versus King 10.
Let's go Benny under the gun with King 10 off. This
Right.
man.
Ace 6-7. Javier knows that's pretty good for him.
Yeah, not a bad flop for his hand, to be honest.
He checks and he looks at Benny to see what he's going to do.
He said, wait.
What do you
He said, don't take my head off just yet.
he check?
He said check. He said check. He said check. I go to bed.
Oh, Benny, I love, man. I don't remember him being this aggressive when I used to play against him. He's opened up King 10 off under the gun, and now he's looking antsy to bet with King high, repping the ace high board. I like the C bet from him, and he does get the better hand to fold.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Well played by Benny. That'll bring a smile to his face.
I don't have. I'm bluffing.
He said, I'm bluffing,
He's
sir.
not lying.
And he's not lying.
Which one is it, Benny?
I don't know.
I don't know. Check the stream.
That's the 300 IQ play. Tell the opponent you're bluffing when you're bluffing.
Yeah, it's the best.
I think I'm.
Yeah, don't just say I had it, man. Don't worry about it. Just like, nah, I bluffed you, man.
You
Respect.
Fold and then I'm good.
You fold and I know.
You fold,
I'm
then I'm good.
Yeah.
That's another.
Great. I got a line. I use that line. I got to start using the line.
My favorite line when a player's tanking, I say, listen, if you didn't snap call me, you're behind.
No, don't fold anymore.
If you're tanking, you're probably no good.
Yeah, Scotty Wynn was known for that one. You call baby all over.
You call us all over, baby. Scotty, of course, he's still playing the World Series.
Oh, yeah.
Was spotted in one of the bracelet events.
Oh, he
earlier
did?
this
You saw
week.
him? That's
Yep,
good.
he was. Yeah, he was playing.
That's great. It's always hard to see, like, this one thing about poker, though, in the long run of things, it's so hard to stay relevant. Like, Daniel Negreanu's done such a great job. Phil Hellmuth, even though we call him the poker brat, still relevant. Like, it's so hard. This game can chew you up and spit you out.
Is it outlandish for me to say that I think Phil Hellmuth is the most underrated poker player? Is that an outlandish thing to say? Because I feel like whenever everyone talks about him, they're really just saying, oh, he's not that good at cash. He's not that good at this. I'm like, dude, this guy has been crushing for decades, you know?
Yeah.
And I get it. Like, we're always going to see the hands where he's getting sucked out on or he's, throwing a temper tantrum. But, man, like,
Right.
you got to give the guy his props. Like,
I do say you're right. But, I think he's going to play the main. He said he wasn't going to play the main event, but I do believe he's going to play it.
oh, he'll play.
Yeah.
Stone lock, he'll play.
Yeah, I think that was a bluff.
Just the chance of him making a run means too much of him. That's his,
He's played it every single year, which is crazy,
Yeah, man.
too.
And
So
he
we
always
got-
shows up late.
Yeah, we're heads up here. It's Javier with threes. He's got the check mark. He's got a set here. And Shane with ace-jack, thinking his ace was good. All in bet from
gonna
Javier.
snap shove.
It
Yep.
looks like a bluff. It kind of looks like a bluff. Like, what would he be
And
betting
I
here?
like it, too, because the flush does get there. So
Yeah,
a
threes
lot
full
of
of
hands that
eights
can call him.
for Javier. Shane has got naked ace here. He wants a count.
That spade may end up saving Shane some money.
Possibly. I mean, a jack would have been the worst card in the river. Luckily for him, it wasn't there.
Flop going check, check, too, and I like him pot controlling the flop, too. Like, he does end up under-repping his hand a little bit with top pair, so it's you kind of second-guess yourself, is my opponent just think I'm weak?
Right. Some people would say, why do Javier bet so much? But you have to understand that's a pot-sized bet there, 97K into a 200K pot. Or the pot's like 160, right? Something
Right.
like that. 150. So the bet there makes sense. And just Shane wants to know if he's bluff catching or not. That's
Right, because if you were bluffing, you're probably going to bet the max. So it polarizes your hand a little bit.
Right. Javier is trying to look weak, like kind of like, oh, he's sick to his stomach.
The problem is, though, right? What?
He
Right,
looks
and you're
bluffy,
yeah,
trying to look
for
bluffy,
sure.
he's got his head down.
Because like a lot of it is because he checked his hand on the flop
Right.
to disguise the strength of his hand, and he has the ace of spades in his hand.
Right.
Takes away some of the flushes that Javier could have too,
Yeah, that's true.
and
He doesn't have that nut flush.
the bet sizing too. But like,
This-
what bluffs does he really have though?
This
The
is where
spades
you
get
this
there.
is where you level yourself. Shane's a good player, so I think he will fold. But this is how when you talk yourself into like you haven't folded already, so you're trying to convince yourself this hand could be good. And you're like, oh, my brain's telling me to fold. But wait a minute here, though. Why would he make that? Oh my
Right,
God!
and would he make this bet
Right.
with ace queen
Such a torturous thing. And you make a hero call, and you're right. You feel like you're a genius.
or a worse hand with ace 10 or ace 9? Would they even make this bet? So he's kind of repping flush boat or nothing.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And he's so he's right on the fence. I can see him look. He has that chip in his hand, like he's about to throw it in. So, don't do it, Shane. Don't do it.
No.
I know. As the chip goes in. No.
But it is, it is 2/3 of his stack. So
Not in the money. Yeah, I think he's gonna make the fold.
yeah.
It's a tough one though.
It's
We
a
can
tough
see you can
spot,
see the
but-
strain on his face. This is the true agony.
Yep,
right
he's
here.
shaking his head. He doesn't want to let it go, but you're not really beating a whole lot if you really break it down. Doubt he ever does this with ace 10 or ace 9. So,
Javier's capable of making that bluff though.
oh yeah, not that he can't, but
Gotta know your
your
players.
typical opponent probably not shoving there.
Woo! Good fold.
Especially the flop goes check, check. Yes, and he's saying he had the ace of spades in his hand, so a lot harder to put Javier on a flush. So what does he have? And he does end up making the right
I
fold.
think Javier was hoping that he had his flush on the river. 'Cause
Oh
then it
no,
would've
of
been a
course,
snap call.
absolutely, absolutely.
That's the worst part of it.
A lot more value hands that can pay you off. Try to get max value when you cooler somebody.
Well, I mean, we're going to see it in 10 minutes. So.
Still
love-
sitting at 18 players.
I love when someone says you can see it on the stream. That's the best part about this stream too, is that if you're really doubting whether you played it right, half an hour from now you can have a friend check it for you. You can check it yourself. Pat
yeah,
yourself on the back.
There's definitely people. I know Betty Davis has some scouts on her payroll, but she's allowed. She's so sweet.
All right, blinds have gone up. We're at 4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante and hand number 28 of the stream. We are still trucking along here. Still 18 players.
Jason with the big stack opening up ace queen, and now Michael's going to wake up with aces in the cutoff.
Do you hear bells ringing? Ding, ling, ling,
It's
ling,
I
ling.
love. Yep.
When
That's a
someone
great feeling
opens up
looking
to
down
you?
at that hand. Yeah, especially when there's a raise in front of you from under the gun +1, and it's the big stack. Potential for a full double up. We'll see what sizing Michael makes on the 3-bet.
You ever play tricky? Just flat call there?
I don't like, not against the big stack. If they're opening up early position, chances are they got a pretty strong hand.
Yep.
I want to increase my
Get
chances
some
for a full
value.
double up.
Yes.
And yeah, it looks like a very healthy sizing. Almost,
80,000.
believe it's 80K. Yep. 3 bets to 80,000 from the cutoff. Rocco gets out of the way, and now Jason's going to have a decision.
No,
just
no
let
decision
it,
at all,
let it go. I
just
like it.
Too big of a bet.
Knows Michael's probably not messing around.
4x there.
Yep,
3x
and
gets
the
a
big
call.
sizing
4x
too.
doesn't get a call. So, well, you know, there's more than one way to play aces.
Huh?
Looking forward to seeing what you had on that one.
You want to know?
Sure.
You tell me, and then I'll tell you.
Ace queen.
You just lied to him,
Well,
bold-faced lie.
I had aces.
Oh, he almost said he had aces. So that.
Oh
that
no,
one-
okay. Jason was saying
Yeah.
he had ace queen. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, honest guys.
Well, you know, it doesn't make sense to
Yeah,
lie.
you're right. You're gonna see it in a half hour. Now at
30
a really tough, like,
30 minutes later, you just start
Yeah.
screaming at him, "You lied to me! You lied!"
right now, if Phil Ivey asked me what I had, I'll probably lie to him anyway just to buy 30 minutes of him not having that info. I think Phil Ivey said I'd never show. I'd never show my hand, no matter what.
I believe it. And Phil Ivey's really not the person who gives a damn. Like,
No, he
whatever
doesn't.
the hand
And I
is.
respect. I love it.
Like,
I love it.
21,000.
I heard a $21,000 raise.
Javier opens up. Benny gets out of the way on the button.
Larry contemplating 8-7 in the big blind. To defend or not to defend? That is the question. All right. He's going to protect his puppies. Going to make the call. 21K, 13,000 more to call.
Yep, and heads up, you really should be defending more often.
Flop's too bare.
Does end up hitting a really good flop. Javier with 2 overs and a gutter. No clubs in his hand.
I like how Larry looks back at his whole cards as if he has a decision to make here.
And I like the defend here from Larry too. Heads up out of the big blind, you're getting a good price to call.
He went all in. He went for all the marbles.
And heads up, you're going to be live more often than not. So
Javier asked, "How many chips is that?" I don't think he's calling.
Larry not gonna mess around. Just gonna jam it right in.
Right.
Pot's already
21,000.
was already around 60K ish.
Interesting to say. I mean, if Ace Jack of clubs probably comes along.
Oh,
But
for sure. Yeah.
Ace Jack offsuit,
No,
no clubs, not coming along.
not gonna happen.
So Jason's still the chip leader, 417K. Michael right behind him, 313. Javier in third place here on this table, 212K. And then look at Benny, 121K, 15 big blinds. Still a lot of healthy stacks here. And I can see, you know, we're at 18 at this table. We're going to be 18 for a while. I mean, the other table probably has the same situation. Everyone's even in stacks probably.
Yep. Now we're getting close to the bubble. I bet some of these shorter stacks are gonna dwindle away a little bit, trying to just outlast some of these other players. And now Darren under the gun.
UTG on the gun.
Aces again. That looks like a really healthy sizing. Yep, does bump it up to 27,000.
They're allergic to winning more chips. That's kind of funny. I hear what you're saying. There's some merit to be. We're not in the money yet, so there's some merit to just getting out of the pots, you know, moving along and not getting busted. But I hear what you're saying. I like to try to get for value. Like, you would think that the large size bet there would get a fold, but Jim's going to play along
Yeah,
with King 9.
being in the big blind.
So
Gonna
heads
come
up.
along. You guys are similar stack sizes too.
779.
Does end up flopping top pair.
Yeah, it's pretty
Not
bad.
good news for Jim, and that's a great flop for Darren. Already flopping aces up. not having to worry about a king now. And now
All
Jim's going to
in.
have a decision to make, and I like how he played it too. Overbetting.
Jim
probably,
calls.
Right.
Yikes.
Yep, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
In the oversized bet, you know, you could have some naked ace highs that would maybe play it that way too, or some flush draws, and Jim not going to get away.
Right. Queen, no good.
Going to need a 9 and a 9.
Oh, he catches the king. No good.
No good. Darren says I got the clubs.
Aces and sevens.
And a higher 2 pair.
Yeah, and the higher 2 pair. So
I thought that was your freaking club. I'm like, come give her a turn around.
all those clubs out there, but
Now
thankfully
Darren.
Darren has a flush. So instead of winning with 2 pairs, he wins with a flush. Even better.
Figure out how I can lose.
Max value here for Darren.
Such a good flop for Darren. Flopping the backdoor clubs, flopping aces up.
Right.
Jim catching just enough
Jim wanted to gamble.
to keep him honest. Say, hey, maybe you could have some Broadway's hands that missed.
Right.
Trying to push me out.
That's going to cripple my boy. Look at that. Leaves him with 20K in
Gonna
chips.
have, yeah, roughly 20 to 25,000. I think 3 big blinds, and now he's coming up into the small blind.
Right. That's the choices you make sometimes in tournaments. Sometimes you're right, and like you said, he could have had like those ace king, ace queen hands or something like that. But
That's what I said, right?
101. So huge double up there. That's why that area is booked off, but you know, hey. That's the tough part about poker like that. Tournaments, you know, you kind of get that, you kind of make those reads, you kind of go for it. Sometimes it pays off, and other times it doesn't, and you just gotta like shrug it off and say there's another tournament tomorrow. And what
Yeah.
is tomorrow's tournament? The bounty tournament? Saturday night? You
Yes, the $300, $100 bounty. Plenty of value to be had.
know? We were just talking about how much fun they are.
They sure are. Not got 3 players, you're free rolling. Now Jason's going to wake up under the gun with a pair, see if he decides to open. And he is, I believe he just called? Okay, yeah, so he limps under the gun with
Trying to
pocket
see a
threes.
flop
Trying
for
to see
cheap.
if he can, yeah, get a multi-way flop here, get in for cheap, and then he gonna let it go.
Rocco limps as well.
Rocco over limps, wondering what the big stack is limping under the gun with. Jim decides to concede a small blind, and now Darren's gonna get a free flop.
Yep, 9-4 live. 9 Jack 7.
Does end up flopping the best hand too.
Yep, middle pair. Checks, looks at the clock. And now Jason's gonna take a stab at this pot,
30,000.
hoping nobody
Little
has
feeler
anything.
bet. Yep, hoping his threes are good.
Rocco does have the backdoor nut flush draw, so 1 pair. I seen him speculate before. I think he might.
He's like, I just tried to bluff this guy half hour ago.
Right.
Not
And
gonna
look
do
at
that
this
again.
though. Jason wins with a pair of threes.
The power
Very
of the big stack.
interesting.
The power of the big stack close to the bubble. That's what it is.
But someone else, like if you were looking at this, right, the cards were turned up face, that would never work, right? The cards were turned up face up, that threes would never work. So that has to work because nobody has to have like top pair there, right? So
Right, you're hoping their range is capped. I mean,
Right.
they could have a jack that could maybe limp in from Rocco's position, like a jack 10
Yeah,
or something like that. But when you have the big stack and you're getting close to the bubble, all these middle stacks are waiting for the short stacks to bust, so they don't want to get, you know, tangled up with a hand that's like you're really going to go broke with middle pair on the bubble.
Michael has 9s. I like 9s in the tournament.
I sure do.
He raises.
Yep, as he should. Raise it up to 20K. Now Benny's going to wake up with a real good hand.
Oh yeah.
Expect a re-jam here.
Let's go, Benny. Hand on
This
the
is him
forehead.
in agony again.
Don't know what to
this,
do.
This is the
This is the
Benny I know and
classic Benny.
love. The Benny I know and love.
Oh my goodness.
And he does re-shove all in. And I think he gets called here.
Well, the way he did it, though, it does look like maybe an ace, king, ace, queen, jack hand.
Right.
You know, like Michael could make this call thinking he's on a flip, and he does have Benny covered. So for 120K.
Yeah, normally in the spot, your opponent isn't going to have a pair when they reshove. They certainly could, but it's very hard to have a pair in your hand. And Michael does wisely let it go. Loses almost the
Benny
minimum.
shows that he has tens. So
Benny's image. Garnishing some respect.
Yep. Oh,
I
a lot of
prob-
honesty
I
still
think
on
I
the
think
table.
I think I'm calling Benny there with nines. He makes a great fold.
Hey, I don't watch. I'm telling you.
You don't watch it. Well, you know what? You better start watching Benny. Otherwise, we're not going to let you play anymore.
I don't do that in the life. Huh? No.
It's Benny's world. We're just living in it.
Thank you. That's why I don't want to fucking.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Rebel. There's some information for you guys who like online poker.
Gotcha.
Now, Michael with the tens had nines the last hand, and right back the next hand wakes up with tens. Benny with fours. Happy to fold that hand there. Some people play the fours for set mining, you know. 20K opens up, you catch a four, you get a lot more chips. Expected value.
Yes, sir.
Oh, 10. Well, he beat me. Same thing.
Benny said, "I just got these. I don't want to."
Yeah, he's so happy. He's like, yeah, look at him. Happy player. I like happy players.
Especially on the feature table.
Back to back, huh? Not me, but you get 10. I have a 4.
Rebel saying there's a bounty tournament as well. If that makes sense. I think that's what Ganja's playing.
Okay, that makes more sense.
The comforts of playing online at home.
I'm not a fan.
Me
It's
neither.
not my thing, man. I respect that people can make a lot of money doing it. It's convenient. You don't gotta go anywhere.
Me
I'll always prefer live, I think.
Yeah, some people multi-table and the algorithms don't mess them up, but for me, just wasn't the thing. And I like computer games. I don't know why, but just poker then.
It's just not as enjoyable. I feel like a robot.
Yeah, click,
You
click,
know?
click, click, click. So Darren here raises the 20K with ace-10, and Michael in the big blind almost defended with 10-7. The side, the better of it, folds. Sometimes, you know, a good fold is better than making, you know, a bad call.
Nothing wrong with folding.
Yeah, that's part of the game. Got to know.
Chips lost are more valuable than chips won in
Yeah.
a tournament. So
Right.
if you lose the minimum, that's really a win.
It's really the basics of poker is to gain the maximum with good hands and lose the minimum when you're beat. It's just so hard to sometimes do that consistently, but
Yeah.
that separates the good players from the bad players. Like really, like in the long run, you know, everyone's got to have the same amount of luck, right? It's how you play. The skill
Correct.
level just tips the scale. That's the whole point. Like
For
people
sure.
understand. Like there's so much luck involved in poker. I'm not denying it because without it, you never get to win a tournament. But
When you're looking at multi-table tournaments, especially,
yeah,
you know, if all of your run good happens when you take a shot in an expensive buy-in, you know, most of your positive variance hits there, then yeah, that's the luck factor of it.
right.
But as far as like your river suck outs and their coolers and stuff like that, that's pretty evenly distributed if you're playing long enough. So
Yeah.
as much as people don't want to hear it, you don't run worse than others.
Yeah, you know there are no that I take listen to a degree though, because there's some players who I hear talking when they lose a hand that they what's the word I'm saying? That reinforce that negative behavior. I'm like you're never in my mind. I'm like you're never, and I don't correct them. That's where you want to play poker. That's fine. But when you lose a hand, oh, I never win. I can't believe it. I always get sucked. When you say that stuff to you, you manifest it. I don't care.
It would definitely affect your play. It's
Yeah.
it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Yeah, it's
You
so
think, and this happens to me, and I'll just be honest about this.
Right.
There's one or two players downstairs that when I deal to them, they say, I never win with this dealer.
Right.
I'm like, so they'll slow play big hands in fear of losing a big pot. I'm like, buddy, you're losing the hand because you're now
Playing
playing
it
it incorrectly.
Right.
So it fulfills itself. And now
So
Benny,
wait, that's the yeah. Like Benny
Yeah.
opened up and
Big hand
Javier
here.
calls in the big blind with eights. So it's ace king, the classic flip, a pair versus 2 overcards, and it's mano a mano. These two guys are going at it. They know each other for history. And here we go to a flop. Benny out flops
Benny
Javier.
running clean.
Yeah, Javier
clean
knows
living.
it too.
Is that
Javier
really,
checks
like,
to him.
I'm really gonna have to check fold 8s here. That's what he's
Yeah,
thinking. Yeah, with
he
that bet
knows.
sizing, no shot. He's out.
That's
the Benny I know and love. Overbet the pot, protect your pair. You bet way more than the pot, I think.
Oh yeah.
Like to get a sizing on that.
At least Javier's getting a
What is that,
feel.
like
looking
90K?
around. That's what it looks like.
It looks around 90. Looks like
75,
90,000.
80, 90. Yeah, it looks like 90,000. Benny's like, oh,
He's
you
like,
want to go all
Benny,
in?
Benny, I got it.
If you go all in, of course, if you're gonna go all in. Look at him. Javier's like
Benny,
laughing.
Benny say you call us all over.
It's all over, baby.
No.
Yep. He shows the ace. It's
Ah.
gentleman show.
Ace king, of course.
You have a 3, you fool?
You have a 3.
I'm happy to take it.
Benny is plenty happy to take down the pot, even though his opponent was almost drawing dead.
Right.
Happy to just take it down on the flop.
Huh? Yeah.
Gotta win your flips.
You're like, I can take a pot down risk-free, close to the bubble.
You see how easy it is to win with ace king?
Yeah, you just got a flop. You got a flop top too.
FML.
Or yeah, flop aces up and.
Why can't I do it last night? All I need is 1 card.
Your big blind, sir.
Oh, okay.
Ace king gets a bad rap. I think people got to have more faith in it.
Right, that's the whole thing. Like, it's so funny because you say that because another commentator, Ernest, says it's overrated. And I'm like, ace king is one of those hands. I mean, it's ace high sometimes, and you are losing. I mean, to a pair pre-flop, you're trailing. But it's such a powerful hand, and in a tournament, it's like it's the 3rd best hand there is.
I will say, in a tournament, it is far better,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that's the clarification I think people have to make.
Right.
In a tournament, that hand is extremely valuable,
Right.
especially close to the later stages of a tournament, because you got to think these stacks that are getting short, they're going to be forced to shove with ace jack, ace 10, king queen sometimes,
Right.
and when you reshove all in with ace king, you're going to get folds more often, and you're going to be able to call more all in with that hand because a lot of short stacks are going to have to go all in with weaker hands because they're blinding out.
Right.
So you end up getting a lot more value in the long run with that hand. In a cash game, it can be very difficult because you're playing deep, right? If you flop top pair and you're beat, you can lose a lot of chips in like these 100, 200 big blind pots. So in a tournament, they are not overrated, and I will die on that hill.
Yeah, good clarification. That's the whole thing. Like, you can say what you want to say, but I mean, there's a lot of things that have to happen in poker. I mean, I say it's a 3 steps. 1, your good hands have to hold up.
Yep.
2, when you're behind, you got to suck out. And 3, you just got to get lucky. I mean, it's part of the game. But if your bluffs don't get through, you're not playing good poker. Your bluffs have got to get through. Some people don't bluff enough. Like, I think there's a fine line, though. For over bluffing, you get called to. If you're in the pots too many, people know that you can't have a good hand all the time. But if you're not stealing these blinds, I mean, you're just waiting for good cards.
Yeah, you're just, I mean, because you got to think good hands are getting distributed equally.
Right.
You know, so if everyone's waiting for good hands, it's just going to, you know, you're going to be paying rake in the long run. You're just going to be.
Shane in the hijack raises here with ace jack to 20,000. Benny looks down at 2 cards. I didn't see what they are, so he folds. There they are, 6-4 in the small blind. Rocco, king 3. And Jason with king queen calls, so we're heads up. Oh, Jason was the first person to raise. Okay, Jason raised with king queen opened. And Shane now has a flush draw to go with his overcard. And Jason checks to him, not liking that board.
Yeah, out of position too with really no equity.
Check
no
back.
backdoor flush.
Get to see the bink 3 on the turn. Doesn't change much for anybody. If you're going to bluff the river, might as well start now.
Jason
Bluff
is
the
gonna,
turn.
wow, yeah, he is going to take a stab at it.
He did win a hand
Hoping that
earlier
Jason really
with
doesn't
3s.
have
You
a
remember
lot.
that?
Yeah.
So
Now Shane, yeah, wow, let's go.
yeah, what's
Yeah.
Shane going to do?
Okay, I mean,
He's-
it's, yeah, oh, yeah, he only has 100K.
yeah,
that makes
100K,
sense, yeah.
ace high. Can't be giving away
That makes
chips
sense.
to money, you
Yeah.
know, like. Can't be
You
calling
certainly
station.
can't just call.
If you have a good read, that's the whole thing about poker. Like, sometimes your gut tells you, like, this is the hand. Don't listen to the brain. The brain only knows so much. Trust your instincts.
Yeah, trust your gut.
You play a lot of poker, your gut will tell you some things, and if you trust it enough times, you're going to be correct.
Intuition does matter.
It makes
I
a
would
difference.
agree with that. I would
It's
agree
so
with that.
Crazy. But I think Shane's in a position right now where he's not really running too good, so he's in that hoping for a good hand catch-up thing, and we're still not on the money yet. And Jim shoves all in with king
Jim
queen.
finally for 24K is going to get it in for 3 big blinds.
Let's do it. 2 face cards, 2 Picassos.
About to be the going into the big blind, never folding that.
Do it. Gotta take a stand sometimes. This is the whole thing. Like in cash games, you could sit here and fold, but in a tournament, sooner or later, chips gotta get in play. And Rocco knows that.
Honestly, ideal Rocco's never folding.
I don't know. I mean, it is to Jim.
Well, he does have the big blind behind him.
Right.
So that's who's probably going to be priced in the
Yes,
call. So that would be why. If he was the big blind, he's calling.
Right. And
Larry's
calling 9-7.
Yeah, because he's last to act.
He's like, I don't know what I have. He just called without looking at his whole cards?
Yeah, Rocco knew Larry was going to call with any 2, so he's just going to get out of the way.
Well, the blinds are 4 and 8K, so it's only 16K to call. It's like 2 more big blinds.
Right, yeah, Larry's
So-
priced in with basically anything.
Any 2 cards, right. That's poker math for you, if people don't understand why. Like, and we're off to the races here. Oh,
Jim
man.
just slops the nuts. There you go.
Jeez. Lock the doors.
Seat not open.
Yeah.
Yep, that'll wrap it up.
Yep.
Jim's going to secure a much-needed double up. Although he will be going right back into the big blind.
I think Rocco patted himself on the back.
Said, yep, made the right decision not.
That's poker. Flop the joint, as they say. The world. No sweat, no
Nope.
stress.
It's not supposed to be that easy. Sometimes it is. It's really
Right?
not.
Why can't it be that easy?
Just never is.
I'm going to start praying to the gods. Please let my run good.
You know what?
just go like
In
this.
a really big spot, how about just no sweat?
Yeah, just
Be nice, just one time.
Yeah. That puts a smile on. Look at that. That's all we want is put a
There we
smile on
go.
his face.
You get a little bit of life.
Oh, it feels so good.
I did not see it.
We play poker for these endorphins.
We're all gamblers at heart. Speaking of which, I already placed a future bet for NFL season. That's how much I need to call the hotline.
Oh boy.
This is such a tough time of year. I'm just not a baseball guy. I'm not a baseball guy. You know, congratulations to the Florida Panthers. You know, I respect hockey.
Right.
You know, back-to-back Stanley Cups. I'm just not a hockey guy either.
Standing while playing a poker hand is not allowed. If I was a player, I'd please sit down, please. It's an advantage.
Oktay, you'd make a good floor. You'd make a good floor. You seem pretty proficient with the rules. You're fair.
I'm just, listen.
I get it.
No hard feelings, but
No.
the rules are there
And
for a
that's-
reason.
yeah. No, I totally understand.
All in from Larry.
Clear
Tense.
shove from Larry with the premium in the small blind.
Yeah.
Jim going to get out of the way, having to fold his big.
Javier's
And
got to make that call
Javier
because he's
does
got to
pay
pair
off.
himself.
Yep.
Could be any 2 cards, but it's not a flip, buddy. That's okay.
Yeah, unlucky to not be flipping there, but
Yeah.
you're going to need some help.
He's still got some outs. Ace, 5, queen.
Clubs won't help him either.
Nope, clubs are not helping.
Going to need an 8 and an 8
Deuce.
only. Nope,
And
and a set for
10.
Larry. Overkill going to take it down.
Wow.
And now Javier will be left short with 2 relatively short stacks at the feature table. We are paying out 15 spots. 17 players remaining.
Yeah, this is a situation, Javier's got chips, and unfortunately, he was hoping for a flip, and a lot of times in that situation, the person has ace-king or king-queen or something like that, but Javier wasn't really short where he needed the jam, so there could have been a fold in Javier's spot there. I just see he went with it, so. Like I said, when those decisions pay off and you feel like the 8
Right,
spikes.
your opponent ends up having 2 overs and you hold, you feel like a genius.
Yeah, exactly.
With pocket 8s, because that was a healthy pot.
Right.
Had he won.
And another thing is Javier's not paying to mid cash because what's $200,
For sure.
So he's trying to win the tournament. That's the spot where you could have picked up a lot of chips. So.
Yep. Yeah, if you do happen to be flipping, there's a lot of dead money in the middle, so it would make it a pretty profitable call and a chance to knock somebody out.
Yeah, if you're thinking, what's the rationalization for calling there? Well, that's the whole point.
Right.
So.
6 o'clock.
And now
Are they doing it tomorrow?
one player left, assuming, I mean, if they pay the bubble, they may not.
Right.
That's pretty table dependent, but
Yeah, this table hasn't lost anybody yet.
we're officially paying out 15 spots.
Starting there at 6. Players start sitting at 5:30.
Jason under the gun with ace-9 suited.
Rocco's talking about the payouts tomorrow. Don't forget our $15,000 giveaway. Everyone shows up at 5 o'clock.
Man. And get here early if you would like to lock up a seat.
That's true.
Because we will be slammed.
We will be busy. And
We'll
as
be
he
very
jokes,
busy.
Rocco picks up queens. Rocco should joke more often about our payouts and stuff.
Yeah, you bring up the raffle, you get dealt the premium.
Yeah,
that's
right.
how it goes.
That's it.
You play K9 suited correctly, you get to win some pots.
I know. He gets everyone to fold, and Benny's not the type to defend with 8-5 there.
Benny said nope, we're close to the bubble.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Button.
And Rocco hanging in there after losing a significant amount of his chips to Jason on a bluff, an attempted bluff. Now sitting at around 170K, still very playable, healthy stack.
All the good players know how to bounce back.
Bounce right back.
That's what you got to do. Like it's one, back in my early poker stages, I get angry at players for bad calls or, get mad at the dealer sometimes for dealing me bad cards. But you know what? If you're really good, and if it's meant to be, good cards just come right back, and you just bounce. Like it's nothing. It's
if you're playing well and
Yeah.
you play long enough, you're gonna make what you deserve. to be honest.
Well, I like to hear that.
Assuming it's just what
All in?
All in for Javier.
You do have an all in with a pair.
Pair of trays.
I'm saying, assuming you're playing within your bankroll and you don't go bust, you're going to make what you deserve in the long run. And now Darren going to look him up with ace-king for sure.
Oh, yeah. There's a flip. But
Yeah.
Darren doesn't know if he wants to isolate or just flat call.
And he does just flat. Interesting. He doesn't isolate him.
Yeah. Well, Jason gets out of the way anyway, so.
Okay. Javier, not gonna mind flipping.
Jason said he had an ace. I love to hear that when I was a pair of threes.
Yes, please.
Someone said that they had the. I had ace king
Javier,
too.
happy to be flipping here.
For sure. 400K pot, 126,000. Let's see. 956.
flop
okay.
for him.
It's good. It's good. 4. It's
That's
good.
about the best possible
I know,
turn.
right? Deuce. All right, 10's
And
good.
threes are going to hold.
It's hard to make a pair in poker.
Hard to make. Speaking of which, yeah, we were just talking about how good ace-king is.
Right. I know that would. It's one of those situations. So the thing I didn't do is I didn't stand up. I told somebody, I was like, I forgot. I was supposed to say nice hand.
You're only allowed to stand up when you're all in. Right?
Yeah, I was all
when
in.
You're at risk,
I was
you're
so.
allowed to stand up.
Man, I messed up. Javier is hard to kill. Yes. What is it? It's not a bounty tournament. That's funny too. That's when I said, listen, see, you lose some chips, you gain some chips. Don't get emotional. It puts a smile on your face, though.
Right, yeah. Javier's played for a long time. He's like, this is just another Friday for me. If you bubble, you bubble. You lose a flip, you lose a flip.
Yeah.
That's
it.
It's like we're on a clock or something. I feel so controlled.
Rocco's got jokes. I love it.
Yachts.
Blinds are 4,000, 8,000 with a big blind playing 8,000. We're at 17 players, 2 away from the money. It's interesting, though. We started with 146 players. We got down to 26 real quick, right when the stream started. And then it just slowed to a crawl. On this table, we haven't lost a player since we filled it up. Everyone just trying to get there. Slow and steady wins the race. Not a lot of coolers, though, we haven't seen.
No, yeah, players that are in second place have mostly gotten out of the way.
Right.
A
lot of solid good play.
Yeah, for sure.
Darren, that's what I'm talking about.
See,
Race
that's
from
the
the
cash game.
button.
That's the cash game, Darren, I know.
That's the thing you're supposed
Raising
to do.
it up with 8-5 suited from the button.
It don't matter what your hole cards are. Just
And
raise.
get Shane to fold queen jack off in the big because we are on the bubble.
Right.
So I like the aggression. You're going to be able to take down the blinds a lot more often. Free chips.
Yeah.
Seasoned veterans, seasoned tournament players are going to be raising that spot more often than not.
Yep. Some people wait for aces. Some people just wait for the button.
If I remember correctly,
That's
That's me. That's
a
what I
good
do.
way to put it.
I like to race from the button. I mean, you got to see the action folds to you in front
It's
of you.
such a cheat code.
Yeah,
it really
just
is.
gotta get through
The
two
cheat code.
players. Not what you have; it's what they don't have. That's what you have to worry about.
You mean I get to see what you do on every street first?
Yeah.
Thank you. And I control the betting?
Yep.
Yep, I'll take that.
And just like that, the blinds have finally gone up. Woo! Felt like forever. Blinds are 5K,
Sign
10K.
of a good structure. 30-minute levels. Blinds are now up to 5K, 10K. 17 players left, 2 away from the money.
I think Rocco just said it sounds like we're on the bubble, so they might have lost the player. So
Okay, they may have lost the player
I think
upstairs.
after this hand, you can talk about if you want to pay the bubble. But Rocco's sensing that they lost the player over there, so.
You guys want to do something for bubble?
See,
Yeah,
Rocco said he
right
wanted a
on
bubble.
cue.
Pay the bubble. I knew Rocco would do that.
It's a little more, a little more merit to it when a healthy stack is bringing it up. Not a short stack.
Yeah, nah.
But speaking of which, Jim said,
Jim's
I'm all
already
in. I don't care
yeah.
about the bubble. I respect a savage
Right.
play. Guy brings up paying the bubble, and the short stack just ships it in.
6-5.
I love it. That's a savage move, and he is going to get looked up by Jason, but he is live. His
That's
clubs
true.
are live, and
Yep.
his pairs are live, so
Yep. Jason,
going to hope to get this heads up.
the chip
ideally.
leader on this table, Queen 10. It's going to make the call because it's only 40K.
Yeah. You don't
Michael said, do I want to try to contribute bursting the bubble?
Rebel just got eliminated with Ace King. And listen, it wasn't good for me this week as well. 2 weeks ago, Ace King couldn't lose for me. So, I mean, it's 1 week, it's the nuts, and some weeks it's 2 napkins. But
Yeah.
you did what you did.
That's the hard part. If you're playing with that hand correctly, you're going to be all in a lot. So,
Right.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
people just remember the big hands they lose with it.
Michael came along for the ride as well.
Okay, so Jim, a chance to triple up. He's very fortunate to be live.
Right.
On the outside.
Jack 8, 6-5, and Queen 10 on the flop of Ace 10 Queen.
Ace 10 Queen. That's going to be
Dun, dun,
bad
dun.
news for Jim. No backdoor
I guess
clubs
we don't have
either.
to pay the bubble.
Yeah, we won't have to worry about that.
Well, he's not out of it yet. They could go running
Gonna
five.
need runner,
sixes.
but need running trips to stay alive or
So-
running straight on the board.
So normally when a player's all in like that, there's no side pot. It goes check, check to knock a player out. But Jason is going to decide differently. Makes a bet of 10K for a side pot now. Michael's like, what are you doing, buddy? We're trying to knock out a
It's like,
player.
buddy, we're trying to burst the bubble here.
Yeah, 7 on the turn. Doesn't change much.
10,000 more.
Michael still has that 9 for the gut shot, but 10,000 more. Jason.
Look at you.
Jason trying to milk here, just betting one big blind on each street,
I know.
milking max value.
Hold on.
You're allergic to something? So Michael makes that call. I mean, I guess he's hoping for that 9. 9.
He's like, yeah, I'm getting
nine.
like 18 to 1 on a call. So,
Oh
my God, and he hits a straight.
Oh my God! Oh lordy lord! That's what you get
And
for
that's
betting
what happens
10K.
when you're getting 18 to 1 on a call with a chance
Like,
to knock somebody out.
Look at this. Michael's like, well, look, buddy, I was gonna
Michael
check it
said,
down
buddy,
with
listen,
you.
it's like you just had to get greedy.
That's it, Joe.
1 hour.
So the funny thing is, let's say Jason would have bet like 40K on the turn, and Michael folds, and somehow Jim like survives. Michael's so upset
Oh,
that he
he's pissed.
folded it straight.
He's like,
you
yeah,
know,
you made me fold my gutter.
Yeah.
Would've knocked a
When
player
there's
out.
when there's a tournament, you want to get to the money. You're supposed to check it down. You know, whatever. It is what it is. So
It's one thing if you get to the river and
Yeah.
then try to bet, maybe you can squeeze something out because the hand's over.
It was
But-
like, you made it cheap enough for me to fuck around.
Yep. What he's saying. He's
Sorry.
like,
I wanted to make it
he's like,
cheap,
you're going to
yeah.
give me 15 or 16 to 1 on the call. I'm going to peel and try to hit.
I didn't want to get too crazy in that.
Rocco's making jokes. I don't want to pay $10 on the bubble. Yeah, we're right to the money. Congratulations, everybody. We made
Everybody
it.
is guaranteed $246.
Rebel, that's the thing about poker. You know, some weeks you're on fire. You know, a couple weeks I was. Wow, a 9. I know, Alfredo, is that crazy? Now, Michael's got a whole bunch of chips.
You're asking for it. You're begging your opponent to call.
That's the whole
10K
point. Like,
into
it's,
160K.
you don't need to get funny in a tournament like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what Jason's rationality was to bet 10K, but he's trying to milk him for 10K. But hey, each his own. You know, Jason had a whole bunch of chips. Now Michael's got a 400K stack. We're all in the money. Shane now made it to the money, so he's going to fire out some chips. King Jack.
Yeah, Rebel 1-2 be like that. you know.
I was just trying to knock them out. Then when
You
you
just
bet it,
when you're constantly going 5 and 6 ways to a flop, you're gonna lose a lot of hands.
Finally, Shane picks up some chips. Woo!
Tough spot there.
Made it to the
Attaboy,
money.
hanging in there.
Now I could get loose. Footloose. Footloose.
Now we see people blast off.
Sure.
Now that the bubble is burst.
Once you get to the money.
We'll see if Benny lightens up a little bit.
Yep.
It's tough.
Let's go.
There's a lot of shit that beats me there.
I thought you might have had King Jack.
I'm gonna need to hit up Rocco for some of that Cuban coffee in a little bit.
He ain't that smart. Come on.
What, does he have an espresso machine in his car?
Dude, every Wednesday night during the bounty tournament, he brings the dealers Cuban coffee.
He gets it from Don Cafe?
I believe so.
Right down here in military?
It's the only coffee I drink. Super good.
You know it's pretty
Nice little
good. It's a
pick-me-up
little
before the
farther away. It's
tournament
Tropical Acres.
Okay.
Not Tropical Acres. Man, it's right. It's something.
Brain fart.
Yeah. It's a Cuban place right here. It's open 24/7.
Now you gotta look it up.
Yeah, it's
Ooh,
right.
we got a nice hand brew in here. Michael doesn't wake up with ace king suited on the button,
A Bruin.
not knowing that Javier has king queen off in the small blind. Waiting to see here,
It's gonna be 26,000.
and I wonder
26,000.
now that the bubble is burst. will
There it is.
Javier
You wondered
reshove?
right. He was
will.
gonna shove.
The next 3 spots are getting the same
Yeah.
amount anyway, so
He's getting a snap
not
call.
worried about rejamming here.
There's no way Michael ever folds.
No. Michael just happens to be at the top of his range on the button, and Javier gonna need some help.
It's Havana. I don't know why I was thinking tropical. It's Havana Cafe. It's right. That's so crazy to me. All right, so we're off to the races. Javier's behind, but he's not out.
Both the suits are live. Gonna need
More than that. 7, 5, 10.
Give my 5 cents.
10's no
it would be
good.
a queen and a
Queen.
only would save
Ladies.
him. He does hit a queen.
Ow! It's so easy.
Like he knew it was coming. Gets rewarded for making the right, theoretically the right shove from the small blind.
Whee! You know what? Poker always rewards aggression, folks. My advice, just go nuts.
You know, yeah, just blast off. You know, just be reckless.
You can't do anything. You're in the, listen, you're in the money. You're short stack 100K.
I mean, that's one way to accumulate a big stack in the tournament. Just get it in behind because you're going to get called.
Right. Fearless.
You know, just suck out. Just suck out in the big pot. That's all you got to do.
We just said that one card only, and there it is. So beautiful. I might get that tattooed on my back. Queen of Hearts. Kidding.
Yeah, the second we pumped up ace king, it's lost like 3 straight hands. So
I'm not the only one.
I will still die on that hill.
Yeah, listen, that's the thing about tournaments. It's a hand that gets you there. Sometimes it loses. Alfredo, wow!
Almost said, wow, blood has been shed. The bubbles burst. and
Right.
People are blasted off.
He just won with a 9 on the river. He can't be too upset. He lost on the river. It's balance, right? It's just a balance. Rocco's making jokes. I wish I was on the table with Rocco. He's a fun guy.
You know, that hand is still going to win like 30% of the time. So the 30% is entitled to get there once in a while.
There are your chip counts. Jason still in the lead, even making mistakes. He's still got 377K. Michael, who had it close to the chip lead, drops to 279. Darren wakes up with 9s.
Leaps are going crazy on the street.
So Javier's advice is whenever I raise, just fold. That's a good advice.
Okay.
For sure. That's why poker's fun. Listen, if you're not having fun playing the game, you're probably doing
That's
something
what we're
right.
here for. And that's why I like live poker. It's just more fun to me.
Yeah,
You know, I get it. You're not getting as many hands in.
right.
You know, it's not as convenient, but man, it's fun. Especially if you're at a good table. That's, you know,
Yes.
playing super late in a cash game at a really good table.
Right.
Nothing like it.
Javier now waking up with ace king on the dealer button. Looks like he's trying to steal, but he actually has a good hand.
That one all day.
Benny's
So
going to
let's
come
see,
along.
Darren raised under the gun plus 1 with 9s, and then Javier just flats the
Yeah,
button with ace king.
yeah.
Interesting that he doesn't
Let's
repop.
Rocco in, yeah.
And now he's going to go 4 ways.
Well,
Rocco
he wants
getting
to
a
see the
pretty good
flop.
place.
I don't
Yeah.
think he's doing anything wrong. Someone raised because they probably have a pair. You got ace king. It's different when you're raising with ace king versus calling. I mean, when someone else raises pre-flop. So he can get away from the hand now. He didn't lose anything. He's still thinking he might be good, though. 10-5 tray on this board. Benny checks. Rocco checks with middle pair on the bottom there. And then All right, Darren's going to put a
40,000
feeler
is
bet
the
out,
bet.
40K. Snap call from Javier.
Still not weak, right?
He might think his ace-king is good there.
Still not weak, right?
What do you think? Why is he calling? Cheaping up to see
I don't know.
river, ace on the river.
The pre-flop aggressor is betting into 3 other people. You have no pair, no backdoors.
Ace on the turn? Is that an ace on the turn?
I
You
mean,
just
he
knew?
probably
He just
knows.
knew?
See, that's how he knows.
That's why you
just,
call?
You know, you just call it the worst hand and then make the best hand on the turn.
Lord.
I am surprised he called the turn, to be honest, or called the flop.
Oh, man. Darren fires another bet on the turn
You're pocket 9.
and gets jammed
And it's
in on.
gross because Darren does end up picking up a flush draw, too. Doesn't know that it's good if he does hit.
Yeah, you can never know that the 9 of clubs is good if you hit a flush.
80, 120.
I was only down to 50, remember?
Yes, sir. Save the speech.
Folds, Darren folds. Javier's gonna be. I guess they have some
You would have been there. You would have called
common ground. He shows the ace king, shows him like, listen, buddy, I'm not trying to steal your pot here.
I will say Darren does have a bit of an aggressive image. I know both these guys play cash, so there's probably some player history there too.
That's what I was looking for.
Darren more than capable of betting into multiple people with air. So Javier takes it down on the button.
Sometimes here's the thing to be learned. Like, listen, sometimes the flop bet, someone bets, you don't have to fold ace king. And we were saying how great a hand that is.
sure.
There's still 2 more streets to come,
Yeah,
and Javier's
yeah.
just like, let me feel it out.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely a hand. You're gonna lose a lot of value if you're not getting all the way to the river. So
It was crazy. This is probably like 2 or 3 years ago. I won a 2-5 game, and this guy has ace king, and this other player had kings and fires every single street, and like heavy betting, and ace king calls every single street, and then the ace comes on the river. And I'm like, what in the world is going on here?
it's incredibly annoying. Yeah, that's not how you play ace king, guys. Just gonna say.
The next one is going to hurt.
You don't gotta marry the hand.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. The guy was not folding ace
Yeah,
king
it's,
for
yeah.
any reason, and ace was on the river, and I couldn't believe it when I saw the showdown.
Yeah, ace high pre-flop and ace high on the river. Two very different hands.
Right. So here we go. Benny with ace queen here on the dealer button, facing a raise of 25K from Michael, king queen. I can see Benny shoving. That's his tendency.
With this sizing for
Yeah.
sure. Having only
That's the way. Oh, he just flat
125K,
calls. He
just
changes
flats,
it up on
Benny,
me. Look,
no.
even Benny knows how to mix it up a little bit.
Michael has played pretty solid for the most part. He's had some pretty good hands at showdown, especially when he's raised before the flop.
Larry in the big blind might defend with queen 6 of hearts. Sometimes you defend, sometimes I don't like to defend because that just gets you into trouble. Although with 8-7, he did flop 2 pair. Got him a lot of chips earlier on.
Yep, not gonna.
Thank you for not calling everything. You don't have to be a calling station. Sometimes it's good to defend, but sometimes you got to know that you might lose more money by calling
Right,
that
because
bet.
then you flop just enough where you feel obligated to continue, and it compounds.
4-8 jack is your flop here. Michael with king high, Benny with ace high. And Michael checks, so Benny's like, well, let me see here.
I like how Benny's playing. And you know what? He's not hesitating either. He's really not taking a lot of time. He's like, you check, I am snap betting this.
Sure.
With no pair.
You show me weakness, I show you strength.
I like it.
Michael just
Man,
gonna
maybe
fold.
he was bluffing me this entire time when I used to play against him.
Maybe.
Gave him so much credit.
Right.
I did not think he would have that there, to be honest. If I'm Michael, I'm absolutely giving him credit for something.
Benny does show a lot of his hands, though, even like you said you're not supposed to. Benny's like, I want to show you I don't lie.
That's what's up.
Thank you. Get the fuck out.
Dealer change.
Some people love it, some people
That's the life of the dealer right there.
Well, you're running good. You love the dealer. Time goes by quick. But when you're card dead or you're not losing, you're losing hands. You want the next dealer. You're like, oh my God, it's been forever.
And the problem is too, like when one guy is running good,
Yeah.
it's like the rest of the table hates you.
Of course.
So one guy loves you.
Right. And everyone else doesn't.
Everyone's like, please get this guy out of here so I can win something.
Yeah.
Can't say that.
You gotta say, give him a queen.
But then when he gets the queen, then you
Oh, they're talking about he lost his hand to the queen on the river.
Yep. Some people call for their outs. Some people call for their opponent's outs.
It's like when you were playing against blackjack.
Yeah, I know,
You
but
get
I
that
try
14,
to.
go
I try
extra.
to.
Larry's trying to tell him the strategy.
Yeah, guys, poker guards aren't fazed by this nonsense. The only thing that affects is if you stand up in your seat when you're all in. That's the only
I
thing
messed
that
that up.
matters.
Don't
I
remind
know,
me.
but I gotta reinforce.
Oh, God.
That's the only superstitious trick that works.
It does.
Standing up when you're at risk.
Yeah. Well, I'll learn next time.
Yep, the veterans bring a backpack with them to put it on.
Yeah, it's an old
Say
trick.
nice handgun playing with you guys.
I have a backpack too. I never bring one to the poker. I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start filling it with stuff.
Yep.
Box of tissues, so when someone cries, I can reach in there and go, "Hey, listen, I know you're sad."
All right, Rocco gonna wake up on the button with Ace Jack off.
He's been very quiet lately, so
Gets a new dealer to the table and wakes up with a hand to raise
I'm all
with.
in.
You're just gonna shove into the blinds. Yep, try to take it down. Looks like he will take it down.
Who wants to see a flop with Ace Jack? Not me.
Nope.
Good timing. And we can see that he did with Ace Jack, but right there, if he did with 6-5, it works the same way. He's on the button. Nobody has anything. Win the blinds.
Yeah.
Am I getting this through to anybody?
Yeah, I didn't take no shit from anybody.
And remembers when the WSOP was here in 2015. Yeah.
I sure do, Ann.
We still got those chips.
I sure do, Ann.
That's what the chips are from.
My first circuit event I ever played was here.
Hello, Ann. How are you doing today? What you cooking in the kitchen today?
I walked downstairs and I saw Jerry Yang playing cash.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. It was 2015, I think.
Was he playing 2-5 or 1-2?
2-5. Playing 2-5. Lonnie Harwood was still here, playing here.
Right. Shane under the gun with ace-10. Relatively card dead for today. I think he might open or even jam. Okay, not a full all-in, but a good size bet. Almost all in.
82,000.
Pretty much saying I'm all in without saying I'm all in. Got some hands to fold, and we have Larry on the dealer button with ace-queen. Oh, no, this could smell some trouble here. And Larry asked that good question, how many chips do you have behind? So, not too many left behind. Effectively, he's all in for 120K. 110K, sorry. Caesar salad for lunch and dinner? You're on a diet? Do you have anchovies in your Caesar? That's really a real Caesar, right? With anchovies.
The question, yeah. Assuming it's Caesar dressing, I'm not an anchovy guy.
Me
Are you?
neither.
Yeah, not on pizza either.
Where do they come from? Why do people like
It's a
them?
great. I have no
So
idea.
salty.
Now I want pizza. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
I wasn't hungry until you.
I
brought
did
this up.
mention. There's a great pizza place. It's my new favorite now in Pompano.
Yeah.
Called Paulo's Pizza. It's got a sweet. I like a sweet sauce.
Okay.
And it's got a sweet tomato sauce. But it's all the way in Boca.
Worth it. Good pizza's worth it.
Yeah. Andrini's is pretty good in this area.
Yeah. It's hard to find good spots in Florida.
It
to be
is.
honest. I'm from Chicago, so I'm a little spoiled with
Right.
pizza.
I
but
think we talked about that. Deep
yeah.
dish and the whole pie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There was someone that was vehemently against deep dish.
I
I'm
know.
like, buddy, you don't know what you're missing. You're wrong. I live there. You are wrong.
Right. All right, Shane, you
Teach
got it
their
through.
Shane gets it through with the 80K bet.
Yeah.
Doesn't get looked up by ace queen.
It was almost a virtual all-in, though. I like the way
Yeah.
he did it, though. See, that's smart, though.
Don't just open shove.
It's a leverage bet, right?
Yeah.
That's so good. It's being all in without being all in.
Right.
So strategic. Strategic. And he's the big blind now, so he gets a free round, per se.
Pays his rent.
Yeah. I wish I could pay my rent with playing poker. One day.
One day.
It's a great thing to be said. I think maybe Daniel Negreanu said it once time. If you're making $70,000 a year playing poker, yeah, that could be great, unless you're living in a world where you're paying $80,000 for expenditures. So
That's correct.
You can't do it. You got to make more.
A man with no bills is a rich man.
Right.
It's the truth.
25.
Benny raising here, pocket threes, 25,000.
Check the rules.
Larry says, "Can he do that? Is that allowed?" Sure is for Jason. All in here.
Jason, easy life with the small blind. I guess he
Turning his hand into a bluffish, kind of looking like a bluff. He's trying to put Benny to a test. Why go all
Benny,
in here
oh,
with
Benny
aces?
did raise right to 20. He's probably assuming Benny's pretty tight and just wants him to.
You folding, man.
He all in, buddy.
He all in, buddy.
Come on, buddy.
That's a.
Get him
I mean,
in.
Yeah.
if Jason did have aces, I don't understand that play there. The logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of making the minimum.
All in.
Yeah. I agree. I
You're
mean, it's
what,
hard
you
to get.
risk
I
of
mean,
aces
how often,
cracked?
Right. How often are you be in a spot like that?
He put all
Chances
his
are the
chips
big
in
blind's
there,
not going to
me.
call.
Put the chips in first.
He got bucket three. He
And
wins.
you let Benny off the hook with a lot of his holdings.
Wow.
We're way ahead. That's the problem here.
Benny showed he had threes, so Jason now probably kicking himself. What did I do?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, I see.
Maybe he thought Benny was short stacked or something, that Benny wasn't going to fold, but hey. So, and you got to lose some weight. Not today, keto diet. You know, I heard that intermittent fasting's pretty good.
It's the best.
I know you can do it. Listen, I have faith in you.
If I didn't intermittent fast, I'd be like 30 or 40 pounds heavier, to be honest.
There's an all-in again from Darren with ace-4.
One action.
Spilling all those kind of chips, saying I don't want any action. But I think Shane snap called, so here we go. Ace-4 versus, it said Jason had ace-7, but he doesn't. Shane has ace-king, I think. So a little bit wrong on the ace card reader, so it's ace-4 versus ace-king.
One time. I didn't ask for my one time.
Darren's using his eight at one time. He's standing up.
Yeah,
He's
we
trying
can't
all the
use
tricks.
that one time in a $130 tournament,
Why
buddy.
you think
So Shane gets a double up.
Hey,
Every time I see a three, I want to remind you.
all right.
And I think Darren has been eliminated.
Darren has been eliminated in 15th place.
Goes to show you that Shane's patience have paid out.
He picked a spot and avoiding getting called by ace-queen there a couple hands ago when he shoved ace-10.
Right,
I mean, that's now, and he ends up knocking a different player out. I mean,
Right.
it just goes to show, you know, like the butterfly effect of stuff.
Right.
He stays alive, he knocks someone else out, and everything changes. Now he's got plenty of chips.
Yep. Feels good. This is why we play tournament poker.
Greetings, Frank. Thank you for joining us, buddy. Everyone, like, comment, subscribe, interact in the chat. We appreciate all of you being here.
Yeah, you know, there is a thing that we have that shows us like our new viewers and stuff like that. So if it's your first time, thank you. And if you've been here a while, appreciate that as well.
So we're currently sitting at 14 players left. 146 started the day with $14,600 in the prize pool, and first place will be walking away, assuming no chop, with 40,000 or
40,000.
40,000. Whoa, let me not commentate anymore. We'll play this. $4,089.
That's beautiful still. Yeah, 6 to 8 hour window of eating. If you can really stick to your discipline, then it's definitely going to work. So
Yeah, and it works for me because I'm never hungry when I first wake up. So I wait as long as possible to eat, and it helps me stay in maintain my calories.
thank you for the sound check. You're saying the mics are good today. That's good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We started a little worried. We were worried a little earlier
Yeah,
today.
some of our headphones were acting up. We found the right combination that worked. We got to mark these.
Now Shane's showing some aggression here, taking down the blinds, raises.
Momentum
Yeah,
is a real thing in sports and in poker.
It is a big thing in poker. You can play, when you have chips in front of you, you can play differently. It's just easier to play.
And some players will be like, this guy's on a heater. I'm just going to
Yeah, that too.
I'm gonna back off.
That's right.
This guy's dialed in.
Blue, first time. I
First
love
time
it.
watching. Is that sarcastic? No, he's a
That's-
reg.
I
Okay.
love it. That's, you know what? Welcome. Luke's the
I read
best.
through the sarcasm. I like you already, Blue. Nice to meet you, man.
You know what's funny too, because for a long time it's B Luke.
Okay.
B Luke.
B Luke.
But we're saying Luke for a long time, and he corrected. He's like, it's B Luke. I'm like, okay. It's B.
Well, that's why we need faces to names. Like, I need to hear these things.
Yeah. First time here. You guys are doing okay. Blinds at 5K, 10K, folks. Larry, who's been a little bit quiet, finally wakes up with a hand. Ace-Jack is playable. It's always nice to see those 2 picture cards. You kind of like they play like it's a pair.
30,000.
Yep, as stacks get shallower, these blinds creep up. These Broadway hands become valuable.
Michael on the dealer button with 8-4.
Yeah, these smaller pairs that we were used to seeing before kind of shrink a little bit because they're expensive to see a flop, and you don't tend to make as much when you hit.
CJ,
in terms of big blinds.
Was there an 8-way chop last week? Oh, God.
Was there really?
How do you chop it 8 ways?
Oh.
Well, you know.
Buddy, if you think that's bad, have you ever played at Harris? They chop like 18 ways.
That's
they're known
nuts.
for it. That's just insane.
That
to
is
me.
insane.
To each their own, but like I said,
Right.
I don't. What's the point? Just play a sit and go. You know what I mean?
These singles used to be so popular, not anymore. Benny here firing out. Jack 9, top pair, 3 diamonds. Not worried about it, though.
Benny's
And
just a man.
Larry not having a diamond, so good timing for Benny here making a bet.
Benny said, I'm short and I'm flopping top pair. I'm just going to
Go for
hope
it.
for the best.
Yeah. Sometimes that's all you have to do.
He'll never make it.
We're saying minimum wage.
Oh, that's why he lives in Ocala now. No wonder. Back in July.
Come back for the 100K.
Yeah, do you know Baluk? The 300 100K starts July 10th, second week of July.
The thing about that is
Definitely should come back here for that tournament. So worth the value. Shows the 9, doesn't show the other card this time.
Down businesses. Who the hell's gonna pay fucking
Just in case he has a diamond.
jobs. They're going to just hire AI and robots for everything.
I mean,
I hate the top pair.
So the greatest thing about AI, someone said it on the table, you know, they tried that
you absolutely destroy
computer poker stuff to try to get rid of the dealers. It never worked. Players want to have a dealer to complain about, so we will never be replaced.
There's too much, in my opinion, there's just too much nuance involved that you need as a dealer.
Right.
We're asking for stupid things.
Too many times where you're going to have discretion in a gray area.
Right.
And I don't think AI would be the best mediator for that.
Solid point.
The wealthy are leaving New York, right?
It already started during COVID when everybody was moving down here.
I made more money during those 3 years.
Michael, it's on you. Stop slowing down the action.
So I made more
King
money
4.
during
You know it's on your
I
end.
made more money during COVID.
Javier takes this opportunity to raise with 6-5 of diamonds. Benny folds ace. Sorry, 6-3 and Rocco with ace deuce. Mike contend here. He does. He defends.
Yep, and I like it. Javier, with his stack, more than capable of raising some looser hands from the button like he has, and Rocco going to defend. Getting a decent price. And he flops 2 pair.
I see a check coming from Rocco. I
think
see
Javier
it.
may try to rep this, but he doesn't. He just checks it back and gives
Oh, man. Rocco picks up a flush draw to go with it. Goes all in. Javier's like, man, I was just trying to steal the blinds.
Yep.
Good job, Rocco.
Rocco's going to be defending more solid hands from the big. And
How
could
sweet
have made
is
a
that?
case for c-betting on the flop, but doesn't lose any more chips.
No, I like to check on the flop. If Javier was going to fire a C-belt with ace, king, ace, queen, he would have got a check raise, and that's how you make your money. So, and they're on a break. So we can take a break if we want to. You want to take
Sounds
a break?
like a plan.
Yeah, you want to take a little
plan,
stretchy
absolutely.
stretch?
Yep.
Let's go over just a couple things, though, before
sure.
we do take a break. Is it this? There it is. There's 2 of us.
Welcome, everybody.
Hello from us to you. So much going on here at the Palm Beach Kennel Club. This weekend, tonight and tomorrow, we do Progressive. Sunday as well, right? The Progressive?
Yes.
Okay. There is a Spade Royal Flush. If you get that, it's $5,500. Free money. We just give it to you. And then plus the $400 high hand, because Spade's the nuts. And the Progressives, we have the high hands every 15 minutes till midnight. We have a bad beat over $210,000. $210,000 for the bad beat. Quad 10's beaten by anything better. Half of it goes to the losing hand, and then 25% goes to the winning hand, and 25 you have to be dealt in on the table, so everyone gets money for that. Tomorrow is going to be our $15,000 cash giveaway. We start at 12 noon, and we end at 12 a.m. We used to do it till 6, but then we extended it for the nighttime players. So It's 1,000, 2,000, 2,000, and then at 6 p.m. we're giving away $5,000 cash. That's the most important time to be here. But anytime you're here with a name in the barrel is good for you.
Right.
And then 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then 12 midnight we go 2, 2, and 1 again. So there's still money to be won. How do you get your name into the raffle? Win a high hand tonight if you already haven't won one already. And then tomorrow's drawing starts at 12 noon.
Correct.
Anything
And
else?
the progressives do last after midnight. So once the high hand ends on weekends, it doesn't mean the progressives are over. So even after midnight, you can hit the bad beat, you can hit progressives. Royals are all paying out over $1,000. Royal and Spades get you $5,500.
We're just giving away money,
yeah,
man.
We're begging you to be here. You got raffles, bad beats, everything.
And
So,
there's a nighttime tournament. It's just started. It's a 130 5K guarantee. If you saw the stream and you were in the area,
we call that our Friday day mulligan.
right?
So if you get knocked out early on Friday, come
Right.
and play the night tournament, get some money back.
So much stuff going on. Tomorrow's night is the $300 100K, $300 $100 bounty.
Black
Jesus,
chip bounty.
That's like a tongue twister. But I was thinking about the same thing. The first week, second week of July, is there $300 buy-in, 100K guaranteed. So come and play that as well. So there's so much going on. There's a website called pbkennelclub.com. If there's anything that you missed that I didn't tell you, go ahead and check that out. And one last comment to Ann. Would be amazing at the final table of betting. All right, so you got anything else? That's it. We're going to take a break. This is Hand and Money, and this is some of our previous hands, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Sell here, going to raise it up to 6,500 with the King 9.
He's been opening a bunch, Purcell. He's been getting a bunch of really good cards. As you saw, he had the Ace-King suited. Before that, he had a bunch of pocket pairs.
Maybe heads up to this flop. Deuce 3-5. Neither player connecting. King high of Basel still in the lead.
A diamond there, one diamond on the flop.
Check, check. Another diamond.
The power of the back doors.
This is where I'd expect. I was going to say I would expect a bet from Paul there in a way. I went check, check on the flop. Now you pick up the.
Right.
But instead,
And imagine a call, at least.
What's the bet here? 8K into 17.
Raise. Nice.
26,000.
Wow.
Okay.
It's another way to play it.
It is. It's going to get through, too.
All in.
Oh, is it going to get through?
Wow.
Whoa. What did we just see there?
Wait a sec, man. Is that even possible? What?
Small blind, big blind.
Wow.
It's a hell of a play. He had
What did we
King
just
9
see
there.
here?
All right, so blind versus blind here. We're going to see Mike limping in with the King 5 of clubs, and Georgia will happily check the 7 deuce.
Yeah. Oh, she flops gold. Wow. And now Mike's going to lead
And
into her.
even better, Mike's going to lead in. He does have a flush
Oh,
draw
that's
here.
true.
So
That
this
is
is an
true.
action flop.
Yeah, it could be. She just says, okay, I got, and then she whispered in his ear, I got a deuce. She
her
leaned
coming
in.
over the top.
Oh, no! 7 deuce for the boat. This is one of the hands. What the hand were you on?
Wow.
This is crazy. I don't know. What number is this hand?
Which shows up in a little bit. All right, we got 10,000 bet here. Georgia's standing up just to make sure she sees
she's
what.
like, that is what I'm looking at. That's a 7.
No, I know, but it shows in the beginning of the hand.
She doesn't raise. Lets him. You know what? Let the player dunk off of the rest of his chips.
And look at this small betting by Mike here, too.
Right. All right, she's like, enough is enough. Yeah, he calls. How can you not fall through there? Oh, man, 7 deuce. He's like, what in the world? I got eliminated.
That progressed a lot slower, too, than I thought it would. It like kept betting like 5,000, 10,000.
Small blind versus
but
big blind.
But eventually it gets all in as we imagined it would with full house against second nut flush.
And he's still stunned about it. He's like, what? That's a revolving chair for sure.
Yep. That's Thomas first here. He's oh, Well, Thomas is first. He'll fold. Now we're to Israel.
Right.
Well, look at what Diana's got behind him. Kings for Diana.
King, yes. Let's get max value here. She looks at the clock what the blinds are at. We're at 3-5. I want to get value, 15K. Oh, never mind, all in. No value at all.
Yeah, she's still, I mean, blinds at 3-5-5.
Oh, my God. New
Whoa.
player sits down to aces. He says, I guess I call. Cooler City. What?
Wow.
Is that even legal? Oh, man. Brutality right there.
What a table change for David right now. Still going to have to hold up here, but great shape.
6 tray 7 flop it sure is.
Spades, though.
Spade for King
Diana.
Spade. Brick on the river
7 of hearts.
Good
So
game,
David going to knock out Diana there.
You know, sometimes in a tournament, you wait all day for kings.
Yeah, that's what they call the definition of a cooler there. Aces against kings.
Yeah.
Not much you can do.
No, nothing you can do there. I mean, even if they saw the flop, it gets in the same way. You know?
Oh, 100%.
So
it's all right. We're gonna get there together.
I don't know if I'll ever get there, Terry.
I would say starting stacks average stack
60?
right now is probably 60. Yeah, give or take. We could go.
Hey, if you go
we could go up and look at the
half
screen,
field.
but you know.
I was going to
we're
say
not-
the screen's there, but that's
No.
it's
We're
not
not doing
really
that.
accurate.
It's too far.
That's
It's too far.
30
not
minutes
doing
into
that.
the future.
Am I going to limp 9-8 suited? Adam right behind him with a pocket pair.
I'm not sure. I think that's a little too early position, especially with Mike's stack size to
I
be
would like-
calling with
I like-
8-9 suited.
Listen, man, at this stage of the game, I like the raise or fold method.
Yeah,
If it's-
100%.
If you want to play it, just make a little raise, and if you don't want to raise with the hand, then just fold. Unless, of course, Mike is balancing in some monsters.
Airborne
which I kinda
Ranger.
don't know if he is.
Oh wow.
Airborne Ranger says
Speaking
we're
of
in better shape
monsters-
today. 34 left at the second break yesterday. You don't have to tell me. I was there.
Incoming 3-bet from Ryan. Or not.
Hello?
Very sneaky flat here from Queens on the big blind.
Wow,
This
he
might
got
actually
lucky
work out
with
for
that
him.
flop.
Yeah.
Nothing on the flop. Great
This
news
might-
for
and a-
Ryan.
and a
Wow,
check.
look
He
at
is
the check.
Full trap mode from
That
Ryan
is
here. Yeah.
That is an impressive trap.
Fishy.
So, if you're trapping pre and you're trapping on the flop, do you check raise here or
100%. Yes,
I mean,
this
yeah,
is the time.
I think
Yeah.
this is the
This
perfect time.
If he's got aces or kings,
for
it
the
is
check
what it
raise.
is. But this is the one.
There's no way you can. Yeah,
Oh, he's going big.
I mean, there's
I feel like just all in. Why even put in like 35? Just get it in.
when you have like 40 or 50. Yeah. Or you could do. I mean, I guess you could do like a small
is-
raise to like 25, which is still half your stack. and
Yeah,
then
but then you're gonna let in all the flush draws in for a cheap price. I mean, this has got to send in
Here's
alarm
all in.
bells for
Finish him.
we're gonna have a snap call. And Ryan is gonna be huge favorite here.
Gino says, "Oh, now you realize you got me," but in fact, he does not. Gino, you can't always be right, buddy.
Yeah, Gino's always right sometimes.
Deuce on the turn.
And a very trappy play from Queens pays off for Ryan. Max value on a 7-high board. Queens versus 10s.
I mean, it's a good trap.
Keep it on. Note it, but maybe it's not. Note it, but maybe it's not going to be in the top 5. Maybe. It's a pretty. It's an interesting play from Ryan here. Very trappy and very well disguised monster Queens on a 7-high board. It
couldn't have
really
worked out
for
any
him.
better with that flop. I mean,
Correct.
7 deuce 4. I mean,
7-4 deuce.
You know,
10s never folding. I mean, there's a lot of flush draws and maybe a top pair A7s that maybe Ryan could be check raising with.
welcome back. That break seemed to really go really quickly, but we are back. First hand back from the break. Blinds have gone up. Same players. 14 left. We're very close to final table. But we're all on the money now.
The bubble has burst.
I don't know if I can show you that.
12 or 13th through 15th will all be getting the same payout of $246, so everyone's got that at least locked up.
Queen on the river.
Depending on how many bullets you fired.
That's true.
I don't know, 2, 3 bullets. Sometimes 1 bullet, but
I'm a purist. I'm 1 bullet.
one. That's it. 1 bullet. That's it. That's
Bullet
good.
is my second bullet. I'm going to be psyched out. I'm going to be probably tilted, and like I'm not going to. I don't see myself playing better on my second bullet. Put it that way. Some people are you know, it doesn't faze them.
Yeah, because sometimes the risk is worth the reward.
If it's a really good value tournament, yeah, I understand that.
Right.
And it's, you know, the blind, it's not too late.
And there's some people who have a lot of money
That
play differently. So the earlier stages they're super aggressive because they know if they bust out, they can just re-enter the tournament. And some people hate that, but I don't mind so much. I mean,
learn how to catch punts.
Right.
You know.
That's a good statement.
Likely what I'm going to get.
Javier 2 for 2, just taking down the aggression. Had a little break, had a little pep talk to himself on the breaks. Come on, man, let's be more aggressive. We got rid of all the orange chips, and now we have yellow chips in place. The orange chips were 1,000, so the 5,000 and 25,000 units in play on the table. If you want to try to estimate what the bets are, I believe the blinds are now 10,000, 15,000.
I do believe that was the.
You'll have to get a confirmation on that graphic, but I think you're right.
See?
Yep, blinds are 10 there. See, right on cue. Blinds 10, 15K.
And that's the thing about poker. It's a visual game. Like, if you really pay attention, you can see a lot of things. Like, I hate those players. Who's it on? How much is the bet? Just pay attention, bro.
Buddy. It's like really just pay attention to at least take care of yourself.
Right.
Like know like when it's your turn.
Correct.
And if everyone just worries about themselves, the table runs itself.
For the most part, you're so
correct. For the most part.
And then there's a player. How much did he bet? Who
The
bet first?
The players know what they're doing when the dealer doesn't have to say anything.
Yeah.
Even though we should.
Right.
When it's just rolling, like a well-oiled machine. Blind on blind action. Jason gonna bet and take it down with 9 high.
Fires out a bet and hoping that Shane didn't have an ace, which was correct, and that's how you win a pot. With 9 high, like a boss.
Yeah, just bet.
Yeah, bet. What's the worst that can happen? There your chip counts. Javier now, the chip lead. Remember when he was out with 51K? He was all in. Remember that? Never count yourself out of the tournament.
That River Queen.
The good players know how to bounce back.
Pretty spectacular river.
The River Queen, yes.
Wins the flip with pocket 3s to hold versus ace king, and then
correct
sucks out with king queen versus ace king later.
Right.
To become
those 2 hands
a very
back
healthy
to back,
stack, and that's it.
That's it. You got to win your flips. I mean, come on, people.
And once in a while, you are allowed to suck out.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it just
sometimes happens.
Yeah, it happens. Keep yourself. Listen, if you keep yourself in a good vibration, you use those energy terms. You know, there's frequencies. If you really stay constantly positively, you can actually win hands that you're not supposed to. But Shane with aces now. Small blind looks like he's going to try to pick on the big blind
here if he slow plays.
No, I think the raise is coming. Just how big?
Yeah.
All of it.
Oh, okay. Well,
he's
slow playing is out the window.
Well, he's hoping that Michael thought had some kind of a hand that thought he was trying to bluff. You know, that play looks
make his hand
solid,
weaker than
bluffy.
Yeah.
So that's one way to play aces. Every once in a while, you get a call from somebody who thinks you're trying to steal. It's not this time. King 3
with like 9s or something.
Yeah, something like ace king, ace queen, kind of a hand, or even like you said, jacks or something. Sometimes you get called out real quick, but okay. There was another option. You could have just limped in there, played real sneaky. Hopefully the big blind try to steal it. That's another option. Man, there's one time I was in the bubble and I raised all in from the small blind. Big blind had aces. I was like, oh!
That's normally how it goes.
Benny
here.
All in from Rocco or just a raise? Just a solid raise.
Okay, Benny raised 35K.
And Rocco put in a whole stack, 100K.
3-bet. Okay, so he 3-bet half of the stack with pocket 6s. Interesting.
Right.
How good is Javier running?
Oh, yeah, right.
Good grief.
He says, all right, I'm all
Good
in. Yeah.
grief.
What's-
And now Rocco's got half of his stack in there. I mean, now Benny's going to look like he's in agony. This is the Benny I know and love.
Right,
He's sitting here
easy
with ace-8
decision.
off. Ace
In
8
the
off
middle.
under the gun.
Okay,
and
he folds.
And he sits back like, really?
Rocco's
got to
go for it.
Rocco's got half a stack and he can't fold.
Benny says I had an ace. I could have beat you. All right. We're flipping, sort of.
Javier, a big favorite to become I would assume a chip leader if he wins this.
Yeah. Diamonds and no diamonds in hand, so there it is.
Rocco's going to be done. Javier scoops up a huge pot with pocket kings,
Running.
adding 250K to his stack.
Good.
Running good.
Yeah.
So he's winning his flips. He's sucking out when he's behind, and his good hands are holding.
Right.
That's a good
That's
recipe.
That's
to-
it. That
that's
was a
just-
simple recipe of winning
so
tournaments.
you do all that, and you're going to win a lot of money.
A lot of times. So you know the funny thing, Rocco too made that one bluff earlier. He was a chip leader, then bluffed off his chips, and he had like 100K in chips, or 85K. Built it back up to 200K, very patient, and then just took a spot where he was looking left. He was playing Benny, but he forgot Javier was in the hand
And
as well. So-
honestly made the right read on Benny's hand.
Right,
Because
right.
I think Benny folds.
Yeah.
I think. So he just
100%.
happened to run into it.
Right. Sometimes that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of times the big blind wakes up with garbage. That time.
Yep. Sometimes they do wake up with it, though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All part of the plan. Nice. How come you didn't record that? We need to post that. Should have recorded it. Right? That should be the theme song. How to fuck Javi on.
So that kind of player. So I think we're down to like, it should be 13, could be 12. Getting close to the final table.
15.
Javier with queen 5. Benny just checking. A good hand. Oh, Benny flopping a open-ended straight draw. A 10 for the straight. I mean, bet and a call.
Betty calling. It's like, listen, you're not going to get rid of you that easily.
Check,
And he
check, back.
checks it back.
Oh.
Gonna be
Oh,
a
the
chop.
chop, yeah.
Javier's
Unless
running
Javier
good,
bets
man.
it. Javier's going to
Yeah,
bet
unless
it, though.
He bets, and he does.
You don't want to
Knowing
chop.
that he's probably chopping.
Stole it. Stole it.
Man.
Call the
The
cops.
man's cooking. The momentum is real.
Call the cops.
The suck out confidence is a real thing. When you get lucky in a hand, all of a sudden you're like, man, I'm invincible.
Yeah.
You're like, I can't lose when I'm behind. Okay.
Oh, it's ace king and 3 8.
Ace, king, and 3/8. Yeah.
And the board.
We play the board, Benny. Yeah, you know that. He's calling him out. He's calling Javier out. He knows.
I have two free cards.
No, no worries. I just want to make sure you knew.
I had the queen.
I have queen jack. I have queen jack. I need a 10.
He needed a 10. He didn't get the 10. Then he win the hand. Could have bet there, Benny. He could have bet any
Benny, Benny,
stage.
Benny.
I know you. Yeah, 10.
That sometimes that happens though. You let a person take over the action when you check it down the whole way, showing you don't have any strength. And instead of a chop, you lose a pot.
40,000.
And Javier with 4s here, putting the pressure,
Yep, now
40K.
has the chip lead. He's going to be raising.
Benny's
I like it,
mad.
Benny. Let's go, Benny.
Let's go. Puts it all in
Three
here
jigs with a small
finally.
king jack. I love it.
You want to steal
And
my
Javier's
pot?
going to call.
I'll steal
Get a
your
good
pot.
price.
So remember earlier he called down those 8s. We got him in trouble.
Yep.
8s versus queens. So now he's doing it again here, which is a flip. This is the reason why he was calling with his 8s, because trying to be in a similar situation. So ace, 9, 10. 4 gives him a set. I was about to say Benny still had some outs here with
Man,
a
he's
queen,
running
but
good.
We'll play
Bye,
Benny.
Benny.
And just like that, Javier is up to 830,000, and we're down to, I believe, 13 players.
has to
13
be
or 12.
I think it'd be 12.
Yeah, I think
we were already at
graphic team, correct.
Yeah.
Should be down to 12 players.
Since we came back from the break. So what's
And I believe they've now hit a pay jump, if that's the case, to $299 total.
Whatever Javier pep talk he had before the after the break
Yeah,
came
I
back
gotta
on
talk
fire.
ask him about that.
Stole the 2 hands, first 2 hands in the break, and then won 2 hands, and then won 3 hands. Knocked out 2 players.
It's like, listen, you just got to win when you're all in, you know?
I'm going to take this version of the... Are we still doing handemonium? Because we should just copy this about...
Bro.
Oh!
That is painful, Oak.
Oh, hello, everybody. For the last 20 minutes, we were talking on mic was on mute. So
I'm going to take the blame for that one because I muted us before break.
welcome back, everybody. You know, it was my fault. I mean... I'll take responsibility as well. Javier was running so pure. We didn't have to say anything. Just watch the action.
So let's try to remember.
Got to recap on all the things. Javier with King just had a set of fours. Gets Jason the call.
Yeah, we had some good nuggets in there too.
It's kind of like a one-man show again.
So Javier, clean living.
And he asks him if he has any of that. Jason has top pair here. Now going to lose some chips for sure. But he checks. Raised to 60, he says. Just like a kind of feeler bet. He's having too much fun, though. When a player has too much fun like that, just fold. Just fold. Just don't even get involved. You could have nothing. He's still going to beat you in the river somehow.
Yeah, Javier sun running right now.
Jason looking for a raise here. I know he's going to do it. I can just see it in his head. I just don't know how much.
That's going to be, I mean, how much he'd have to reshove. I think he's deciding whether he just wants to commit with this hand at this point.
Javier only bet 60. Jason's got like 300K.
He's got 260 total. I mean, if he raises,
wow, good fold, Jason.
Yeah,
my man. I thought for sure you could put some chips in.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he kind of has to shove or fold. If he raises, what do you raise to? You min raise half your stock.
He's showing you 3 kings.
Javier shows pocket kings.
Says he loses the minimum with top pair. Great fold from Jason.
Wonderful fold. I thought for sure he was going to raise because sometimes you think you might play tricks on you. You're like, this guy's been bullying. He had fours the other hand.
Sure.
He's just trying to steal it with 60K. I got top
and he's
pair.
The big stack, right? It's tough, and that's the part of like when these stacks get shallow like this, it's really awkward because you can't really just call.
Right.
I mean, you can, but it gets awkward, right? Because you invest so much of your stack just to see one more card. What if it turns a blank? Then what do you do?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you think you were good on the
call
flop.
fold. Yeah, I seen that. I see a lot of players do that.
It's difficult to do. And if you rejam and he calls, you're dead. So
coming back for the break, our mics were on mute for the first 10 minutes. Good thing you.
Sorry, guys.
Someone from the chat. Normally, someone from the chat says, "I can't hear you," but it's okay.
Everybody.
It's all right.
So we are down to 13 players, I believe, if that graphic is correct.
It shouldn't be. It should be less than that.
I think we're at 12 actually.
All right, Larry's taking his chance here. Jack 9, all in. Shane folds, and so does Jason. So that worked. Timing is everything. Did we talk about timing? Look at Javier, almost $1 million in chips, 895K. Sun running.
Just like that, he's got over 50% of the chips in play on the feature table and almost 900K total. Was sitting at 50K about an hour ago?
Probably about that, yeah. He lost a race off. He tried to make a flip 8s versus queens, right? It's queens?
Right, or ace versus 10s. 8s versus
10s, okay. That's what it was. He was hoping for a flip. He was dominated. The other player's hand, I think it was Larry or something, won. He was down to 51K. Then he flipped again for 3s, held up. So he got 100K. And then he sucked out. He went all in with king queen versus ace king.
Ace king on the
and
button.
Queen on the river. So you need luck on your side for sure. But since then, been running good. Came back from the break, stole 2 hands with just betting. And then set of 4s?
And then was able, set of 4 eliminating Benny. Benny shoved all in with king jack offsuit pre-flop for 100K.
And then he woke up with king.
Pocket 4s.
No. Yeah, but what was the other hand?
That was the pocket 4s
right,
hand. He knocked out Benny with that. And then pocket kings, there was Rocco. Benny opened with ace-8 offsuit under the gun. Rocco 3-bet to 100K with pocket 6s, and then he woke up with kings in the big blind to scoop a big plot. And Rocco can't fold. He got half the stack in there.
That was the thing. So that's how you get to 800K in chips. How do you win tournaments, folks? It's right here in front of you. All right, now Jason with 5s coming along.
Shane with a much-needed flop, flopping trip queens in a 4-way pot.
And he goes all in.
And Javier with a flush draw.
Yeah.
Jason's dead money in the middle as well, adding to the pot.
Right.
So Javier getting a bit of a better price to call because of that dead money. And he's the big stack.
Well, there is 1-5 that could save him. He would have 5s full of queens.
True.
If you're a believer, there's a card there. So Javier knows that's a big bet from Shane. And Shane goes into the Unabomber mode, pulls his hoodie up, trying to give away no tells. Javier's like, okay, I'll let
Javier
this one go.
would have had to have called 220 to win 430K.
All right.
If you account for the dead money, but Shane's just going to take it down.
Shows the king. He says, well, you might have a better flush than I do. So Shane doesn't show him the queen. Keeps the player a little guessing
like
there.
I like it.
Shows
The big
king.
stack can take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he's running good enough.
I was not expecting you to
Throw a little doubt in his mind.
Right. Javier knows you can't win them all, but you can try.
I thought you might have a queen over there.
Yeah, so we're 5-handed on the feature table. They should be 6-handed upstairs then.
Yeah, they have
so
to be.
I believe our graphic is 11 players left.
Right. Because
so-
otherwise you'd bring a player to balance out
Right.
the tables.
Assuming that's the case, every player has hit a page up of $299, with first place paying out $4,089. So 2 more players down, and we will be at a full feature table.
Full final table.
Full final feature table.
Yeah. It's the final countdown. All in from Michael here. Queen, Jack.
Wait. You can probably hit it.
Javier says, I'm live. Kind of. Michael's joking. You probably would have hit it. When you run that good and like you call 9-7 and you hit it, I've seen players go on a sun run like that. It's just so like
auto calling and auto
just
winning.
call, yeah, just call.
Call and win.
Way behind, get
Yep.
there, get there. Have one out, get there. Then
Yep,
just get
they
there.
call that running like God.
Yeah. That's the skill I need to work on.
Yeah, just run really hard.
Yeah.
But I still think they should have a poker room with an attached gun range.
You just go there afterwards, you get knocked out with some bullshit.
You know, you could even take a picture of the
He's making a joke about that, but you know what? We don't have.
blow it up. I'm not
They
saying
have those
shoot 'em.
popular where they have like
I'm just
computers
saying
and
take the
go in there with
picture,
bats with a rage room or what they're called, something like that. You know what they're called?
You know?
You just take all your aggression out, and break stuff.
Oh yeah. I have seen that. They have room set aside to just. Barstool has that actually. They were for gamblers that lose big bets. They
Yeah.
have a room where you can just throw crap and.
Right.
Yep.
Get that frustration
A
out of you.
rage room.
I mean,
Yep.
there's 2 things: that and a bad beat booth. A bad beat booth, like you pay $1 to hear a bad beat story. Like I got a bad beat story. Come here, I'll listen to
All
you.
right, I'll hear you. I'll hear you out.
I think they opened one up at the World Series and then they got shut down or something. Because everyone's got a bad beat story. 10-10 ace is your flop here. Michael, 80% chance to win with 10-8 in his hand, as long as he doesn't fold.
How much would you need to get paid hourly to accept that job in the bad beat booth?
To listen to people listen?
Yep.
I mean, what's a psychiatrist? A psychotherapist? It's the same thing, right?
Yeah, I mean they're making 6 figures.
Yeah. So I mean, I listen to people's stories for 40K, 50K a year.
Fair enough.
Just stories. All you have to do is shake your head.
Oh, sorry, man.
So,
Sorry to hear
bro,
that, brother.
that's crazy.
That's just awful. I don't think anybody else has ever gotten rivered besides you, man.
I know. Like what?
I mean,
Maybe
your ace is
maybe
lost?
throw in a weight. What?
What? Wow.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And you get paid extra when you say you'll be all right, and they throw you a tip. Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
Yes.
see?
That'd be a good
Yeah,
job.
Tips are where you make your money for sure.
Counselor.
What's his name? The guy that Betty's husband, whatever his name is. Yeah, Randy. He said that they were on a table and they end up having 2 king of hearts or something.
Yeah, so we are in fact 11-handed.
Yeah, here at the count club.
5-handed at the feature table with every player pretty healthy stack size to work with, at least at this point.
On this table, yes.
Oh, and
Everybody
Yeah.
playing pretty solid.
Javier was running away with it, but they slowed him down a
Larry's,
little bit.
Larry's getting short with 110K.
Yeah, Larry is on the short stack. He just got through the blinds, so now you can see a couple more hands. But with 5-handed, the blinds come around real
Yeah,
quick.
that's the problem.
They come around. Oh,
we're-
let's talk about
okay,
nighttime
that is our
tournament.
cue for our nightly tournament beginning.
Yeah. Half an hour delay.
Half an hour delay. This started 6:15. I
Is it
believe
2
you have
hour late?
2 hours to get in.
Late red, yeah.
You know, when they run good.
We're typically at 50, 60 players for that, so still a healthy prize pool if you guys are looking to get in.
Yeah.
Crush this guarantee again for our daily. 14,600 in the prize pool. Just another Friday at the kennel beating the guarantee.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a fun tournament. It doesn't cost you too much money. You get in here, get your reps in, run good, make the feature
one day
table.
you can make $4 grand.
So
Great
beautiful.
day.
Such a beautiful thing. It's a whole month's salary for me.
Yes, sir.
It's below the 5K bracket, so you don't pay taxes on it.
Yep, there's no paperwork, so just get your cash and get out of here.
Larry goes all in. Everyone folds. Larry takes down the pot. 9 high. Makes it sound so easy, right? Just come in here, play some poker, win some money.
Yes, this place will teach you some life lessons. There's been some long walks back to the car, as players will attest.
But Javier showing some tenacity, though. Just a couple of weeks ago, took down this tournament. Here he is again, running good. It's not just luck, folks.
And you know, this is the room you want to play in. Like, there's plenty of action. Anyone that's played here long enough will say you are going to find probably the best action here.
Yeah.
But with that comes a lot of bad beats, and you just that's just the price you have to pay for good games.
True.
Players are going to get lucky on you.
True. Action games will give you some good stories. That's for sure.
That's how bad beat stories happen. You get people calling you down with worse hands.
Somebody tagged Steffi Mo in the hand. Shane playing the deuces.
Her hand hasn't made an appearance very often.
I know. Oh, I thought it was going to be quads, but close. Ace 4-4. Deuce is still good. And hits deuce.
See?
Deuce.
We knew it was coming.
Tag this for Steffi Mo. I'm going to do it right now.
Never a doubt. Never a doubt. And Michael ends up actually making a pair.
Oh, yeah. Michael might lose a little bit of chips here, depending on what Shane bets.
I think he will. He
Look at that value bet there.
Floated king high on the turn, thinking it might have been good.
Look at that
and
value
now end
bet.
Up actually making a hand.
Yeah, gets a
He
call.
does end up getting paid off.
Full house? What?
It's like, that's it. That's all you have.
That's Shane's first full house of the night. He's loving it. Who said deuces never loses? You okay? That's always fun when you play a small pair like that. You flop a set. I mean, you turn a set. You turned it, right?
Yes.
You turned it and then get paid off on the river. Nice value bet. You don't go crazy. And those little chips add up in the long run, you know. 20
Especially
here,
at this
40
point,
there.
right. It seems like an insignificant hand, but that was an 80,000 chip pot.
Pot, yeah. Shane on the dealer button, trying to go back-to-back hands. Pair sevens. 5, king, 4. Doesn't know it yet, but he's still the best hand here. Check, check for both players. Shane checks back to be cautious. 9 on the turn. Check, check again.
Bless you.
I'm going to stay away from you.
Sorry, brother.
So it went checked all the way through, and Shane's hand somehow holds up with the 3 overcards. The ace, king, and 9 all would have beat him, but nobody showed any aggression. So Shane's happy to win that pot.
Takes
3
out valuable chips.
3 overcards. We just said that, right? They add up. Everyone playing a little cautiously. We still don't have the final table, so sometimes checking's fine, but you know, if you go check twice, most of the time people don't have anything. But there are times when someone checks the trap, so you just gotta feel it. Yeah, gotta know your opponents, feel it out.
And to recap some of our promotions, because our mic was muted earlier.
Yes, please.
My fault. We have a drawing tomorrow. So all of you who have won a high hand this past month are entered into a raffle. We're giving away prizes every 2 hours starting at noon, with the biggest payout occurring at 6 o'clock. We're paying out $5,000. So I cannot tell you guys how many names are called, and people are just not here. So we'll have 3 or 4 names rattled off for a $5,000 giveaway, and they're just not here.
That's a shame.
So, regulars too, like not just like random people.
Right.
Like, these are like people that are here all the time.
Yeah.
So please, if you are if your name is entered in there, be here at noon. Give yourself the best chance to win some money. We've got progressives going all weekend. A Royal in Spades pays out $5,500 if you just happen to hit the hand. We have a $210,000 bad beat jackpot. If you lose with quad 10s or better, you get half of the jackpot. So you want the losing hand. The winning hand gets a quarter of that. And just being at the table will get you another 25%.
Right. $105,000 for a losing hand and the story for life. I had aces. He had kings. We went all in.
And
Ace on the flop.
Right. And if you hit the progressives, you get the bag. You get the high hand for the room as well, assuming you hold.
Right.
A Royal in Spades, you're guaranteed $5,900.
Correct.
So plenty of action to be had, and we have tournaments going on throughout the day if you want to play those as well.
It's a giveaway bonanza. It's just crazy.
We just like giving money to you guys. You know, we're giving away $15,000 tomorrow.
Yes,
in prizes.
It's 15K
total,
and the progressive is 100K for the whole month that we're giving away.
That's
so
absurd.
It's crazy. All right, heads up here. King Queen versus King 10. I knew the jack was coming. 5 deuce jack on the flop here. So first person to bet usually wins here.
Michael with position and the king high flush draw.
Yep. Gonna take a
and
stab.
The betting lead pre-flop. Certainly gonna bet here. Question is how much.
2 yellow chips, so it's like 70K, 75K. And fold, snap fold from Jason here.
It's like, yeah, too expensive to speculate.
Earlier on, he was aggressive. Now, like later on the stages, he's been really tightened up, and it's affecting his stack. At one point, he was the chip leader.
Yeah.
Now he's on the shorter stack, and that's what happens sometimes.
You just got to be like Javier, you know?
Got to be like Javier. Get it
like
all
6
in.
all-ins in a row.
Yeah, listen, I mean, don't be afraid. Cards will be what they are. Sometimes you're behind, sometimes you're ahead. Either way, you win, you're happy. If you don't win, you're on to the next one, right? The mindset, though, the difference between, like, mid-cashing is okay, but no one wants to do that. To really win a tournament, you have to be aggressive, and you just got to put yourself out there.
Right. I mean, all the prize money, really the real prize money is up top. I mean, there's just so much of the prize pool locked up.
Right.
I mean, you're looking at over 50% of the prize pool just in the top 3 spots. So when there's no bounties, you know, you're not. Min cashing is a nice consolation prize, but
that's all.
It's your insurance.
That's like a Band-Aid, right?
It's your insurance. You know.
Right. So Javier was the pre-flop raiser, bet out, got called from Shane. The flop came out, check. Javier continued, and that's how he wins the pot. And look at him, just cruising around.
Still sitting at 11 players, 146 to start the day. Every player has $299 locked up. 2 more eliminations, we'll have a full.
Well, I think they're discussing that there's 10 or 9 players.
Oh, okay.
I think there's
so
10 on the
some
clock.
Eliminations upstairs.
Yeah, next elimination we get to the final table.
Yep, blind sitting at 10, 15K, hand 74 of the live stream.
Right.
And Jason going to open shove the button with Queen Jack suited. He's tired of bleeding chips. And Shane's going to wake up in the small blind with Ace King.
He's like, I heard the commentator says I was playing tight. Well, how about this?
Good grief, man. You know what? You bleed out, and then you finally go in, and then someone wakes up with something. Isn't that tournaments in a nutshell? Right?
It is in a degree, but he's still not out of it, though.
No, right.
You gotta
He's
hope
live,
and a prayer.
but man, you're just hoping. It's like, can I at least just steal a blind?
Yeah, at least they're not aces or kings.
It's like, right, you're on the button with Queen Jack suited. Like, you're thinking, I'm just going to
It should be a good spot. It should definitely be a good spot.
Sometimes the blinds do wake up with it, though.
They do. Not often enough, though. So, folks, don't be afraid. Don't be results-oriented. Most of the time, this play works out. Most.
I agreed.
80% of the time, it works 100% of the time.
80% of the time works 100%.
All right, Ace King hits a king, and there it is,
Ace
Shane.
almost flops him dead, and Shane's going to be, or Jason's going to be eliminated.
Jason has been eliminated, so we might be in the final. Yep, we're on the final table, folks. We made it.
We made it. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us in the chat.
I think it might be 8 players, though. I think they lost the play at the same time, so.
There was some chaos upstairs. That
Yeah,
we
final 8.
did not get to witness.
You got it.
Pretty good. Well, we were at 18 for like almost an hour. Nobody moved anywhere, and now all of a sudden, you know, that's how poker can be sometimes. Really slow, stagnant. Same thing when you're playing. You know, cards are dead. You don't get any hands. Don't get frustrated. just wait, be patient. When the cards do come, Shane was very patient.
He was. No, he was.
Made that right good fold.
Yep. He was down to 110K, and then remember he raised 80K with ace-10 off.
Right.
And I think that was one of his low points of the tournament. And now he's sitting nice.
Yeah, almost
Made
500K, I think. Yeah, final table, good
Made
job.
Plenty of chips.
New seats.
You're redrawing.
What? Okay, look, the players pick their seat? That's a new one. Stephanie's going to take over the action. People are not paying
Like,
attention.
you're going to sit where I tell you to
Yeah,
sit.
it's basically how it's supposed to be. Just random.
You actually sitting there? Oh.
Javier moves over one spot.
Larry's going to seat 8.
Like, Steph, I'd like to be to the
and
left of the chip
Javier's
stack.
going to seat
Of the big
5.
chip stack.
Shane is going to seat 7.
And Shane is in seat 7.
And G is in 2.
And he's staying in seat 2, okay?
Oh, Michael does stay in the same seat, which is funny.
You got it?
A little shuffle, shuffle. That's us. Hey, guys, how we doing?
What's going on, everybody?
What are we doing here?
Good to see you.
This would probably be a good time to talk about all the good things that we have going on.
Absolutely.
You want to reiterate?
Go for it. No, it's all you, man. All you.
It sounds repetitive, but, you know, the funny thing is that some people come in and out of the stream. We just know, like everyone's not watching the whole time. So we repeat ourselves because some people didn't hear. We have a $210,000 bad beat jackpot. Finally got it over 200K. It's been a while, so it's I say the bubble might burst. You know, you never know. It'd be great to be dealt into it. We have the giveaway tomorrow, $15,000 giveaway on Saturday tomorrow, June 28th. And then next month, July 10th through the 13th, is a $300 buy-in, 100K guaranteed tournament. It's one of the best tournaments we run here. Such great value. I think you start with 40,000 in chip stacks. I believe it's 30-minute early,
levels,
and it goes to 40
minutes.
Yeah,
for day 2.
so it's just great.
You
And the
can't
structure,
beat it.
though,
For
it's just
$300, you can't beat it.
right. Such a great tournament. And like usually, first place is 26,000. I've seen
Right.
up to 46,000 at one time.
Yeah,
It's like
absolutely.
huge.
You're getting at least 25K for first.
Yeah, so it's great value. This is the final table. We finally made it. Thank you, everyone, for participating by watching. There's a black chip, $100 bounty tomorrow. It's a $300 buy-in, $100 bounty. That comes in tomorrow, 11:15 a.m. with a 2-hour late registration. Stephanie Moe will be on the mics tomorrow.
Yep.
Brandon, you're doing a great job, man.
Thank you. Happy to be here, guys. Thank you for all of us in the chat that have joined.
Okay.
Please like, comment, subscribe.
Yes.
And remember, raffle tomorrow starts at noon. Be here
Right.
at noon, and the big giveaway is at 6 o'clock. So make your dinner plans for 6:30 if you have to leave.
Yeah, if you skip the first one, it's fine. You know, be here too. I mean, yeah. 1K, no one's going to change. But, you know, definitely be here at, at 6 o'clock.
I'm telling you, you missed that first one, and then all of a sudden, your name was called. That's just how it goes, man.
That's how you feel about it?
That's how it goes.
I don't know. Sometimes, like, it's bittersweet. You win, your name is called, but for 1,000, I want the 6. I want the 5K.
Get your name in there twice.
That is true, though. That's
Win
another
multiple
thing.
high hands.
If you have multiple high hands in your barrel, there's no rule
You
that
can
says you
double dip.
cannot win more than one time. So
You double dip.
that's the fun part. It's up to random, and if you pray to the poker gods,
Maybe it's your day.
it could be. When it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
445 in seat 1.
Javier is still the chip leader, even with the new players coming to the table.
Shout out to our production team running chips, making sure these stacks and seating assignments are correct. Steph and Trevor, thank you guys so much. Our dealers in the box. Joey, our tournament director. Thank you all for allowing this show to run smoothly.
Joey Dolan's one of the friendliest tournament directors I know of.
You're really not going to find a friendlier guy.
Yeah. And he's in the
In the
field, like,
poker scene for
yeah,
sure.
like,
I mean-
he's a tournament director, but he's also running the tournaments. You can see him, like, in the middle, like, the mix of things. I'm like, you don't have to do that.
So, yeah, but you don't got to do that.
You can appoint somebody. Yeah, he can appoint somebody, but he does it. So, great guy, so friendly, very knowledgeable. We're going to deal for a new button spot.
Okay, Danton, so you're asking about Javier's chip up. So this was a recap. So he was at around 100, what was like 120K?
51K was his lowest point. He went all in.
Right.
Doubled up with threes.
He went right. He went all in with threes, won a flip versus ace king, got called.
Right.
And then the button opened with ace king suited. He rejammed. Javier rejammed in the small line with king queen. River to queen to suck out.
Right,
For
another
around
full double up.
240K plus
Correct.
some dead money.
Right.
And then let's see. Benny opened up under the gun with ace-8 off.
Well, he won a couple small pots out there. I think he had
Right.
300K, and then we came
The
after
big
the
pot,
break.
Right. The big pot
Yeah.
was Benny opened to 60K with ace-8.
Right.
Or 20K. Rocco 3-bet with sixes to 100K.
Right.
And then Javier woke up with kings in the big blind to rejam. Rocco called for another 100K because he had half his stack in there.
Yeah.
So that was like a 500,000 chip pot.
Pretty much.
And then after that, he just, winning small pots here and there.
Yeah, he knocked out another player, set of 4s.
Yep. 4s
so
for he knocked
two
out
big
Benny.
So
4s versus King
he picked
Jack.
up those 2 big pots, though. That's where he got all his chips from. It's
Yeah.
like literally like 3 big hands, but the first one goes back to the flip, though. The 3s held up. Because if he loses the 3s, he don't have that situation. He's
For sure.
out of the tournament.
Yep.
So from 51K to almost $1 million. Is it $1 million?
He's
It looks
at
like
around
$1 million.
900. Yeah, a little
1,
over 900.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9. Yeah. Sitting pretty. But, anything can happen, though. This is the final 9. It's a new 8 players here. You got to survive. Just because you have chips doesn't mean you can keep them.
For sure.
So
yeah.
I'm not jinxing the guy. I'm just saying. The blinds are 10K, 15K. Larry opening up here. Queen Jack, 45K. Evan new to the feature table here. Same hand folds.
And Larry opening up for almost, a third of his stack under the gun +1.
Michael with Queen 10 suited makes the call. Throws in 2 yellow chips.
And now
Ken in the small blind with ace-9.
Going to debate if he should
Nope.
get involved. Yeah, it's like too many people.
Javier thinks he's priced in here.
Javier,
8-6
and
of
he's
clubs.
super live. Getting a great, he's got the chips to do it now.
Yeah, he also knows if he catches a hand that they can't see, a straight or something,
Yeah, he can
2
knock
pair.
out- chance to knock out either one of these guys.
For sure. Ben would have got the entire pair of aces if he played, but it's 4, ace-9. All in here for Larry with queen high.
I like the bet, to be honest. I know
Yeah.
it's risky.
As long as no one has an
Two
ace.
other players. Yeah, you're repping the strength, right? You're the short stack.
Well, he can't win the pot if he goes down to showdown, right?
Right.
I mean, he has the best hand, but he turned his hand into a bluff and it works. Sometimes you just got to go
Much
on a
needed
limb.
pot, too. There's a lot in there. Much needed pot for
Oh,
Larry
yeah.
to take that down.
Stephanie asking the players if they like a starburst.
Getting a star- that's
Shane's like,
always
yes,
a
please.
Yeah, if you have a pink one, give me all of them.
Free starbursts.
Let me see. You can look for the pink one. I'm going to bet on it.
You
What color is
just,
it?
just reached in there.
Yeah,
Look
all
like-
the pink ones.
Shane's running good. He's got the pink starbursts.
Yep.
You want one? I got them over here.
Dude, absolutely.
But they sound like on the mic, so.
Okay.
Just
I apologize ahead of time, but I don't think I can resist. I got to back up my talk here. That's that's professional advice.
I'm
from
very
Oktay. That's
bad
a-
influence.
That's a veteran advice right there for sure.
Dane, that was such a long time ago when you saw him at 50K. Yeah, that's a long time ago. When they were 18, they were standing. But that happens, though, when you go on a stream, you watch a little bit, you leave, you come back, and you're like, whoa, what the hell happened? On Twitch, it's hard to, I don't know if there's a rewind button, but definitely on YouTube, if you watch us on PBKC Poker on YouTube, there's a little bar that you can go back and forth, and you can scroll, and you can find out where things went. So it went all in here for Tony? Is that what happened? Took down the
and
pot?
I believe so. And Dan, all those hands for Javier happened in pretty quick succession, so it shouldn't be hard for you to find.
Right.
They happened, I think, within like a half-hour window. Half hour to 45 minutes.
Oh, the 2 knockouts were, yeah.
He
but-
shipped up really fast.
Right. But it was over an hour ago when he had 50K, though, so that's a while ago.
Yeah, he had 50K, won a flip with 3s, and then all in with King Queen versus Ace King. Ended up
The
sucking
suck out.
a river Queen, and then he woke up with Pocket Kings.
The suck out
versus
heard
sixes in
around
the big blind.
West Palm Beach. A queen. Not good. Starbursts are not good for microphones.
I won't judge you. blind on blind action. Shane deciding how he wants to proceed.
I couldn't do it.
Just calls.
Deuce, ace, queen.
Check, right?
Check and a check. So, jack on the turn.
See if any player decides to try and steal it.
It's interesting, though. I mean, look, if they go to a showdown, 9-7, it's really a chop pot most of the time, but the first aggressor is going to win this pot.
Out of position in the big blind. You get
Out
to
of
see your opponent
position.
Check the second time.
Correct.
Chances are he doesn't have anything.
Right. That's a skill play. So sometimes poker goes to show you there's a lot of luck involved.
Sometimes you got to make your own luck.
Yes, sir. Definitely got to know. Checking there is just a bad play. I mean, you get checked twice. Like I said, sometimes they're checking because they don't have anything. Sometimes they're trapping, but you just got to know. You just got to have a feeling for it. So you get that over a period of time of playing enough. You're in position. Small blind usually has garbage. They were just calling to see a flop. They don't have anything. You bet, you win. Simple game.
Right. And we are 8-handed. Every player having locked up $463. And $4,089 for first.
Sorry, 35.
Evan with pocket fives going to raise out here, 45K. Huh? Did he just try to string bet on me? Did he say 50? What was that?
Yeah, that was kind of funky.
What did I just see?
Yeah, it was weird.
It's like, no, I meant to make it 50. Okay, I'll allow it.
You got to rejam.
Well, Chad doesn't mind. He's going to go all in here. Ace, queen.
Ace, queen off with 200K.
That's a good bet. Gets everyone to fold. Now, Evan has to make a decision here.
Evan's in a tough spot, knowing you're flipping at best pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep, does decide to let it go, doesn't want to flip.
Javier might have made that call.
Does love his pairs.
He likes, he knows sometimes you're flipping. It's hard to make a pair in poker. When you got one, sometimes you just got to go for it.
Yeah, dealer
Yeah.
gives it to you. The easy way.
I mean, how else are you going to make quads?
Right.
So how'd Chad do that? Was he just gambling there, or did he put him on a read that the player was raising light?
I mean, I think he knew that his hand was too strong to fold. It's a hand that plays better as a reshove. And you've got two good blockers in your hand, an ace and a queen, so chances are your opponent, it takes away a lot of like the monster hands that he could call you with. So, and if he does have a pair, better hand, you can get him to fold.
Right.
It's like if you're willing to call off that much with fives, you just tap the table, say nice call, and hope he win a flip.
But it would have been crazy if he had ace king.
No, well then, yeah, you just say GG's, cooler.
Right.
You got it, you got it.
That's when ace king becomes a monster in a tournament, right? A little limp in here for Tony, trying to see the flop. Evan says, okay, I got 9-3. Now you got to raise you. We'll see a flop. And it's Jack 6-4. Good flop for Tony. Top pair. What does he do here? All in.
Yep. Not gonna
I don't
play
like my
games.
kicker. I don't like it. Sometimes that works like a charm, like that. I mean, that board was kind of.
Just notice Shane is wearing a Friday the 13th hoodie. He's now my pick to win this tournament. Stone Cold Killer.
Do you know what Jason's last name is?
Voorhees.
Yeah, you do know.
Oh,
All right.
Yes, sir.
Oh, boy.
Big horror fan.
That's great.
Classic horror, not like the new stuff.
Right. But the first
Halloween,
movie, though,
Scream.
Jason wasn't the killer.
He wasn't. His mom was the killer.
was the killer.
Yep. Mrs. Voorhees was the original killer.
So sick.
Horror trivia.
But she wasn't that scary, so they put a mask on a big guy and never died. That guy was crazy.
Did you ever see the original Scream?
No.
Oh, buddy, you're missing out.
Wow, that's good.
Scream franchise is a classic.
Yeah.
It's a must-watch.
Ken here, string raising. He did verbalize it, though, so we'll allow him to put the chips out the way he wants to.
Nothing wrong with it. Hey, he did it correctly. Listen, you say the number. I don't care how you get him out there. But verbalize first.
I kind of like how we put him out there, too.
Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, it means business.
Little soldiers.
He's like, listen, I have thoroughly calculated this betting size.
Good job from
Takes
Ken.
it down,
Take
Ken.
it down, buddy. Goes to show you the different styles of people, the way they play. Not everyone cuts out chips the way dealers cut out chips. They put them out the way they want to. The annoying thing is in a cash game when someone goes, I call, and then they put 10, 20.
Oh my God.
Joe, just put it out on the dealer.
I will reach on my buddy move. I'll give him the little slap his hand. I'm like, just let me just.
Come on.
Or I'll tell, like, younger guys that maybe their first time in here and they're doing it. I'm like, God, just throw chips out and I'll figure it out.
Right.
Just throw them out there. I got you. It's what I'm here for.
Ooh, the blinds have gone up 10K, 20K, 20K. So if you only got a stack size of 200K, you're in the red zone.
Rent is up. It is now 40K per orbit.
Yeah, 50K. 50K.
Oh,
20, 20, 10.
Oh, 50. Hello. Math is
okay.
hard.
That's okay.
Math is hard.
No, you're right.
It is now 50K. Excuse me.
Yeah.
To see in orbit. Rent has gone up.
I mean, 10 of those got a 500K stack, right? 10
I don't know
steals.
why I was thinking 20, 10, 10. The small blind's not paying the ante. Big blind.
That'd be interesting.
Yep. 40K if you're the big blind.
We'll punish the small blinder. They put 10 in there, 10 ante. All right, Chad's got ace 10, so I'll play with you. Let's go. Javier checks his whole cards again to see if I have any hearts or spades. And here's your flop. King 7-4. Both players missed. Chad checks. This is what's called the C bet. Don't matter what your cards are. Just hope the player doesn't have anything and believes you. And Chad folds. See? ABC poker. Now, if Chad was Superman, had X-ray vision, he could see that Javier only had Jack high. He could put in a 3-bet and look like a professional. Sometimes you got to test those people out, re-raise them, find out where you're at.
Yep.
Who cares if he's a chip leader?
Still sitting at A-handed blinds 10, 20, 20, and 82 of the live stream. Plenty of healthy stacks in play.
Shane's agreeing the table has no talk to it. It's a very boring
it is
table.
A little conservative, right? A little quiet. We need Benny back. We need Benny and Mike back.
This goes with my pink thong. Your pink what? Thong.
Or Rocco. Rocco's funny too.
And Rocco.
I love Rocco.
I love Rocco, man. Super nice guy.
1-7.
Very interesting that you got talking now that you have a hand.
Disgruntled Jets fan that he is. Poor guy. Gonna be another long year for them.
So Ken here has a hand that he could defend with. He is in the big blind. Michael open shoves for 170K. If Ken calls and puts out 10 chips at a time, I'm just going to run over there. I mean, I know it's 30 minutes ago, but I'm just going to be so upset. Ken's got one of our PBKC hoodies. I love the black and red hoodie.
That adds some equity to your hands when if you wear
Yes.
PBKC apparel, like 2 to 3%.
Yes.
For a hoodie. Yeah. I'm down
For
with
the
that.
suck out. Yes.
Ken, another one of our nightly regulars as well.
He makes the call. Oh,
little
the
pump
table
fake?
grunts.
Okay.
The table grunts.
And he does call. He
Yeah.
makes the correct call with ace queen.
King 10 versus ace queen.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
All cards are
Michael
live.
trying to shove using some of his blockers, but Ken with too good of a hand.
Oh, man, they both hit a pair. So it's 10, queen, 8, 5, 4, and Ken wins this pot, and we eliminate a player.
We are now 7-handed. Every player guaranteed $589.
Real quickly there, your payouts at the front. You can see them first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh players.
Come back when you can't stay so long, all right?
Why don't you tell us how you really feel?
Mike was fun to be on the table. Javier saying that was an easy call. What took you so long? Basically.
Man, do your due diligence.
Yeah. I mean, That's why they call ace queen the parking lot hand. Let's say Michael shoved with ace king there, then you're in trouble with ace queen. But it doesn't hurt when you hit the top pair. Nice flop. Ace queen is live. Your chip counts, Javier still with 810K. Ken, after winning that pot, is now in second place with 580,000. Shane, not too shabby. At one point, only had 100K. Now he's got 500,000 sitting in the mix.
Yep, battled his way back.
He's staring at that clock too. Like, what are the chop outs?
He's like, what money am I guaranteed now?
Right.
So that'd be $589.
Chad, he's got 11 big blinds with 210K.
Kind of look like Nate Bargatze, the comedian. You ever get that? No, I never heard of him. Good luck, guys.
No, he doesn't look like Nate.
That was my fault.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe like a brother or something, but not like Nate at all. Nate Bargatze. He's funny. Larry, ace 10 of clubs.
Raise. 53K.
Raise it up. 53. Tony folds.
65K.
65 is the raise. Okay.
We got rid of it.
Everyone's into folding. Javier, ace queen.
Just clean.
He said, all right, all in, let's go for it.
Running
And
so
Larry
clean,
snap
he
calls.
snap
He
calls
can't
dominated.
fold. First one shows wins. Javier's not lying. So it's diamonds versus clubs.
Yep, he's been a stone lock in this spot. Up to this point in the tournament, we'll see if ace queen holds.
That's a positive juju, though. Did you hear him, though? First one that turns over wins. But Jack 5-9 of clubs, king of diamonds. They both got flush draws.
Look at this.
What is going on? Oh, the club gets there. So I guess the first one who turns it over doesn't always win.
When both players with an absurd amount of equity on the turn. The flush draw plus a gutter. And Javier finally, momentum cools a little bit. Loses it's a pretty sizable pot.
I tell you what, though. I tell you what. If Javier would have won that hand,
it's,
no chop.
I'm gonna be honest, it's over. Yeah,
he's gonna play it out to the end.
The stream is probably over. Like he's probably winning if he wins that hand. Just a solid player. Not just going to punt chips away once he gets them. Makes the correct call, and Larry ends up getting a much-needed double up.
Larry bumps up to the first place with 500 now. And even though Javier drops at the fourth, all those four stacks, look at them, all 500, 500, 500.
Pretty balanced chip dispersion for the most part.
I've never seen a final table with this many even chip stacks. I mean, come on.
It's anyone's game now.
I think I might have jinxed Javier.
You might have jinxed it a little bit.
Well,
we were gassing him up a lot. Saying, hey, man, he just never loses. He's sunruns.
I never said he never. No, don't put words into my mouth. I never said that. All I said was, he is the chip leader on this table. However, can he hold on to those chips? Is what I said.
Hard to do.
It's just poker. I've been there before. I mean, we've all been there. We see it happen.
Got to win your 70-30s.
You sure do.
Javier does bleed a little bit, but he's still sitting at around 4th or 5th in chips at 510K.
Yeah, the good ones know how to bounce back.
Oh, yeah. He's unfazed. He's all smiles.
No, 42. 42, yeah. 400 like that.
I tell you what, though, Larry's momentum has changed, though. He did steal a couple of pots, and then he won a flip, and now he's in the hunt. He's, chip leader leading out here with a king-queen, 20K.
Him stealing that pot with queen high and the ace high board.
Right.
Betting into 3 people. All of a sudden.
It's correct.
You win that pot, and now doubles up with that amount.
So Evan here with pocket sixes thinks he's got a pair. He's going to raise it to 60K. Ken folds. Javier lost the last spot. He folds. Shane with Jack 10 of hearts. Some people like this hand. They're ace crackers. He's going to make the call. Got a lot of, like you said, equity, straight draws, flush draws, 2-pair draws. A lot can happen.
Beautiful hand.
Jack 10?
Jack 10 suited. Good. No limit and Omaha.
So Larry, who initially raced the 20K, he's like, do I re-race here or just call the 40 more? See the okay, just to see the flop.
Just gonna flat, yeah. Hand that could be dominated occasionally. This time he's not, fortunately for him.
King, 10, Jack. Little spice for everybody. Evan, now from the start, the first to last place. What does he do, though?
Does he try to rep the board?
Yeah, he's going to turn his hand into a bluff.
Each player has a pretty healthy piece of the flop.
Right. I mean, for Shane's perspective, that's kind of the flop you're looking for, right? A piece with a draw.
Oh, absolutely. That's great. It's a great board.
Right.
And even Shane, too. You got a pair, a gut shot, and a backdoor flush draw. You know, but that's a pretty healthy bet sizing, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to continue.
Shane?
With Larry,
with Larry behind him?
With Larry behind him,
Interesting.
correct.
Yeah, the middle position there.
Because that bet's almost 100,000. Evan's got a third of his chips in there. I mean.
Well, he didn't instant muck, so
yeah,
he's thinking about
right,
something.
Because he does have a lot of equity, but wow, he does call.
Told you he was going to
That is
call.
just- yeah, but now, will it pay off?
Well, that Larry's hand, even though it was so big as it is, kind of shrivels up a little bit because you got a raise and a caller. So, yeah, you're drawing to a straight with a jack, but how good is your king, though? You can't feel comfortable in this spot. And Larry knows it. He doesn't want to re-raise the pot because then you kind of like locked up your hand. So he might make the call as well.
This is the thing is like Evan only has 200K back.
Ooh, 3 ways to the turn.
Call,
we
so
go.
We're gonna see if this is a really big pot now, sitting at over 500K.
If somehow Evan knows how to win this hand and bluffs it, I'm just gonna fall out of my chair.
Whoever wins this pot is gonna be our new chip leader.
For sure. Here comes your turn card. That's another
And
king.
that's the
Now
clean
Larry
card
feels
for,
good.
For Larry. Yes, please.
Worst card for Shane to see because you know when you draw through a straight when someone has a boat or possible quad, so you just got to check fold. Shane feels so, I mean, Larry feels so good right now. And there's your all-in bet.
Yep.
Doesn't want to see the river card.
Evan's like, yep, just torch a third of my stack. The C-bet, but I don't blame him. I mean, sometimes, you know, those blinds will just muck.
Yeah, you try to do what you're trying to do. Like,
turn your pair into a bluff, rep
right,
the board.
Right. Yeah, Shane
And
gets
then
away
Shane
from it too.
Calls, yep. It's a healthy part of Shane's stack too. It's almost a quarter of it.
Larry
now,
is.
Larry went from 100K again to our chip leader, overwhelming chip leader. Over 30% of the chips in play.
He doubled up, which would have been, if he lost a hand, knocked out of the tournament, and would have been Javier's chip leader. Now is the chip leader with 930K after winning 2 big hands. A double up in this huge pot here with King Queen.
Life comes at you fast.
That's a good one. I love it.
7 players remaining, blinds at 10, 20, 20. 146 players to start the day, and we got $4,089 up top for first.
That's pretty good.
Still anyone's game.
Yeah.
For roughly, 8 hours of work. It's not a bad day at the office.
If you started at 12, it's about that. But I mean, I never started in the beginning of a registration of a tournament. I always wait 1 or 2 hours. So
yeah, that's
you could have late
right.
reg.
Could be even right.
Could be 5 hours, but good for him.
Raise.
All right, Javier. It's like, you know what? I'm tired. This is my turn.
It's like I'm not used to this losing chips. Start getting some chips back.
Yeah, raises with a pair. Pairs have been good for him so far today, except for the 8s. But I like this hand. I like the position. So Larry asked him how many chips he has, and Javier says.
Larry's like, oh, I just got these chips. I'll just nonchalantly call. Not even look at my hand.
Yeah, Jack 9's good enough to defend with.
Yep.
He looked though, right?
No, I'm pretty sure he looked.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, he looked.
5-8-5, great flop for Javier. Unless Larry goes all in or something. All right, he checks.
50.
Gives Javier the green light to fire out a bet. 50K is reasonable. Woo!
I hear you.
All
Javier was going to show him.
Rebate.
He was going to show him, but Larry wasn't looking, so he just folded. He was going to show him, but he's like, oh, you're not watching? A little banter between the two boys. I like it. It's fun. Still having a light conversation. And Larry can't be upset. He's still racking up chips. He's like, I got 100K. What do I care about that?
Like, I've had more.
Whatever you make today, because I've
Been there, done that.
Right? With the aces, I kept you in. You were done. You were walking away, and
Never was walking
brought
away.
you back.
Sitting comfortably.
Is that what it was? He just said, "Oh, you're ahead," just like you said right now.
I didn't want it. I didn't.
Just like you said right now. Oh, you're ahead.
Javier needling a little bit near Larry because of that whole ace flip, ace 10 versus ace queen. You can needle your players.
It's like, sir, remember where you came from.
Ace is 60.
Chips are tournament life at risk as a 3-to-1 dog, and now you're the chip leader.
Right.
All in the span of 20 minutes.
It happens to you so quick, like you said. Like, it can be so frustrating sometimes too when you're card dead, not getting any hands, and you just want to play, and then all of a sudden, boom,
Your fortunes can change so fast.
you're gifted just like
So
that.
fast.
Yep. And like you said, it's still not over because we're still playing. So any one of these people can still take these chips away.
Yeah, it is wide open based on the stack sizes. $14,600 in the prize pool. Once again, beating the guarantee. Everyone having locked up $589.
It's good to have guaranteed money in your pocket. But it's bittersweet at this point, though. You get knocked out now. You're so close to the real money.
Right. It
You
doesn't,
know,
it doesn't feel like a win.
Doesn't feel like a
Even
win
though
at
it
all.
technically is,
Yeah.
but it really doesn't feel like it. Because you're like, how often am I going to be in this spot? You know?
True. But the really key point, though, that's the whole thing. Like, when you really, if anyone gets knocked out next, like Chad here makes a bet, let's say it gets knocked out. You can't beat yourself up about it, though, because you have to celebrate every single win you have. Otherwise, you don't build momentum. You just got to, you know, it's not the results you wanted, but it's still something.
No, absolutely. You put yourself in a position to potentially win, and that's all you can do. You can't control the runouts.
Right.
Just try to make good decisions. If you think you honestly played well and you made basically the best decisions you could, and you know, it is what it is.
If you do that often enough, you're going to get there. Like Steve runs so good here. He second place last night, and I was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing over down here?" He's like, "I gotta play. I'm like, "All right, Steve."
Yeah.
Put yourself in a position to
Build it, and they will come. Just
right.
keep putting in the good volume.
Yep.
And then lightning will strike eventually.
Yep. Our boy Andrew, four-way chop
Yes,
last
sir.
night.
Four-way
He
chop.
was in it.
Took home what, 4,000?
Just under 4, but plus there was a final table tournament, satellite ticket tournament. So
Very
yeah,
nice.
just with that including is over 4K. It's a beautiful thing for a $150 buy-in. That's what
Heck yeah.
poker's like.
That's where it's all about.
I want to
You're
play.
like, this is why I play tournaments, right?
Right.
This is why I bubble for 4 months just to finally win. That's why it's all worth it.
And one win can wash away all those losses.
Yeah,
You're
you forget about all of it real quick. That's how it works.
The satellite ticket's $1,100 ticket into a multi-package 10K satellites tournaments. 10K in tournaments. Like,
It's
oh my
so, yeah.
God,
And it's so much
insane.
easier to play those things when obviously when you're free rolling.
Yeah,
I mean,
Shane all in here with ace queen of hearts. 330,000. I think Shane was thinking about the last hand versus Evan sixes that he could have raised and maybe got Larry out of the hand, but sometimes you're doomed if you do and you're doomed if you don't. So this time puts it all in there. No mistakes once you get all your chips in, right? Just
right, at the mercy of the run out.
right. So downstairs playing the cash games, we have our Bad Beat Jackpot over $210,000. We have our progressives, and some of them have been hit, but the one that's really hasn't been hit is the Royal Flush and Spades. I mean, yeah, it's 1 in 256,000 to hit that, but whatever.
But someone's got to hit it. I promise you it will get hit.
That's true.
It will get hit by somebody. $5,500 plus the high hand if it's before midnight.
Right.
So you're looking at $5,900 if you hit that on Friday or Saturday.
Right.
Just for hitting it. You don't got to win a tournament. You don't do anything. Just hit the hand. You know.
And then tomorrow we're giving away $15,000 cash. That's right, cash.
Cash money.
No checks. 1,000, 2,000, 2,000, 5,000, 2,000, 2,000, 1,000. Every 2 hours from 12 a.m. to 12 midnight. We're giving away money. So all you have to do is have a winning high hand raffle ticket inside the barrel. Still, if you don't have one, you got up until midnight tonight to get a ticket into the barrel. Tomorrow, we're not drawing any. We're not putting any extra tickets in the barrel. So
Start shuffling soon, not right now.
barrel closes tonight. You have a chance. I think it's only 7:30. What time is it now? 7:30. So we have until midnight. You have
To get some
4.5 hours
entries into the raffle, you never know, man.
And on tonight, we're giving away high hands every 15 minutes. Some places do every 30 minutes. We're doing 400 every 15 minutes.
Man, that is insane how much money we're giving away. It's so good, man. And plus, and even apart from the the promotions,
right?
The action's so good.
And the action, you just love the action down here,
too.
right?
It's like,
right.
What more do you want?
65.
Larry raises to 45K, 65. That's the standard raise for him.
And Evan's going to commit with ace-10 off, getting
Oh,
relatively
boy.
short. Yeah, 6 or 7 big blinds with not really much more he can do.
Well, you know, it's a flip if you think it's a flip, but unfortunately, it's only 3 outs, right?
6 or 7 big blinds. You kind of just got to get it and hope for the best. And Larry looking to add to his chip lead.
Well, you still got the straight draw if you go king, queen, jack.
Yep. Spades are live. Could hit Broadway.
There we
or
go.
needs to hit an ace.
Oh, clubs.
And
He's got clubs.
are
He's got the
live.
clubs.
It's just never easy, right?
Jack 7-4 all clubs. 7 a turn.
Yeah, that's usually
close.
how the turns go.
And 7 for a full
Wow.
house.
Clean run out for Larry.
Larry had to fade a couple outs, but
He had to fade quite a lot. This could be a good run for Evan. He's going to be our 7th place finisher, cashing out for $589. We are now down to 6.
that's probably one of the best flops you could ask for with ace-10 versus
Oh, he's taking that all day. If he would have known that's going to be the flop, he's thrilled with it.
Correct. Like, if it didn't get in pre-flop, it might have got it on the flop.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Larry, with our chip leader, first one to surpass the million chip mark.
A million.
36% of the chips in play. And Chad is now our shortstop with 210,000.
Yes.
Blinds at 10, 20, 20.
I had confidence in you.
Well, sometimes you gotta.
You're a Dodger.
Rebel, yep, you've missed, if you haven't been in the chat, some massive chip swings throughout.
A lot of action.
Yep.
And just like that, the blinds have gone up.
We had Jason was our chip leader for a while. And then Javier stacked up quickly to around 900K. And now Larry is our chip captain.
Yeah, Javier was a chip leader until he ran into Larry's suck out. Ace-10 versus ace-queen.
What? 15,000 in there?
15,000, Javier with 9 deuce.
He said all those chips are in there just waiting to be taken. This is strictly a blackjack hand, but he's going to play it anyway.
His speech got the check, though. Shane checked back with 5 high.
I have a feeling that was intentional.
You think you're right.
It's like, please don't raise me. Oh, and he just flops 2 pair.
Javier's running good. 2 pair.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter, though, because Shane only has 5 high, so it doesn't matter what Javier really holds.
Talk yourself into a cheap flop with rags.
Yeah,
Flop 2 pair.
it's pretty good.
You know?
And he shows 2 pair. Yeah, baby.
So it is not a blackjack hand. I stand corrected.
Serious non-weakness.
Didn't play tricky or nothing.
75K in blinds and antes. I mean, that's pretty. Listen, if you could just steal those a couple of times. Chad dropping down to 7 big blinds
And
now.
now that we're getting shorter handed, these blinds are going to be coming around real quick.
When did he decide to get all his chips in? What cards does he play?
Which player are you?
Chad, short stack 210.
I mean, I'm thinking
2 face cards, a pair.
Yeah,
What do you do?
I mean, any pair for sure.
Right.
And probably king, jack, or king 10. If it gets folded to you in late position, almost anything on the button.
In late position, yeah, pretty much anything.
Yeah, but if you're first out into the gun, probably king, queen, king, jack. You're getting that in. King 10 suited.
Yeah, but in Chad's position
pair.
here, you're never supposed to be just limping or flat calling anything.
No,
It's just an all-in or fold decision. In my opinion, some people might disagree.
No, you're right.
Okay.
I think when you're that short, and you're short-handed too, less people that you have to get through.
Right, because like you said, there's situations where you call off and then you're going to fold. Like you just donked off some. Like, why would you do that? Just stack size. You give yourself no chance to win.
Right, and you don't want to get so short to where even if you double up, your stack is still insignificant.
Right, and there's also the thing about when you're short stack, if you go all in and you don't have enough to defend yourself, then you get like 4 callers and you're like, oh.
Right, no, you give yourself no fold equity. Right.
Watch that shit, you're gonna be so disappointed.
You always want to have the chance to take the pot down before the flop, risk-free.
Javier's making jacks. I love it. He jokes. I love it. Just Javier's presence.
Rebel, you've missed quite a lot. It depends when you stopped watching the stream.
Yeah, that's a good question.
What did you miss? I don't know. When did you leave?
Where can we catch up with? Well, Larry's now the chip leader. Got 1 million in chips. And I said, what point does Chad get it all in here? He's going to go with the Kennel Club.
I like that.
King 9.
King 9 suited. That's good enough. That's definitely good enough to shove too.
Yeah. When you short stack, they got called, though. I seen another red button here.
Yeah. Oh, and Shane just wakes up with
Shane with
super
Ace
premium.
King super. Yeah,
That's unfortunate.
suited.
Yeah, Chad's always getting that in.
All right, we see a flip. It's diamonds versus spades. We've also seen some suckouts here where the underdog has won a couple times today. So it's not over yet for Chad. But I think Ace King of spades is going to win here. This is why I like Ace King.
Rebel, you are listed as Rebel Poker on our screen, if that's what you're asking. And Chad does flop a gutter. Gonna need a 10 or a 9. And
that's
he
the
hits
one.
a
He hits it
straight.
straight. Oh, yeah. He did the stand-up thing.
He did the
oh,
he knew.
The equity is
sorry,
standing
yeah,
up.
sorry, Shane. We cost you some equity there, giving the stand-up advice.
Well, it's the K9 in the Kennel Club. That's an advantage as
Suited
well.
K9,
People don't
standing
understand.
Up. He doesn't have gear on, does he?
Oh, he lost, though. Shane had a bigger straight.
Did I just misread that?
I think we both did. I think Shane hit the regular straight. Was there a bigger straight there? I thought it was Queen Jack. Yeah, it was Queen Jack 10. Ace King wins.
So
We're
they
both,
I'm an idiot. Good grief.
We're
I'm
like
not in
Shane.
because I'm commentating, I'm not in dealer mode.
Oh,
if I was
my
dealing,
God.
I would have seen it.
We're the worst. Sorry.
Never mind. Forget everything I said about standing up and adding to your equity. Forget all that.
No,
Ace
listen.
King wins, best hand holds.
This is why Ace King is such a strong hand. Let's just focus on the positives here.
Because you crush King 9.
Because you crush King 9 when a straight happens.
Yeah.
We both saw the straight. We didn't see. We thought he had Chad lucked out, but he didn't. So, oops.
See, dealers can make mistakes, guys.
It's funny when a commentator makes bad comments.
I mean, my goodness. Ace King is going to hold, and we are down to 5 players. Chad eliminated.
Rebel is in another chat. Rebel, why are you cheating on us with another chat? That's interesting. Different handle.
I see how it is, Rebel. It's all good. We still love you.
Yeah. When you have poker attached to your name, Rebel Poker, they listen, you're good for me.
Oh, we got a hand brewing here.
Another big one.
So Shane in the cutoff with Ace Jack of Diamonds and Larry, second hand in a row. We're going to see Ace King of Spades on the button.
Woo.
And he's got the chip lead. Easy living.
And look at the little posture, little
begging him to
things and nuances he's doing here. Yeah, of course. Larry on the dealer
especially
button.
five-handed. I mean, you might as well have kings or aces here.
Talking about the rain.
It
was
is pouring outside.
No, it just died down. It was raining.
Yeah, now that we have, looking 30 minutes into the future, the rain does end up clearing up a little bit.
So just a flat call here from Larry.
I don't like
a little
it, man.
sneaky, a little deceptive. I don't know.
I don't know. It's not. It's to each their own.
Right.
But you're five-handed. I get you're kind of afraid to lose your chip lead, but man, it's
Possibly.
just such a strong hand. You're just facing a single open.
Yeah, you're not also building the pot. You don't even know that.
True.
Shane,
Your opponent's crushed.
Right.
What if Shane reshoves? What if And now, had he re-raised, they both missed. He could take down the
easily
pot
take
on the
down the
flop
spot.
with the
Yeah.
aggression. Right.
So, well, Shane's going to c-bet here because he was the initial raiser, hoping Larry can find the fold button.
And him not 3-betting allows Shane to be the one to apply the pressure when they both miss.
That's correct.
And he can get a better hand to fold.
And I see Shane Larry just folding here. He didn't invest any chips. Like you said, he wants to hold on to his chip lead. Doesn't want to lose a hand. He's got ace high. Maybe he's not a fan of ace king. I mean, he's got ace high. He just folds, right?
He does have backdoor spades. He does beat all pairs, so
that
we'll
was
see
a
if he
hand
peels again.
when Javier called the ace king on a flop bet and then turned the ace. I was like, oh, so how'd you know?
And he just does end up letting it go.
Look.
Yep, he 3-bets that hand. He wins the pot.
And then he gets showed. Shane shows him ace jack. He's like, oh, buddy. He's like, yeah. Arr. all because you didn't want to re-raise.
And then players will say, I hate ace king.
They'll say it right. They'll say that, and dealer, I always lose with you.
Like, you didn't trust it, buddy. Yeah, yep.
It's funny how that happens.
Ace king is the hand of faith. There's a group of people called the Church of Ace King. You know,
Right.
you gotta
Is
have
it
faith.
really?
It's the hand of faith.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love it.
You
I
gotta
love
just, You got to play it like it's the nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. I did last night. It didn't work out for me. But that's okay.
It happens,
It won't
though.
stop. Right. I'm not results oriented.
Right.
I love it. Sometimes you're good. Sometimes you're
You
not.
play it like it's the nuts in the long run, it's going to be good to you more often than not. You'll lose some big pots with it, but
I'm on your same page. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a strong hand. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be in all the charts. It's
That's what I'm
aces,
saying.
kings, ace, king, and queens are even. I mean, it's a 50-50 flip.
it's just math.
That's right. Stick to us, people. We'll get you to the final table.
5-handed Ken hanging in there, a nightly regular. Kind of just quietly laddering up.
He won that one hand with ace queen, but since then, he almost
Right.
folded. And since then, he's been very quiet, though. Not really card dead, not having too much to play with.
Right, and nothing wrong being in that spot. You're just kind of letting the chaos ensue around you.
You're laddering up.
Yep.
Right?
That's-
Next pay jump is $300.
There is equity in surviving.
Yeah. So.
Take it easy.
Javier loves talking his way into a cheap showdown.
Right. It's 10-3 of clubs. There's 2 clubs on the board. Javier has 8 deuce. He had top pair.
Check. Javier does do that. Deuce is a free river.
Yeah.
And then
If it goes to showdown, Javier will win. But Ken's going to bet something. Too small of a
bet's
bet.
way too small.
Yeah.
Javier's never folding. Flop top pair.
What? What happened?
What happened?
Javier raised?
Oh, okay.
Oh, the mid bet was too little. That's why it was 30K.
Oh,
he
he
bet
had
out
to
too
bet.
little.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the dealer's like, it has to be 30.
Has to be 30.
That was kind
Good
of
job,
interesting.
dealer. Thank you. One dealer at the table. Appreciate you for keeping us in check.
That was funny. It was like 20K, call 20K. No, it has to be 30. It looked
Yeah,
like
is
a
that
raise. Like,
tell
who
when your
raised?
opponent just throws out less than the blind? I'm like, I think you have to call.
Right. Very interesting.
Ken might have gotten a little flustered there. He ends up rivering bottom pairs. Like, do I bluff with this? Do I bet with this? Do
Right.
I-
Yeah.
It's like-
And when you're bluffing, don't bluff too small for the pot size. Someone's just going to call you. That's
Right.
the problem. I mean, if he bet large, Javier might have folded because he was only a
I
pair
think
of
he
eights. The jack came on the turn, so.
And Ken has that image where he's not really messing around.
Right.
Like he's
Right.
gonna-
His image would have
he's
been great.
patient
I mean,
all
he's been
table.
tight the whole time. So, right, you got to put him on a big hand. All right, Tony finally waking up with a hand he could play here. Jack 3 all in. Enough is enough.
He was on the I like it, but he is going to end up getting.
Shane called him, right? So we're heads up here.
I'm trying to get the graphics correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Shane
It's Jack
called.
3 and a pair of eights. That's what it looks like.
Yep. Pair going to snap it in there.
Yeah,
Tony
Shane
tried to steal it, tried to sneak one through, and it's not going to work out
Deuce,
for him yet.
7 ace. I know someone folded an ace. 5
Picks
on
up
the turn.
a wheel draw, sneaky wheel draw. Needs a 4.
Oh,
Not
7.
going to hit though, and the 8s are going to hold.
And then number 4.
Yep.
Tony will be eliminated in 5th place, taking just over $1,000, $1,002 to be exact. Every player now having laddered up to 1340.
And the worst thing that can happen when you get knocked down in 5th place, someone goes, "Hey, you guys want to chop?" You're like, "Oh."
Oh, that happened.
Why do you got to say that?
It happened to me at Coconut Creek.
It happens all the time.
Got knocked out in 8th place. They chopped 7 ways. I'm like, thank you for letting me leave, man. Appreciate you just getting right to the point. It's real classy of you.
It's not plastic. This is gold right
Instead of, I win like 400, I would have won like 2,000.
Yeah,
Just
it
chopped.
just happens sometimes like that, you know.
But I get it.
Yeah, I know. They're not
Someone's
doing
gotta
it
be the
intentionally
chop
to be
bubble,
mean.
for
It's just-
sure.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that happen. So
If the knockout, all of a sudden the stacks make sense, the remaining stacks, I get it. It's just
we're
part of the
four-handed
game.
though, and quick. We remember we were 18 for like an hour and a half, and now all of a sudden things are heating up here.
If I have a hand, I raise. If I have nothing, I fold.
Javier is saying,
This
if I
is
have
quite-
something, I'm raising.
This is quite the group here.
I love it.
It's one in a row. That's the first time you've ever folded your button.
No, it's not. I folded twice.
Second time.
Okay, there you go. So pay attention.
Chatter between Javier and Larry is great. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not.
Javier saying, don't disrespect me. Don't assume I'm opening the button too wide.
Right.
I am capable of folding it.
Game, I like it. Heads up.
8-4-8. Small blind, big blind, both check to the turn. 5 of clubs. Larry in the lead here with king high. Got to play it safe. Check, check. 3 on the river. And check and showdown. King high wins this one.
Should have been in there.
What?
8 and a 4. You see why I folded?
Javier would have won if he played it.
No, you know what to do.
Four-handed on the button with 8 high. How are you not ready?
If it was suited, I'd be in there.
That's an all-in hand right there.
Shane chipped up really nicely, you know.
30,000, sir. Like, very quickly.
Playing solid. And you picked him to be the winner with that hoodie.
Oh,
so.
yeah, no, I saw the hoodie. I know it's over. Yeah, he's winning. Bonus points if it was Friday the 13th. It's not.
That's true. So Ken's the big blind. Javier raising with king 3 of clubs. Raises 60K. What's a mid raise?
60.
So
not to Brian. Opening up 60K.
Sick day.
Sick day.
Sick day. It's funny how they say it too.
I hear that in my sleep.
Did Larry reopen there? Queen 10 from Larry raises. No, he calls. So he flat called. Okay. It looked like the way he put out his chips. I thought he raised.
So okay, Javier open under the gun to 60.
Yeah.
60K with a suited king. I like that four-handed, and then Larry's gonna come
defend
along with
Queen
a
10.
Broadway.
And hits a queen. So
hitting top pair.
And you know, 4 players, when you hit top pair, you're normally
6.
good.
Yeah.
Checks here. See, he thinks Javier was C-bet, and he does.
And yeah, Javier does pick up bottom pair, so
45 is the bet.
decent amount of the time going to have the best hand.
Larry looks back at his whole cards like he has a decision to make here.
Does have the 10 of hearts. And now, if you're Larry, or how would you prefer to play this hand?
Knowing that Javier could have any 2 cards, I'd probably put it in a raise, though.
You'd like to raise and just take it down now?
No, not necessarily take it down. I just, you build the pot with top pair. I mean, Javier's calling any small bet. Don't have to go crazy. See what the turn card comes. I'm not afraid of the next. Some people are afraid of the streets that could beat them.
See, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
That's why I don't mind him flatting here. You know, don't be afraid of like an overcard or a bad run out. Be
Right.
good enough to call down correctly. You know, get comfortable with doing that because that's how you make a lot of money.
Right. Value is the problem. People don't understand that, though.
For sure.
They kind of, the fear gets
Right.
into them about being beat and stuff.
Right, and you lose value.
Right.
What you said was perfect. It's just you lose value by not letting players bluff or bet with worse hands. There he goes.
Look what I called you with.
Yep. Pair of threes.
Because the flush draw breaked out.
Yeah.
Talked himself into a call.
Good value. Yeah, good value bet there from Larry.
Just letting him know.
Just got him in. 1.2 million for Larry, chip leader. Shane right behind him though, 900K. Javier, after losing that pot, drops down to 500K. And Javier said that's his plan though. He's gonna lure him in by.
He has him right where he wants him.
Keep him guessing.
This is where you say, all right, guys, this is your last chance to chop. This is your last chance. Ken sitting at 10 big blinds, 300K. Gonna four-handed. These blinds are gonna come around real quick, so gonna have to get out of your comfort zone eventually. Hey, it's like Queen 4 under the gun. Suited's not a terrible hand. Four-handed, to be honest.
Right.
12:30.
Ken has ace-8 here on the small blind.
Nutted. I'm reshoving that every time.
We're re-raising to 80.
He heard you.
Yep.
He raises it to 80K. Cuts Javier out of the way.
Yep.
7-3.
Attaboy, Ken. Take a stand.
What do you have, Heinz, sir? Like 300. All right, I'm gonna let it go.
Attaboy. Doesn't have to see a flop. Much needed boost to his stack. Well done, sir.
The taunting just makes me smile. Oh, that's my favorite part of this game, is being taunted. I'm here for the abuse.
Way too much.
Javier made a little bit of a chicken noise. Bark, bark, bark. And
he's like, yeah, goat someone into
Yeah.
knocking out the short stack. He's like, please ladder me up. Do the work for me.
That too, but I think he thought Ken had a bigger hand than Ken actually had.
Right.
And was happy that those chips from Larry, who's his nemesis right now, goes to another player. So
he's saying, big stack, don't make a tight fold against the short stack.
Yeah.
Come on. Clear out the riffraff.
Because obviously, you know, the chips would be better in Javier's favor to his right than to the left. So.
There are levels to this.
Yes. That's a flat call here from Javier.
A crying call, string call, as I like to call it.
I'm very weak. I'm gonna check.
Looks like a lot of diamonds on the board. Can't see it without them putting it out there. There it is. 4-6, Jack 6. So check to the turn. Shane's gonna bet and chew on something. What is he? The Starbursts, and wins.
Yep. Turns the open ender and decides to start betting.
Turned his hand into a bluff, but if it went down to showdown, they chop.
Four-handed.
6-6, Jack 10, Queen. Both had a queen. It would have been a chop. So.
There'll be 221 hands before you see them again.
Exactly 221. Start counting. You're on 2.
220 to go.
Lines are 15K, 30K, 30K. Give the production team heads up here because they're four-handed, so those cards come around fast. You got to punch in those little computer codes, and Ken's got King 10. Javier was making jokes now on the button with jacks. Still making jokes. He's going to put in a raise here. Let's go for it all.
Like, yep, I will risk my tournament life with this hand, four-handed.
Yep. All jokes aside.
A little bit better than 2.
7-2. You playing the 7 deuce game?
Ken's asking him questions. Nothing wrong with that.
If you have a pocket pair, you should call.
You can't say that.
Javier is hoping he had a pocket pair, but he doesn't. He lays it down. Ken folds.
He conceded.
Concedes.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
Looks like they're a fun four right now, having a good old time.
Loosen up a little bit. Everyone's got some guaranteed change in their pocket.
Get some beers over here.
Everyone guaranteed 1340.
That's not bad. You got that locked up.
Worst case.
$1,400 in your pocket. Yeah, I agree with you. If you're not really cared about the results and you're happy with $1,400, you know, let loose.
This is why you play for, you know, to make the top, 4. So it's 2/3 of the prize pool are locked up in the top 4 spots. So.
Right.
I'll say min cashing is overrated. That's my take for the day. Ace King is the nuts, and min cashing is overrated.
8-9 on the flop.
I think I played the first hand of the game.
I mean, poker strategy is great, but you do have to have cards come your way. We've seen some good cards, and we've seen some double ups, and that's how you got to do it. You got to win your races, got to suck out when you're behind. Good hands have to hold up. You got to get pocket kings a couple times, knock out a couple players. Javier's ran really good earlier.
Hopefully players behind you don't wake up with monsters,
Right, when you have sixes and you jam half your stack and then someone wakes up with kings.
Kings is a big money. You got to avoid
Yeah.
that.
No way.
We wait indefinitely. I think they want me to go out.
And now the chips seem to be circulating a little bit around each other. I mean,
No. You can blind yourself all by yourself. You can blind yourself out at 75,000 around.
it's right. With the blinds and antes, it's 75K in the middle. So if I was Larry in this position with these three players, I just have a stack of red in my hand because that's going to be my bet size. It would be 100, 100, 100. If you get caught, you get caught. But, I mean, Larry has 8-5 now here. See, I wouldn't have folded. It'd be 100.
Yeah. Auto opening.
It's look at these cards, though.
Yeah,
Ken's
no,
got
for
king
sure.
2. I mean,
Getting by the pound now?
I'm committing myself.
he makes the move because your head's up, and that's a great play from Ken's part. And now I think Larry feels like he made a good fold. But unfortunately, if he would have raised, Ken probably wouldn't be playing this hand.
That is correct.
But what do I know?
Oh, God.
Yeah, Jack 5's not a hand you can defend with. It's a good sized raise from Ken.
I'm shaking in my boots.
Give him credit. You can laugh about it, but that's what happens.
You already set it to the side. Tell him. I want to bet about this much.
Javier thinks his bet size was funny.
That's not a sign of strength at all.
That wasn't strength. He was stealing.
But he was taking a stand. That's what that bet sizing says.
Correct. That's what it was.
It's like I'm dying on this hill. If you want to come in, it'll cost you that much.
At this point, they just all told each other what their names were, like they didn't know before. This is where you stand up in the group. Hi, my name is Shane. I've been addicted to poker for 20 years.
Is this correct? Ken getting the same exact hand again?
It's possible.
Oh, no, he had king 3, I think.
It's possible. Of hearts. Doesn't want to try to stand again, though, for the dealer one, because doesn't know what these two other players might do behind them. Here's your flop. 6, ace, 7. Javier says 35. Before the chips get out there, he wins the pot.
Fast decisions.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hollywood or me. Really, you're gonna give it to him after all my
I just
effort?
wanted to see if you were paying attention.
Bring me that golden
A lot of the time, people are not paying attention. I like to keep them on their toes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really important to really keep the players on their toes. Yeah.
Especially in this kind of game.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Four-handed, though, your range really should be opening so wide.
Especially if you're a big stack. I get that the stacks are still kind of close, like relatively, but
Is that binding? I haven't looked.
especially late position, you should be opening up a little bit wider.
You got too much.
Like queen 5 suited, queen 6 suited, you could definitely like min raise those hands.
Right.
I got 320.
Javier hasn't looked at his whole cards. You're going to be surprised when he's on the
waking
button.
up to a gift on the button.
After taunting Larry about going all in.
Just shipping it. Ooh, Shane here.
Shane folded. Shane folded king 10. Yeah, he snap folded. Because it wasn't a half bet. It was an all-in bet. So.
Oh, yeah, that's half his stack. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not going to call that king 10.
No, give me the 21.
21. Double down.
Something about Larry said something he was going to raise, and Javier said, "Is that binding?" So
it's like, no, sir, you changed the action.
Javier wish he would have done the blind, because then it would have been great. And it's a great question. There's four-handed. Nobody has talked about a chop, so
Javier is not prone to chopping, so we will see what happens.
not when he has chips in his in front of him. So, but they're relatively. I mean,
it's kind of balanced for the most part.
I think he might discuss it if the Ken gets knocked out, because Ken's got the short stack and he's in the big blind. So
now, yeah, it's these orbits are costing you 75K per.
Right.
And we're four-handed, so Ken doesn't have a lot of room to wait. 6 deuce of diamonds in the big ain't gonna cut it.
no, Larry has king 9, just flat
Surprised
calls.
Larry didn't raise there.
I think he was hoping that was Ken going to raise, but Ken didn't do it. Because remember, Ken did it last time. So.
Yeah.
But he didn't, so we get to see a flop. 10, 7, 4.
Now, if Larry checks, you think Ken's just gonna check back or try to steal it?
Check back. But I'm wrong, because he's cutting out chips. Look at this. Ken's got some play in him, buddy. 6 high, 70. Not his first poker tournament. I like the bet.
Yep, he's like, I don't have time to wait.
This is
I
what
gotta
happens.
make my own luck.
Yeah, Larry should have bet the flop
He
pre.
should have raised pre.
Right, but for some reason he didn't. I think he was trying to be tricky, and now he saw a flop, and he's going got king high. So
And they know I had 10.
Well,
Ken, a little eye there says, if I show, then you'll know I have the 10.
Everything.
these guys are pretty good, man.
Javier doesn't like to see that when the short stack gains some chips.
No, he does not. when he sees the stream,
Yeah.
the king 9 limped.
Yep.
Could have stole his blinds.
Oh, 2 cards for one player.
Okay, all right, we will redo that. Wild pitch.
8.5 hours. That was part of the fun. We paid 8.5 hours. They could never do it where
It's a destiny fumble.
Javier says it's raining outside, so he doesn't mind staying here for another 2 hours.
We haven't seen the outside in 9 hours.
They should sell umbrellas here.
I haven't seen outside in 3 days.
Folks, we're at 106 hands here on the stream. Blinds still 15K, 30K, 30K, four-handed, final table. 146 entries down to the final four. 10K guarantee. We crushed it. We got 14,600. We're first place, getting $4,089. Woo!
Not a bad day at the office.
Not too bad.
Ken ain't afraid now.
From the small
Coming in
blind,
for a
I think
raise.
Javier puts in an all-in bet here. He knows the blind's small blind, big blind.
All right, Ken.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Ken.
Yep. He's just too short.
Careful.
Oh, he just flat called. He just flat called. I said, all right. I thought he was going to go all in there.
Action on the flop.
Wow. So, okay, we get to see a flop.
We were both off on that.
Well, I think he wants to outplay him, but unfortunately,
Ken
he
just like
can't outflop
you're
him.
just gonna flop top pair.
And he's all in. Ken's all in. Javier's like, oh, man, this didn't work out the way I planned it. Sometimes in poker, a good plan goes awry.
Like a big ace, maybe ace king. Ace queen.
Had Javier went all in pre-flop, I don't think Ken would have called the queen high. However, he might have. But this is the problem when you just flat call. You know, you get the flop to make the decision.
Would you show me if I fold?
If I can see your cards.
I want to see how honest you are.
I got to see your cards now.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'll show you mine.
I'll show it to you.
Javier asked him a true question.
Oh my
Ken's
God.
response was, if you show me your whole cards, I'll show you my whole cards.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Nice.
Javier already knew he was beat, but
Queen 10.
queen 10, baby.
You're in trouble. I just want you to know, from now on, you're in trouble. You're done.
I did have the top pair.
Yeah, but 100,000 pre-flop, you're done.
Now you know, Javier.
Only units.
It's only
100,000 with queen high. He can do it.
Well, they have a
So Larry's still sitting with 1.1 million in chips. Shane patiently waiting second, 935. And Ken now and Javier. Javier the short stack with that
Just
last
like
pot. Yeah, the last pot did him in.
The
Ken was
swings are real at this point in the tournament.
right. Remember when we started the final table?
And it's wild too because that's like the blinds are this much, and this is where all the money swings, right? These last four players, and
Yeah.
it's just it's like this is why we chop a lot.
It's right.
Because in a daily, it's just. I mean, it's really anyone's tournament.
Still, at this point, you're right. Because one double up, Javier becomes 800K in chips, and someone else becomes a short stack. That's what it is, basically. And the reason why you chop, sometimes you're like, why would you chop? Well, because the blinds come around a lot, and you're gambling. Actually,
You're right.
You're flipping for a couple $1,000.
You're flipping for 2/3 of the prize pool.
Right.
With when everyone's basically within a hand of each other.
Yeah. Some people don't mind. They like to play it out. Kudos, They listen. You think you can win it? Go for it, It was only a few weeks ago when Javier said no chop, and he played it out, wire to wire. But you do need things to go your way, and when you're ahead of the player and they out-flop you, it's kind of hard to win tournaments.
Yeah.
Ken's like, on me
It's like,
again.
on me again with Queen 10, my
I
favorite hand.
I just won last hand.
You better open this. Do it, buddy.
No, he's folding.
You can call, you can fold, or you can bet by the pound.
He calls. Javier calls a 10-7. Shane checks in the big blind, king 5. 3 ways to a flop. Larry's hoping one of these players will knock out each other. There's your flop. 5, 10,
high
9.
board again.
All in.
2 flares flopping top pair.
Yeah, Javier might get in trouble here because he flopped 2 top pair as well, and Ken went all in. And Ken actually has Javier covered.
I fold.
Wow.
He said
yep,
fold,
he
I
did.
fold.
He
He
just
said I
check folds
fold.
top pair.
Woo.
That's the right play.
Wow. That's a tough spot right there, four-handed.
Discipline.
Yeah, right?
That's a good laydown. Not getting married to top pair, just wait for a better spot. That's it.
Yeah, he said it right. My kicker was the issue. And he has 7 kicker, so yeah, he knows Ken's not doing that with any lesser 10. And Ken picking up some well-needed chips here. He was quiet for a little while, but woke up. Somebody gave him a shot of espresso or something.
Everybody's watching. How many times have you made this table?
I mean, a few times.
Yeah. Do they always watch?
Sometimes.
Javier, instead of needling Larry, now picked a new opponent. It's Needle. Everyone's watching. And the blinds have just gone up. 20K, 40K, 40K. 100K now.
Woo! That's insane.
You know what I'm going to do?
Oh, just wake up with queens in the small blind. And Shane quietly sitting on a lot of chips. I mean, he really, you know, for the last like half hour or so, he's been kind of just sitting back, pretty card dead.
Raise 145,000.
Yep. Waiting for this moment very patiently. Sometimes the poker gods will reward you. Larry gets out of the way. Things are not going Javier's way. Jack 10, not really a hand to defend with a short stack. To an open raise like that. What do you do in this situation on the bun? You just staff
With
fold?
Jack 10, I mean, it's just such a large portion of your stack. I'm not calling.
Right.
Because even some of his bluffs are beating you. His queen high, king high bluffs.
Right.
You're praying you're live. Yeah, you're really not beating much.
That's okay, right? That's legal.
And this guy's been so snug. I mean, he hasn't played a hand in a half hour.
I know. That's another thing, though. That right? Got the bells ring when somebody bing, bing, bing. Has been so tight for so long, and all of a sudden they open. Like, what? From the small blind? Come on, man.
Look, Carolina, they're watching this game. What does this guy want? 80,000?
Yeah, just 80.
Just 80K.
Not much.
Yep. Just a stack of chips. That's the thing about tournament league, difference from cash game, where you can sit for hours without playing a hand. In a tournament, the blinds will eat you up. That's the reason why they're there for, to end the tournament one way or another.
Knowing when, you know, certain hands, what hands you're supposed to get in based on your stack size. You know, a suited king at this point, four-handed, and
Right.
you're like semi-short, it's a clear shove.
Correct.
Cash game, clear fold.
Right. That's the difference. That's a big difference. Whereas the aggression factor can change.
Yep.
People have to understand that. In a tournament, there are three ways here now to the flop. Larry with king 3, Ken with jack 6, and Javier with 10-8 of diamonds. King 3, 2-pair for Larry. How sweet it is.
Chip leader continuing to run good.
Check. Javier's going to fall for it. He's going to bet out, trying to feel her out where he's at.
Yep, middle pair. Take a stab. Might be good.
2-pair so strong.
Not knowing Larry's
I think
waiting in the weeds with a monster.
I think it's just a flat call is a good play there.
Yeah. Dry board, no flush draw out there, no straight draw out
Yeah.
there.
Milk it.
I like to just call too.
Milk it and pray for a 10, right? All right, queen comes out.
Check one more time.
Yep.
Yep. Javier checks it back with showdown value. And did he just river?
No,
two-pair?
it's a 9.
It is
It's
a 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Javier just
And
instant
yeah.
bucks. So gross.
Nice fold from Javier. No draws missed, so assuming his 8's no good.
I had you on the flop.
You did not have him on the flop, sir.
Did not have me. When you go watch back and watch this, you'll see.
I'm going to put in 20,000.
Good idea.
Blind.
Ken's good. Gladly put in 20K for the small blind.
That's my starting stack.
So relevant, so nice. He said it's the starting stack of today, which is true. You got started from somewhere.
Let me know which camera's on, though.
Just look up and look straight, Ken.
This is the frustration that gets set into poker, right? You come to the final table, you chip leader, and all of a sudden things just start unraveling for you. Not winning flips, can't get a bluff through, people calling you down. It's just frustrating. So how do you bounce back?
Me and you?
I think it's just experience. I think people that have just been playing for so long, that have gone through all those types of swings and all those situations, you just get accustomed to it. You know, your first couple years playing poker, yeah, it's going to rattle you a little bit, especially if it's your first big final table. But you know, you look at like the guys that have been doing this for decades. They're not phased by this stuff.
No, because it's
You
just
know?
part of the business. You know,
Yeah,
once you
it's just
accept
the nature
it.
of the game. It's built into the game. That's what people don't understand. Like 7 deuce versus aces, heads up all in. They're gonna win. You know, 16, 17% of the time. So.
Did you say 16 or 17%
Oh,
for aces?
for aces, it's like 4-1. Aces are a 4-1 favorite.
2 random cards?
Yep. So it's like you'd think, well, no, he's supposed to win 100% of the time. No, they're not.
No, I understand that, but I thought the percentage was a little lower than
No.
16. So I would say how much higher aces would win, but they do get cracked, and that's a hard part you have to understand. So Javier just open folds here, 6-5, and then Shane shows him ace-8.
Yep, the bad beats are built into the game. They are guaranteed to happen. You
Right.
can't avoid it.
Right.
You can play perfectly and still lose, you know, 20% of the time. It just is what it is.
Right. That's the truth of it. I mean, regardless of how well you play, you sometimes going to just lose.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blinds. Not even.
Javier with 340K knows he's got like 6 big blinds, so he's either fold or all in mode. I mean,
Yep.
basically.
Shane picking the great time to pick up premium hands.
Yeah. Snickers bar in one hand, chips in the
What
other.
a boss. That's my horse right there. I knew it. I was not spoiled, too.
Larry's still the chip leader, buddy, okay?
Listen, my horse is going to win. Shane's taking it down.
Both players have a flush draw here. Larry, think about defending with King 3 because they're suited? What? It's madness. Okay, he folded.
There you go.
I was about to say, he's just lost his mind.
Shane's
That's
too
another thing about tournament poker people understand. The longer you go, some people just can't take it anymore. The pressure, and they just
Like, I'm
freak
tired
out.
when I go home. Yeah. Yep. And that's another like aspect of bubble play is like you can steal blinds before the bubble bursts, and then after bubble bursts, people loosen up and you can catch their punts.
Correct.
Because the pressure's off.
Right, they made the money.
So
Of course.
That's a really profitable
You looking for Ken?
part of the tournament.
Oh, okay.
What's Javier saying?
A person was walking by. He's like, "You looking for Ken? He's right here. Take him
Okay.
away."
Yeah.
He's been my
Get
nemesis.
this guy off me.
Right. No, that's what you say. That's the thing. Like, sometimes you're trying to make less mistakes, but their players going to make mistakes. That's the whole thing you want to capitalize on. That's the whole part of it. But there's a lot to poker. There's so many levels. And that's why everyone plays it. You know, there's a gamble part to it. You know, there's the risk element to it. But you also have the patience and the stamina, the mental aspect of it, whether or not he's bluffing. You know, get those little live reads that you can get. Play your percentages, play your whole cards, right positions. There's so much to it. Just go on and on.
It's a game that really can't be perfectly solved because there's just millions of different scenarios. Like, because all of your opponents change too. It's
Correct.
like everyone has their own range. So
Right. What people do changes it. How people do things changes it. The cards, the flops. You know, you need luck on your side. Some parts of the game is super easy, but some cards are so difficult. And sometimes you make the right fold or the right call. Now Ken just picked up a royal
picking
draw.
up a royal draw in diamonds,
Larry's going to lead out here.
and he can't fold.
Well, he
Like,
sensed the weakness on the
giving
check
me
on the flop.
80% of the royal.
Yeah.
I love the way, bro, he counts out, man. He's just like,
They don't want to make a mistake.
I would say 200.
wow,
100, 200, I got it. He's calling.
it's be a painful fold for Ken. He doesn't want. Yeah, he's like, I'm committed.
But
buddy.
here's the thing, though. Why call off?
I
Why don't
agree.
you jam
Just
it? You got 200K. What are you going to do? Fold on the river?
Yeah.
Between you and I, don't make a mistake.
Yep.
See now what happens on the river. He's just going to fold. He missed. He's got the better of the two hands. He doesn't know it, though. Larry just went all in. And now what does Ken do? Ken doesn't know what to do himself.
Yep.
This is the
'Cause he's
problem,
invested
right?
So much, right?
This is the mistake of calling. If you're calling
Yeah.
off half your stack, just call so you don't make a mistake on the river.
Right.
Just put it out there.
Because now he's getting, he folds in frustration. getting
Oh, there he shows him the bluff.
yeah, he was getting over 9 to 1 on a
Oh
call.
no!
Getting over 9 to 1 on a call, and
we were talking about making mistakes.
I would have preferred, honestly, just getting it like re-raising pre-flop because I believe he was the big. Was he the big blind that hand? Yeah, because I think Shane was the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, re-jam.
Small blind,
Just
big blind.
He's a short
raise,
stack anyway.
jam.
You got a suited king jack in the big blind.
He was actually a stack higher than in ICM. He was bigger than Javier. He just actually out.
Okay, yeah. Right.
So he saw the flop, which is bad. They went check, and then he saw the turn, which gave him all those outs. Just get it in, like you're saying.
Yeah. Granted, he doesn't have any fold equity because he doesn't have a lot behind.
Tough decision.
It's
All right, no problem, Ken.
Listen, you're not out. That's all that matters.
Right.
You're not out. And then he wakes up with pocket eights next hand. A gift from the small blind.
We could be. We'll see. Larry's got ace 5 of hearts.
Larry's going to open and Ken's going to shove, and Larry's not folding.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, Larry went all in.
Too. With a decent hand.
Yeah, Javier. Oh, there's Ken all in.
And
so Javier gets
like,
out of the way.
Javier's going to try to ladder.
Ladder up, yeah.
Yep.
Pay jump. So doesn't want to get mixed up, and he sees the hands. He's like, oh my God, I had a chance.
He's like, really, the short stack's a favorite again. And the spot. That's just being honest.
Right.
What's going
in his mind,
head.
right. He's like ace. Oh, 5 deuce 4.
A pair plus a wheel, never easy.
Backdoor heart draw.
And a heart draw too.
Oh
and
no!
He breaks out.
Ken survives a double up. That was crazy.
An ace, a heart, a 3, or a 5.
Jeez.
Too many out syndrome, and the best hand is going to hold. Ken gets a rebate, and he actually has more chips than before.
Yes, that's a mulligan for Ken. He doubles up. And in hindsight, he's like, oh, good
it's not
fold.
supposed to be that easy, just losing the king-jack hand like that and just waking up to a very playable hand, four-handed.
You know what happened? I mean, Larry showed the bluff, and if Larry didn't show the bluff, maybe karma wouldn't have happened. Kidding.
Still in the game.
Ken's right back in it, just like that. But you did know that you had those two people who are not in the hand are like, ace, 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 ace.
Oh, 100%. It's just like some guys in the chat. It's just reality. We're always rooting for the short stack to bust, just as what it is, no matter how nice they are.
Right.
Ken's a very nice gentleman, a regular in our tournaments, but people are trying to ladder up. And go home.
Larry now with kings, just after that hand.
Larry's like, all right, let me speed this up here.
Could look like he's steaming. Make it look like you're steaming. Bet 100K, throw it out there crazy. Make it look like you're mad. Oh.
You gotta make it 80.
You gotta make it 80. All right, that's an angle right there. You try to make it 60. Dealer makes it make it 80. Javier is trouble, Javier! No!
Oh, Javier shoved. Oh,
yeah.
Hello.
Oh no, he got the one ace. Come on, baby.
There's always the ace.
Let's root for Javier's ace magnet right here.
Always the ace.
He's got to stand up. He did it right. He stood up.
Wow, he's like a pro. Just a seasoned pro. He said, bro.
Oh!
He said middle set, though.
No!
Middle set. And that is all he wrote.
Oh, man, Javier.
Javier getting knocked out in 4th place for $1,340. And now Larry with a commanding chip lead.
Good luck, Ken.
Each player having now $1,824 locked up.
Yes, folks, this is how it goes. The cards play themselves sometimes. You wait, you finally make a decision to play a hand. Flopped an ace, but unfortunately there was a king there too. So, set of kings for Larry. Good job, Larry.
Ken happy to ladder up.
And waving to his fans at home. You saw him
Good for
wave.
Ken.
Yeah,
You
great
know
for
what?
Ken.
Super nice guy.
He's still be able to win it.
And very live to win. It's anyone's game now.
The luck factor in poker makes an average player just as good as a pro, because you could go on a swing and start winning hands.
You know what? If bad beats didn't happen, we wouldn't have a game.
That's true.
If this was chess, it'd be a dead game.
That's for sure.
It's the truth.
And right, the reason why we all play poker nowadays is because an accountant named Moneymaker didn't know what he's doing.
Can Sun run at the right time, and all of a sudden they open the door for everybody.
4-4-4 on the slop. Shane with jack high, Larry with ace high. Check it to the turn. 5. Larry now has a pair, so 4-4-6-5. But Shane's going to fire out a bet with open-ended straight draw. And Larry goes, let me check my hole cards one more time. King on the river. Next Friday? No, I'm in Vegas. I don't know. Flying to Vegas, baby. Everyone wish me luck.
175,000.
Look at this re-raise here from Shane here. Holy cow. He must have sent something that's a pretty good raise on the river with Larry is giving him the eye here. It's like, what? Are you trying to steal from me, buddy? Are you trying to steal from me? Are you trying to steal from me?
Later, Steph.
You're talking to Stephanie. Are you just watching this hand? Are you watching this pre-win hand?
I don't need to watch because I know my horse is going to win.
Buddy, Larry's got 1.5 million in chips facing a bluff. If he could just sniff it out.
Sniff it out.
You see? He's saying it to him. So
he's like a UC suspect right now.
How's that king help you? You would have raised pre-flop if you had a king in your hand. You didn't raise. I mean, come on. What's going on here? Shenanigans.
Really trying to bully the chip leader?
All right, take a look. That's crazy. So Larry makes that fold. Unfortunately, is bluff catching at the best, right? So, I mean, there was a possibility that Shane had a 4 in his hand, but unlikely. Yeah. It went diamond, diamond, so it's possible that he hit the flush. Yeah, a lot of unlikely things there. You're three-handed, folks. Sometimes the best call. You got to trust your gut, though. Larry didn't trust his gut. He still has 1.5 million in chips, and, you know, Ken's just short stack, so, right, there's those factors. Not got a player. Don't risk a bad call. Three ways here. 5, 9, 9's a flop. Larry flopping trips after the last hand. He's running pretty good. Set of kings to knock out half a year. Now he's got a trip 9s. There's a difference.
Life is good.
People know the difference.
Trips and sets.
Trips
Yeah,
and sets.
that's a pet peeve for sure. Big difference. You're the only one that can have a set. Multiple people can have trips.
Right. Okie dokie call. Good job, Larry, trying to reel in the fish. Checks again. Ken? Can you smell the trap? Nope. Ken puts out his chips aggressively because he's seen it worked before for him.
Like, yeah, he means business. Like, he ain't going to be pushed around.
And
all part of the image.
Yeah, just another call. And again, Larry just has a fine way of checking, calling, to, you know. And he checked one more time the river, and Ken finally shut it down. Didn't bet the river. Larry's like, oh, I thought you would get one more bet out of you.
Joey, I'm going to need more.
There's Stephanie Schmergel. She is doing a color up real quick. She's in a production. $100K for 100K in chips. Not bad. Sometimes players, when they have a whole stack of chips, they don't want to do a color up because they're like, no, it's my strength. Now I look weak.
My illusion of strength is gone.
Right. Ace, queen here for Ken. Larry folds.
Ken's certainly going to get this in.
Raise and fold from Shane. So, yep. 100K was the right size. Gets it through. He's picking up 100K. That's a big bet right there.
Yep, you're going to have to get right back on the horse being three-handed.
I'd rather go all in there. I understand. I mean, listen, this is my opinion. Don't give away any tells. If you raise 100K with ace queen and then all of a sudden you're all in with a smaller hand or you're raising fifth, you're giving away tells there. If you're consistent all in, they can't tell. They can't put you on a hand, right?
Right.
They either call or they fold.
Blend your range, right? Make it right for sure. No, absolutely.
With Ken's stack size is what I'm saying. I mean, if you're Shane and Larry, obviously you can play differently. But see, right there, Queen 9 on the button, I'm all in. I don't care what you have.
Yep, 100%.
Just pick up 100K.
You're playing three-handed.
Yeah, just pick up 100K. Then you have 400K. Then you have
called,
500K.
chances are you got your live, or you may even be ahead.
Right. Jack 8-8 is on the flop here. Check, check. King on the turn. Check, check to the river. And a 4. Split pot. They both have a 4, 8s, and king kicker. Chop it up, baby. Shane got bailed out there on the river.
Horse is running good.
Of course. But if you've seen that sense there, the two big stacks were checking it safely, not playing against, I don't want to say this collusion, but just saying. Kind of
sort of like an unwritten.
Yeah, let the short stack get knocked out first, and then we can go at it.
Even the way Ken puts it, this guy, man, even the way he puts out his blinds, just with
Love
authority.
Be aggressive.
With authority.
I'm surprised Ken didn't ask for a chop. At that point, I'd be, listen, guys, one double up. You guys are through.
So, yeah,
you want to chop it now?
Last chance to chop. Even chop right now.
There is a stream tomorrow. Yes, sir, Rebel. I think it starts at 2 p.m. 3 p.m. Something like that. Early. Blinds at 20K, 40K, 40K. And Shane with ace-3 on the dealer button raising.
90,000.
Larry could get out of the way. He has ace-5 in the small blind. But he's going to come along for the ride. And Ken folds. Now, if they're really picking on the short stack, you can just see them go check, 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 check.
Yeah.
Steffi, Mo, welcome. Bye. See you, fam.
Later, Steph. Yep, Matt and Steph will be on the mics tomorrow.
So there was a check from Larry, and Shane's like, you know what? I can't check it down. I need to win some chips. So he's going to put a bet out here. Turning his hand into a bluff. But Larry has enough to come along. Jack on the turn. Still hoping for that 3.
Like to see Shane Barrel here picking up a flush draw to go along with his wheel draw.
Yes, yes. And his ace high might be good. So he looks back to check to see if he had all, those clubs. If your memory, sometimes it's a tell. Oh, look at that. Steffi, Mo, and Rebel talking to each other.
That's adorable.
All in gets the fold.
Love. That's my horse. I knew. I never doubted. I never doubted.
That's a pretty good pick, sir. Next hand, next dealer. I'll tell you what, folks, this has gone longer than I thought it would go. So when is the next 100K, Rebel? As it is in July, it's July 10th through the 13th. 10th, 11th, 12th, and final day is Sunday, the 13th. So if you're in this Florida area, go on down right across from the Palm Beach International Airport.
5 day 1 flights. Their chance to, I mean, we've crushed the guarantee.
Oh,
every time.
It's great.
Every
It's one of
time.
the best tournaments. Of course she does, Rebel. Who doesn't love you, buddy? $300 buy-in, 100K guarantee, first place, 35, 40,000 maybe. So much great value for your money. There he is, Ken, waving
up,
to his
Ken?
fans. I love it.
Everybody's rooting for Ken.
No doubt. It's awesome.
You don't have anybody watching?
I got a couple buddies that are watching. They're making fun of me.
Nobody's making funny. Listen, sir, you went from the short stack to third place right now, so you're doing a great job. People understand it's difficult to cash in a tournament, not alone make the final table. Be proud of your victories. And you locked up, what, 1,500? What is third place pay?
Third place is paying
1,800.
1824.
Nice. Yeah, I get you in some more tournaments. We'll just wing it. Folks, what I've heard here is that what you're watching might come to a conclusion, an abrupt ending. So it's not from our part. There's something in the back. I think the computer.
Some technical difficulties.
Right. So if it just stops on us, we just want to let you know that they played it down, I think, to 2 players. I don't know if there was a chop. They're still playing, I believe. So we don't know the conclusion of this. We're just letting you know that might happen in the next 15 to 20 minutes that if the screen goes blank, it wasn't our fault.
Playing the game.
It happens. Scary. Just like life. Shit happens.
So the last chip. The last chip.
Guys, at the end of this hand, there is a 10-minute break.
Oh, no. Imagine if it goes down during the break.
No break.
Your big blind.
Just a bathroom break and then.
Okay, bathroom break and then come back.
Okay, so 2 of the
bathroom break
players
is
said they don't
demanded.
need the whole 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Ken's like, well, I want the whole 10 minutes.
Ken gets what he wants.
Well, okay. Okay, so they actually still live and just no hall cards. Oh, okay. Okay. There will be people playing, though? That's a new one for me, but we'll do it. I think people want to see who wins, though. Are they still playing? We'll just keep running it, bro. I think that's okay. Listen, I don't need the whole cards to talk about poker. I'm ready to run. I mean, the chips do all the talking, right? We just see who gets the chips, and so that's what's going to happen. Okay, so they're doing a little pee-pee break. Rebels, there's 100K at their local tournament, same day too. Oh, well, your choice, but this one's the best one. I don't know about the other tournaments. So what the re-factor, what we just heard, is that later on when they go heads up, which is going to happen, spoiler alert, they're going to go heads up, and then all of a sudden the computer in the back kind of stopped working, so the graphics won't be able to show the whole cards and the chip amounts anymore. But we still got picture. So as long as we have picture, we'll still run with it, right?
Yeah, it'll be difficult to see the holdings, but
you're okay with that, right?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. You can talk poker.
You think? I mean, will people want to watch? We'll see how it goes. We'll play it by ear.
Not gonna see. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see what any player has unless
Who
they go
cares?
to showdown. If they don't go to showdown, there would just be a lot of players betting and mucking.
Yeah. So that's when you can just assume things. This is the part of the game when you're actually
Now
playing
we're gonna have to
poker.
guess what they have.
It's to guess, and that's the fun part of it.
Yep.
I think it's the fun part about poker. Long as there is a victory. Let me check real quick. You keep on talking.
Okay. So, folks, players are on a 10-minute bathroom break. Quick? Oh, okay. So two of the players are coming back early? Okay. So we're now down to three-handed. Each player guaranteed at least $1,824. 146 players started the day, and 15 ended up getting paid out. We did not pay the bubble. The min cash was $246. Tomorrow we will have our drawing, our raffle for the month. All of the high ham winners for the previous month will be put into a raffle. We will be giving away prizes every 2 hours totaling $15,000. At 6 o'clock, we will be giving away $5,000. That's the biggest drawing of the night. So make sure you are here. I promise you there will be people whose names are called that are not here. and they will miss out on their potential winnings. Don't let that be you. Be here at noon tomorrow. Play some cards. Stay here till midnight. Make sure that you do not miss your chance to win some money. Progressive's going all night, and we have our high hand going until midnight. Bad Beat Jackpot, over $210,000, also running all night. So give yourself a chance to win some money and come out here to 1111 North Congress Avenue, West Palm Beach, next to the Palm Beach International Airport. Play some poker. In the meantime, we will wait for these very tired players.
Yeah, right? They're still going at it. I love it. No one's talked about a chop
from their bathroom break. No one, yeah, there really hasn't been a chop.
Rebel, there's no guarantee for first place. There's a guarantee for the prize pool, which is 100K, and we'll be over that as well. Picture in picture. She wants to see our faces.
Hello, Ann. Hello.
Hello. I always forget the button. There it is.
PIP.
Hello.
What's up, Ann? How are you? Good to see you. So my horse has returned.
You just straightened up for Ann.
My prediction for the eventual winner of the tournament.
Yes.
We'll see what happens. I'm not sure who. I know we get down to heads up at some point. I'm not sure who that is.
Right.
But
yes, we're watching this tournament, and they want to play it out. There's no trophy involved, but there's a lot of cash. And sometimes, a player who's actually been playing a lot of tournaments doesn't want to give up the equity.
Right.
So for first place, that's what they're going for, and I'm okay with that. As long as they're consistent, as long as the player says, this is what I always do. I never chop. There's one player who never chops, and he takes his lumps.
Nothing wrong with it.
Sometimes you get beat up. You could have got guaranteed money, but instead you want to go for it. So
right, because sometimes your opponents will play differently, knowing that no one isn't chopping.
Right.
So.
Ken, how much do you have?
How do you feel? Do you feel lucky? Do you do a chop? Do you just go for it?
I think it all depends. I think
it all depends, right? Everything is situational.
In a daily, when there's not any clear short stacks, I lean towards chopping. If it's reasonable, without too many players.
Right.
If there is a clear short stack, yeah, I prefer to play it out. Just to be honest, I think it's. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
It says who wants to watch the back of the dealer's head.
Yeah.
Well, that's funny. Yeah, you're right. Good to see you.
And keeping it 100.
Listen, yeah, Ann's got it right on point. She'll tell you when you're doing things wrong. But table stream it is. They're almost back in action. It was a quick break. It wasn't a full 10 minutes.
I went to school in Palm Beach County.
Says enough.
You want to start the clock? What? Start the clock?
Do they want to start now?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Shane's ready.
60K.
30, 60.
30, 60, 60 will be your blinds at.
So 30,000, 60,000.
So the tournament started at 11:15 a.m. Ken might have registered from the beginning, which is possible. So he's working off 11 hours of playing. And sometimes, when you play for 11 hours and you do a lot of the thinking, the brain, not used to it, will shut down on you. And so it's good to take a break, refresh yourself, come back with an attitude there. And just as I say that, Ken puts in a big bet here and gets the blinds. I like it, Ken. Keep going for it. We started with 146 entries today. Got to the money at 15. There was no pay for the bubble because the bubble bursted real quickly. Is it raining where you're at? It was raining down here. It kind of stopped, so interesting. And this is sometimes that happens when it's shorthanded. The blinds will go around, the button gets moved around, chips somewhat doesn't change much.
Well, just use the yellows. It's quicker.
Thanks for the warning. In life, just like poker, some things go wrong. You don't know which one's which? Yeah.
150.
How much is it? 150,000.
You know, I guess it would be okay if the dealer verbalizes what the bets are real loudly. You know, when the things happen.
More.
Yeah, Ken has not been pushed around today.
He's playing great. I mean, I'll be honest with you, for a short stack, hanging in there.
He's definitely mixed in like a lot more bluffs than I thought, to be honest with you. He did some stuff where I'm like, I didn't think this guy had it in him to do that. Uh-oh.
All in the call. We just talked about how good he was
Ken
playing.
Just tried to take it down, and
yeah,
he's going to end up running into the big stack flop
yeah,
and top
pair. Three-handed king
it's
5.
Difficult for Ken to stay alive here. Going to need runner. And that'll do it. Ken will be our third place finisher. $1,824 out of 100, or third place out of 146 players. A really good run for Ken. Happy to see him make a deep run, and I have a feeling he'll be back. So we are now down to heads up, with each player having locked up at least $2,527, and both players with a pretty healthy stack size. So.
No, I'm talking to them.
See, at this point right now, between you and I would be like, yo, you want to chop it up? And even if the guy's a chip leader, he goes, no, I want to play it out. I'm like, okay, just want to ask you.
Yeah, throw it out there.
Because they're even, I mean, even money if you want to do. I want to do an ICM job. I'd say even money. That's what my bargaining chip would be. If you want to chop it up, let's chop it up right now. If you want to play for it, I'm fine with that. But don't, I give him that stare down, don't ask me later. When I'm the chip leader, don't ask me for a chop.
You have 810,000. So I have 2.1 million. So I have a 2.5 to 1 chip lead.
Oh, there was a little talk of chop.
Probably give you like 36.
What's the top? 4,000 maybe, you know? So I'm giving up like.
Look, Stephanie's still here.
$400.
That goes to Steffi Mo.
You might give up a little more. Let's keep going. You might give up like 6 to 700.
He said something, and then Shane was like, let's just keep going.
Figure out the numbers, and we're gonna keep going. If you have the exact chip size, just let me know.
Well, he's got 810, right? 810. Yeah. So there's 2.9
We have
million.
exactly 810.
So I have 2,110,000.
Trev, what?
Players briefly discussing a potential ICM chop.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Real quickly with a chip count here.
So that gives me 2.11.
Yeah, Larry says he got like 2.1 million in chips. He's got half the chips in play. He doesn't want to do it. That's fine. Shane doesn't mind.
The horse ain't backing down. He knows I bet on him to win.
Okay.
He knows I bet on him to win. At like plus 800.
Yeah, 2.1 to someone has 800, 100K in chips.
Okay, do I keep going?
Yeah, then we figure out the numbers.
Okay.
Is that fine with you?
Shane still wants to play. The only way you get a better chop is by get some more of your chips. I like Shane. I like Shane's attitude. I like it. He's like, why sit here and wait? Just keep playing.
Yeah, let me believe for a little bit, get some more equity.
But you're not. But when you talk about a chip chop, you're not actually supposed to play because it just changes it all. That if let's say Shane wins a hand now, he's got more chips. You know, run the numbers again.
Off,
yeah, you can't do that. That's what you're not supposed to do. So. But hey, you know, maybe he just wants to get a rough feel here. Shane wasn't ready to chop anyway, so. Oh, you know what tonight was? It was the $10 party poker. It wasn't even a.
Oh, no.
Oh, we're getting wrong information.
Buddy, I fumbled the bag.
I was like, it's our nightly. It's our. You know what tonight, folks? It's too late now, though. I mean, I already started. Registration. Oh, registration is still open for another half hour. $10 party poker. What? It just closed it early. Okay. Normally they do it 9:30.
We're getting the ICM for the 810 stack.
Oh, okay, cool. Because of the party poker, they ended registration. All right, so never mind. No one missed anything. Either you're here
you
for
probably
it.
spared yourself some bad beats.
Tonight was a special night. We're doing a $10 party poker open.
Yeah.
Now it's 120
Do you want to stop and look at the
See? Yeah, let's just stop and look at the numbers because chips go swingy both ways.
So okay.
I'm here regardless.
Well, let's do the picture-in-picture because Ann doesn't like looking at the back of someone's head, and I don't blame her. Bink. There we go. Man, we went over so many things. Are there any shows coming up? Do we know? You know, we do have a Paddock restaurant that has shows.
That's a great question.
Yeah. Let's see here. You know, the good news is we have a website. That's how fancy we are. pbkennelclub.com. And on the website, they have all kinds of information. And your sports betting, if you like the sports bet. So, what was I looking for? The shows? Yeah, the sports card show is at the end of the month. August 17th for your sports card show from 10 p.m. to, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's next on the agenda. No shows lined up next couple of months, I guess. Okay.
So we still have our $300 multi-flight coming up. Oh, Joey discussing numbers.
Yeah.
Give me 38. We got a deal.
36 is supposed to be the chop. He's asking for another 200 more. I don't. 27.
Yeah.
He's like, already got 25. That doesn't make any sense for me.
Going down 150 from 29. So you're going to 27, which is 200 more you get for second. And I'm getting 200 less than I would get for first.
Yeah, the math is not computing for Shane.
My
He's
horse feels disrespected by that offer. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel disrespected.
Right, did you hear
and
that?
I'm not even involved in this negotiation.
I mean, I don't blame Larry for trying. You know,
so
he's
you're
like,
gonna
I'm
give me an extra $200 and not give me myself no chance at winning $4,000.
Right.
No, we play on. We play on, even if our graphics are a little messed up at the moment.
I would be honest with you. If someone said, listen, I just give you two. If I was old and I wanted to go home and had something to do, I would say, give me the 200. I call it a night. No big deal. But I couldn't live myself as a poker player.
I'll be honest with you. Like, my demeanor as a dealer in that scenario, just watching, I'd be very polite and very courteous and just kind of just watch. If I'm in Shane's seat and I hear that, I'm like, dude, you're going to have to do a little better than that.
Oh, we got just like that. No negotiation
okay.
and all in and call. Wow, folks.
Give me my chips.
All right, so with no graphics, we have to see the hands. It's ace-4 versus...
We have two aces.
Yeah, ace-5, I think it is.
3 ball.
I don't even...
There it is.
There we go.
Okay.
Picture, the 4
ace-4, and wow,
and
Shane gets a double.
Oh,
what? Larry.
The boss sequence of denying the extra 200 and then just doubling up next hand.
What? What?
I told you my horse was always a lock.
That was sick. That was incredible. When you make your stand, listen, you can live with yourself. I don't know this camera. Back on.
All right, the savage play would be for Shane right now. Hey, I'll give you an extra $200 right now if we chop.
Chop it
I'll give you $200 above second place. Reverse the offer.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. That was great. Oh yeah, it would have been savage.
690,000.
All right, so I'll give you 2,700. We can go home.
I think they're even in chips now, though. I mean,
Yeah,
even
no,
with that
no,
hit,
he's never going to take that.
No, Larry still got the chip lead. Maybe he had $2 million in chips. Even if he gave away $1 million, he still had $1 million in chips, though.
I doubled up.
1,400. Yeah, Shane doubled up from 780 to 1.5. Am I doing that right? So it's really close. I mean, now's the time I would say, listen, I'll give you one chance only. Chop it even.
Nice catch.
Nice catch. And that, sometimes, listen, that happens in poker. When I see someone don't want to chop.
You come over here and you jinx me.
Someone jinxed them.
Schleppy.
Oh, it's funny. I've seen that happen before. Chip leader is like, no, I don't want to chop. And then 2-3 hands, they're out of the tournament. And then the tournament table chops it up afterwards.
Yeah, I'm still ahead.
Okay, so this is the camera that we're stuck on. Oh, this is no fun. No one wants to watch this.
Yeah. I mean, we appreciate all the viewers that have been here.
Yeah, let me
Yeah. There may be an abrupt end to the stream.
Yeah, let me hold
we
on.
will try to keep you guys
Entertain these
posted.
people. Entertain these people.
I will do the best I can. So both players should be relatively even in chips. They were discussing an ICM shot before this. The chip leader offered Shane, who was second place at the time, an extra $200. And he immediately declined that offer and then doubled up the next hand. So now they're pretty close in chips, and I believe they're still playing on. So we're having some difficulties in the back. We're stuck. I believe we're frozen on this overhead cam, so we're not going to have any graphics or chip counts for you guys. And unless there's an all-in call, we're not going to be able to see what each player has. So if there is an abrupt end to the stream, we appreciate all of you being here. And be sure to be here tomorrow for the raffle starting at noon. Giveaways every 2 hours going all the way until midnight. Will be slammed tomorrow. A lot of money being given away, $15,000, plus our progressive and bad beat jackpot promotions. We are located at 1111 North Congress Avenue, West Palm Beach. Open until 5 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. Every other day we are open until 3. And we were able to at least get the overhead cam off, but our graphics are still not working. So we'll do the best we can to decipher the action. Looks like it's a relatively even chip dispersion. I believe Shane has a slight chip edge at the moment. And Larry is going to raise the button. And it looks like Shane's going to defend, so they're going to go to a flop, roughly 300K in the middle. Now we can't see the flop. So.
Yeah, man. So, well, I mean, from what I heard is that instead of ending it without knowing who won this, because unfortunately they're still playing, we're just going to keep on showing you these two go at it. So the chips will go back and forth. I heard King High,
check, and Larry's
and
gonna scoop.
Ace High wins this
around a
one.
300K chip pot.
All right, it's interesting. So, I mean, unfortunately, some things happen. I don't know exactly what the issue is back with one of our computers, but it's just stopped working.
Yeah, see, he put the hoodie back on now. It's over.
All right. I can tell you for another half an hour, it's not over. So you get to hear us commentate about how these players play position. And as a small, here's the thing, heads up, like it's a different game, heads up, than regular poker, right?
Oh, massively different. You're playing most of your buttons.
Most of your buttons raising. People don't understand that.
Yeah. You're forced to play a large amount of hands. You're going to have to check call with nothing sometimes. You're going to have to bet with nothing, double barrel with nothing. You know, you flop bottom pair. It's a really strong hand, heads up.
It's so different than regular poker, heads up.
Yeah, some people specialize in heads up. It's all they play.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Yeah.
People that are truly sick in the head, you know?
Doug Polk, one of those people?
Doug Polk, very, very good.
Right.
Daniel Jungleman Cates, a really strong heads up player.
Yep, Daniel Cates.
They do have a bracelet event at the World Series. It's just heads up.
It's a skill.
10K high roller, 10K heads up.
It's a skill I'm not good at because I don't.
It's just it hasn't been solved. I mean, people don't play it. So
Right.
there's not a lot of data on it.
Yeah. I always feel like heads up is so much like it's 50-50 coin toss. Like I'm just going to get in there with two cards.
And at that point, I would really, you just lean towards aggression. And you're going to have to call down in spots where you're kind of uncomfortable.
There was a hand from the, I don't know if the World Series, but Daniel Coleman. I haven't seen him the last couple of years, but he was relevant at one point
I
in
remember
time.
Dan Coleman. Yep.
He was heads up versus Daniel Negreanu. And Negreanu had like ace queen, and Daniel had like king 10 or king jack or something like that. And it went 3-bet, shove, jam call, whatever. And I was like, and Daniel Coleman was like, we're heads up. It's like,
Yeah,
it
right.
didn't make any
It's
sense.
He's just like, yeah,
Right.
I mean, I'm kind of just,
and then he just
cards
sucked,
play themselves a lot of the time.
Yeah, he completely sucked down and won the hand, but I was like, ooh, just stop. That's how it goes. That's how I think, envision my mind heads up is.
Yep, pairs are basically the nuts, and your Broadway hands are all monsters, all of them. Queen
Right.
10, Queen Jack.
Yeah, but they got it all in pre-flop. Daniel might even had a pair of jacks or something, but it's just the way it went, like, raise, jam, snap, call. Like, Daniel was like, you have aces? And Daniel was like, no. I mean, it just heads up. I got king high. It's good for me, so.
Yeah, and Jungle's going to play the main, I'm sure. He
Right.
doesn't. He plays way higher buy-ins than that, too. He's not going to miss the main event, I don't think. Although some players are protesting the schedule.
They're
of the
trying
main.
to. It's not going to change.
Yeah, they're trying to get a break in between, I think, days 5 and 6
Silly.
or something like
That's
that.
silly.
Yeah, it's just, it's, you know, a bit of a disadvantage to some of the older players, but that's just the nature of the game.
Right. It's
you
always
know?
been like that. Why are you going to change it now?
Yeah.
You can't just change it because you want to make it easier for yourself.
You know?
That's the whole
Clean
allure
up your
of
diet,
the.
get
Yeah.
some sleep, you know, hydrate.
Right. Definitely hydrate yourself.
Get some sleep. You know, you want to win, you know, $8 million. You're going to have to play 7 days of poker.
That's right. And, you know, like, it's crazy the odds. There's like 10,000 entries or something like that.
Roughly, yeah.
But someone's got to win it, and your odds are better than playing the lottery.
And listen, we have seen some recreational players make deep runs in that
Of
tournament.
course. That,
I mean, make final tables, I'm saying.
Right.
I mean, they're making, like, you know, over $1 million. Guys that just play in their spare time.
yeah, I can't remember the year. This lumberjacker guy. I don't even.
Oh, Darvin Moon.
Darvin yeah,
Moon.
do you remember?
Like, play me heads up, boy.
It's just like
I'm
one
built
of the,
Ford tough. I remember Darvin Moon. Yeah,
right.
It was such a fun era of poker.
ESPN, the World Series of Poker, was one of the best at the time.
Oh my gosh, man! My first year playing poker, I binge watched those
Right.
things, man.
I'm surprised they changed. I mean, I understand GG's bought it over and they changed it up and stuff like that, and they're trying to make money and stuff. But I miss those great
I
days.
miss the old broadcasts.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
125.
To me, yeah, we had right. Moneymaker kicked it off, and then we had Jamie Gold make a run, and then right around 07, 08, you had Miss Rocky making the deep run. That was a really fun tournament to watch.
Fossilman, Greg Raymer did a great job.
Yep, Joseph Chung.
Yep, Joseph Chung.
Made a really deep run. I believe he got second or third place.
And then the Young Bucks started winning them, you know?
Yep. Joe Cata.
Yep. You remember a lot of good names, yep.
Yep, these were all guys making big runs.
Yep. Poker. So much fun.
It's the best game in the world.
Yeah.
Truly, it doesn't feel like it at times, but it is the best game in the world, in my opinion.
And says Jungle's playing Triton, so he's probably going to miss
If
the
he's
main.
playing Triton, those
Well,
are
there
like
you
super
go.
high roller events.
Sweet. She's in the know. Look, she follows
That's
these
what's up.
players.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Your blind's at 30K, 60K. The graphics are still working at this moment, but at some point, I heard from the grapevine that they just go away.
But, someone was playing with, we were just talking about him, Scotty Wynn. Someone
Okay.
was just playing with Scotty Wynn earlier in the week at a bracelet event.
Right.
And he goes, so Scotty, you stopped drinking, huh? Because I guess he quit drinking after a long time.
Hold on, dealer. You got 2 more cards right there. Dealer, dealer,
Oh, Larry wants to keep his hand.
dealer.
Wait till he starts the deal. He's like, oh.
Sweet.
Sorry, but we've all done it.
Larry's like, oh yeah, I like these 2 whole cards.
We're in good hands. But yeah, someone said Scotty Wynn apparently stopped drinking.
Oh, did he?
And someone brought it up at the table. Like, oh, so Scotty, you really stopped drinking? I was like, yeah, I just do drugs now.
Oh.
It's
That
like,
makes sense.
in his typical nonchalant fashion.
Yeah, Scotty without drinking could be like, that's like his super cape when he plays cards. That was him. But I guess that catches up with you, smoking and drinking and stuff like that,
Oh,
right?
it sure does, man. Unless you're my great-grandmother who chain smoked and drank her whole life since she was like 18. She lived to be 103.
Ann's life is poker, art, and art.
It's not a hey. To each their own.
You
Poker
know,
is an art.
We can be friends, Dan. We can definitely be friends. Because it's, it's if I'm not working here, I'm usually at the tables playing.
Me too. Yep.
Poker's my life.
Dealers are degenerates. It's the truth.
Not everyone. I mean, I have a friend
I'd say 80%.
I have a friend that deals, and he thinks poker's just all luck, and he doesn't like the game. And I'm like,
that's,
hey.
I can't understand that.
He sees it. He deals it all the time.
Serge, we need you, buddy.
Sergio?
We need you down on the feature table. Our closer.
Oh, that's where the graphics have stopped right now. So that's back where we had the graphics for 1 second. So it's the guessing game, what they have, what they're betting. This would be a great time when they have the 2 names and the 2 stack sizes we could see, but we don't have that feature. So the yellow K chips are 25. So 1 stack is 100K. Right? No, it's 250,000. What? It's 500,000. Jesus. The red stack's at a 5K, so 20 of them makes 100K. So 1 red stack is 100K, and then 500,000 for the yellow stacks if you have a whole even stack of 20. So looks like 1 million versus 1.5 million. Does it say how many chips were in play in the?
I believe there was close to 3 million.
Yeah, it should be 2,920,000.
Yeah,
so.
roughly 3 million.
So the stacks are relatively even right there. And your head's up though, right? So we can't see their whole cards right now, which is an issue we'll have for the next half hour. But one thing Shane should do that he's not doing is stare at Larry more. Because he's not getting any reads off of him by looking at the board. Oh, there he goes. A little peek. You fire a bet on the flop or the turn, you get called down, and you're like, huh, what could he have?
Especially heads up, when you see a lot of these high stakes guys or these seasoned heads up players, they're going to be floating the flop a lot because they just know how often their opponent's going to miss.
Yeah,
they're going to be betting with just nothing.
You're just betting the
Double
odds.
barreling with nothing.
Of course, that's just the percentages of it.
Like ace high and king high are relatively strong hands.
True. All right, Shane's making a real smart bet here, taking his time doing it too. That shows a little extra strength. Larry reaches for a stack of yellows. Looks like he might make the call. The blinds in the party poker are going to be 1,000, 2,000. He makes the call, and Shane shows proudly. Ooh. So I guess Larry rivered an ace.
Happy about it.
Yeah.
Bad run out for him.
Yeah.
Jason's going to take
a set of,
or Shane's going to take a big pot.
Set of deuces, maybe? It's either a set or 2 pair. Shane had a great value bet. Well, he moved the button back the same spot. Did he move the button back twice?
Heads up.
I think slightly the dealer moved the button back, same position, but. So Shane takes the chip lead right there. Now he can say, hey, listen, we'll chop it up. I'll give you an extra 200.
We don't run that good, buddy.
Needle, just keep needling him. How about 150? I'm the chip leader now. There's Trevor trying to do a color up in the middle of a hand.
He's
Sorry, Trev. Sorry, Trevor. Poker is so not gambling. Okay.
Depends. Depends who you ask.
It's a good opinion.
Now, when I hear dealer, all in, that's
gambling.
That's gambling.
There's some aspects of poker that's gambling.
In the long run, it's not.
Right.
But there's variance if that's what you want to, consider gambling.
There's a lot of variance in poker.
Definitely some swings.
Yeah. Yep.
If you can't afford the swings, you are gambling. It's the truth.
Right. Dealer wasn't sure who won the pot, so we'll just push it to the person who wants it. Get these red chips off
My
the table.
favorite line, first one to show wins.
Usually.
Downstairs, I say it all the time.
Right.
First one to show wins pot.
That'll speed up the game a little bit. Get the red chips off. Put the yellow chips in. You know I missed, and it hasn't a long time ago, the Heads Up Championship.
I believe Ali Najad was commentating
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Oh, man, I should
That
love
was
those.
good. And they had some
So good.
recreational players on there.
Yeah. I seen Annie Duke make a great call with like 9 high once, and I was like, how did she make that call?
That's sick.
It was so amazing, but that was
Annette
fun.
Oberstad played in that, I believe.
Yep. At one time.
Helmuth
Yep.
was always in it. Negrani was in it.
That's when Durr was like a young kid, and Helmuth
yeah.
was like, "You're never gonna last."
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That was like a memorable.
A million years ago.
confrontation. Yeah.
It's so great.
Yeah, like he called. Dwan called an all in with pocket tens, heads up. And,
Right.
and Helmuth got mad about it. He's like, "Bro, what do you mean?" He's like, "We're heads up, dude. Guy have pocket tens. What do you want me to do?"
Right.
Like, I'm basically never folding.
Look at Durr now, one of the best poker players in the world. Sick cash game player.
Nosebleed, cash game player.
Veins of steel. I mean, ice in his veins is crazy how good he is. We used to play the high stakes poker, and he would hold his breath and like literally, like, just like he was gonna pass out.
In his eye, he wouldn't blink either.
Right, that's
Like,
right. His stare was
he'd
solid.
be just,
right.
and then
Yeah, he was something else.
once the player folds, he'd finally blink.
Right. We can all wish to be as good as Durr. Does he play online anymore? I don't even know.
He plays in Macau, I
Yeah,
believe.
that's
playing,
all.
He's playing like high stakes.
Right.
He's playing like short deck. He was playing short deck for a while.
Right. Now, is a short deck looking more of a gamble?
I don't know enough about the game. I just know you're playing mainly.
Right.
I think like sevens are the lowest card, or like anything above a 7 is in the deck. So
Shane relinquishes the
he's
button.
just following the action. Wherever the action's at, he's going.
Yeah. This is where you need another shuffler. I mean, another set of cards and a dealer sitting next to him, so he can shuffle the deck. You know how they do, and just pass the deck while they're dealing. Folks, what you're watching here is Heads Up Play. Unfortunately, the computer in the back has kind of shut down on us, so we don't have any graphics. So what you're watching is like live
raw table cam footage.
Raw table cam footage, probably the best way you could put it. And the biggest bluffer will win.
Yeah, and if you're talking about Tom Dwan, I did briefly see he ran into some. I think he checked into a mental health facility.
What?
A couple months ago, yeah.
No.
Tom Dwan, he did.
Really?
It was all over Twitter. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he checked in. Just, I don't know enough details to comment on what was going on, but I think he's doing better now. And
Definitely
he
have to
just
Google
wanted,
it.
Yeah, wanted to get himself checked out.
Well, when you play 67 hours of poker every day.
Yeah, I mean, he was posting some things online like, where people are like, is this guy all right? Like, is he, like, sending out an SOS or, because,
How about all that collusion or scandals there at the WSOP?
I briefly heard about that.
There were
earlier
heads up,
this
and
week.
yeah, one player gets an extra $1 million from an outside source if he won.
If he won.
Yep.
And this guy was chimped upping. He's like, hey, I'll split the sponsorship money with you.
Yeah.
if you dump me.
Great
dump
deal.
Me chips and let me win.
Why?
Yeah,
That's an
I
extra
mean,
million to the prize pool.
I wouldn't say no.
Ah.
To be honest.
I will, and I'll definitely
I'll
look
read
into
about
it.
it. Yep.
And you know what's crazy is that they call it like a scandal. Like, how many times do you chop up a tournament? I don't understand what the big issue is. I know you're not supposed to or you're not allowed to, but I mean, come on. Is it really a scandal to make a deal to make someone, you know? I mean, I don't see the problem with it. What do you think?
If it's not affecting anybody else, I mean, it's a kind of a shady thing to do. I wouldn't do it. If my sponsor is in good faith offering that to me, I'm not going to do it.
Right.
But, like, am I surprised that it happened? No.
Yeah. If you'd like to sponsor a poker player, and Doug has a video. I've seen Doug has 2 videos actually. There's another controversy where I think it's a 25K or 50K PLO tournament where 2 Asian players were kind of colluding.
Oh, they were chip dumping? Yeah.
Not chip dumping, just soft playing each other.
Okay.
I don't know how it worked out, but there's some hands that are in question, supposedly. Because he would raise, and then someone would call, and then he would 3-bet or something, and then he'd fold, and
And then
he'd
he'd
like
get the dead money.
Yeah, so that's collusion for sure.
Yeah.
There it is, 6 tray, 6-9 jack. Anyone with a jack could be the winner here. We're going to check, so we get the showdown, and looks like a pair of 10s.
Larry's going to take it down.
Yes, sir. So, again, Larry's now the chip leader once more. Chips have gone swingy back and forth. Cards are going Larry's favor. Still relatively close, though, I think. Does Shane have 2 stacks of yellow? Okay, Shane has 2 stacks of yellow, so. Looks like $1 million. I want to say 1.2 million versus 1.6, something like that. Larry's in favorite.
Oh, yeah, that looks about right.
So just a flat call from Larry and a check back from Shane. So heads up to the flop. Not as much raising from the button as I would think you're supposed to play, but both players, I think, letting the cards do most of the action. They're checking, not a lot of aggression, right?
Yeah, not on this board. Both players hesitant to take a stab.
Queen high, 10 high. Queen high is good.
All
All
right,
right.
take it down.
That
Monster.
makes sense from all the checking.
Both
Queen-
players thinking they have enough showdown value.
Right.
Want to just see another card.
You want to keep playing? You want to chop? You want to chop it up?
Wow, so Larry did ask him if he wanted to do a chop, and somehow Shane maybe thinks he picked up an advantage here, says you keep on playing.
Or same backing down.
I kind of like it, but at the same time, at these levels,
1.45 million. You got 1.5 million.
Larry's trying to say that stacks are even now, so Shane could counter that with like, okay, I'll give you $200 extra if you want to chop it. Maybe Shane is still hurt from the first offer. He doesn't want to chop it now, right?
Yep.
So
don't lowball too much.
yeah,
Disrespect
but
your-
also at this point though, you gotta be careful about your ego because it could go both ways. Though, if another person wants to chop in, and you're now like, I don't want to chop it. You know, are you playing for the money?
We're playing poker.
Larry says we're playing poker. All in bet from Shane after the no chop deal negotiation. And I can't believe Larry folded an ace there. Heads up.
Respect.
Wow. I might have said, look at them, look, hey, want to chop? No, I call.
No, all right, all of it.
Let's go for it. That's when gambling comes into play, right? When you just put your chips in and let the chips fall as they may, they say. What's let the chips fall?
I do see players occasionally downstairs playing cash, so we go all in blind.
That's gambling.
Yes, I would consider that definitely gambling.
Yeah.
You're not influencing your odds in any way.
Yeah, he moved it. The dealer moved it back. He's like, I just moved it.
My head was down.
Maybe Shane thinks he's wearing down Larry, so he's like, no chop. I got you right where I want you.
Very possible.
There's to 180.
Interesting to think about what cards would make him raise to 180 and why you calling. Here's your flop. King, ace, deuce, all the hearts. Check from Larry. 225 from Shane.
225.
Don't have any hearts. Don't have an ace or a king. Got to fold, right? Just facing a bet.
Aggression going to take it down more often than not. Heads
Yep.
up. Looks like an ace, a Broadway board. Ace, king, blank. Yep, ace, king, deuce, monotone board.
Could you rip it there with the queen of hearts in your hand?
Absolutely, you could. Absolutely, you could. Why not? Queen out might be good. You can get a king to fold. You can get a smaller pair to fold.
Four, not going to change
Relative
anything.
blank on the
Yep.
turn. And referring to players that go all in blind.
Oh,
yeah. No.
We're kind of reading the comment going,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, well, that's not poker. That's bingo.
Right. Some people love to listen. Everyone plays for different reasons. Some people love to crack good hands.
They just like the rush
Yeah.
of just, you know.
Play bad cards and get there. Like,
Yeah.
that's what they enjoy. Some people just like to socialize. I've seen the players that sit there, don't even play any hands, just like to talk to people.
For sure. For sure. You'll see that a lot in our limit games. It's a lot
Oh,
of
Larry
socializing.
pulling the plunger right
And I
here.
believe the river was a blank, right? So
Yeah.
the heart didn't get there.
All
Yeah,
in.
just gets him to shove.
Wow, huge pot here going Larry's way after the no chop deal.
Maybe my horse should have chopped. Maybe.
That's when you start questioning the idea. Should I take that extra money?
Yeah, when every hand is so massive.
I'm not rich enough to say money doesn't matter. So when the chop comes
Of course
up,
it
and
matters.
Right?
Money always matters. Stop. Yeah.
No, some players the money.
No, I'm
doesn't
not
matter.
saying you say that.
Yeah.
But I'm just like.
Some players just play for the pride, and they don't care.
No, trust me, I see them freak out over $200 pots. I promise it matters to them.
But when it's offered to me, guaranteed money, I usually like to take it. I used to have trophies. I don't have any more trophies in my house. Got rid of them. They don't mean anything, and you can't sell them. Nobody wants to buy your trophies.
Looking like another
Jack 7 Jack looks like. And
Larry going to take the initiative. and
listen, Larry, just
bleeding.
just
He's
that's it.
bleeding.
Just put the pressure down. He's either going to crack or he's going to catch a hand. One of the two things are going to happen. It's the thing though, when someone asks you to chop and momentum goes your way, you start winning, you're like, nah, I'm going to play for it. Then all of a sudden you lose
Then
two
you think
hands.
the run is just going to continue.
Right.
Then next, yeah, you know, every hand is
Could be
You know,
pivotal.
the next hand won't be like the previous 10.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and that's the thing, especially heads up. There's so much luck factor in the game. Like when you're heads up, you know, it's hard to say.
Battle to the finish.
I think Shane just said the battle to the finish. So.
I'm here all night, so I'm chilling.
Dealer's okay with it. He's gonna be
Dealer's
here
like
all
I'm
night.
here. Dealer's like I'm here anyway, whether you guys chop or not. So
Right.
Play to your heart's content.
That's a good dealer.
My hands cramp, but I'm good.
Yeah. Dealing heads up is a lot of shuffling back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You know, the thing that we don't do too often is polls in our chat. You know, we don't have a community where people will chime in a lot. Do you have a favorite poker hand besides aces?
I like ace king suited.
Okay. You're a fan of ace king. I do too. I like
ace
it.
king suited. Got to be suited.
Okay. So ace king doesn't like.
I mean, I like it. You know,
Yeah.
I don't. You know, I don't. I love that hand, but ace king suited feels extra powerful. Harder to get than aces.
Probably. Statistically, Rise, you're right. Because there's only two combos: ace king, hearts, spades. As far as aces,
But there's no better feeling than flopping a set, though.
Oh yeah, that's a really good bet. As my favorite aces are ace of spades, ace of hearts. Like the other suits I do okay with, but majority of the time when I have aces of hearts, ace of king, ace of spades, for some reason I don't lose with a hand.
I'm small. You're small.
Yeah, the button's small, big blind. They're messing it up now because it goes back and forth.
Yeah, buttons should be small blind.
Yeah, because your first act.
And so the blinds are 40-80.
Right. And that's the thing about heads up and they're so close to each other. You really got to be careful where that button goes because it easily slip back and forth.
Now
10-9, not her favorite, but fun to play.
Oh yeah, any suited connector.
True. Jack 10, 10-9, King Queen, Queen Jack. I like all those hands really.
4-5 suited.
Yeah, not
Absolutely.
so much.
Let's put it this way: they all look better than they actually are. Very hard to make a straight. Very hard to make a flush, and when you do make those hands, you could still be beat.
Yeah, the worst end is when you make a bottom end straight. And I remember one year I had like Jack 9 and I made a straight and I forgot that wasn't the nuts.
Buddy.
But it looked like it was the nuts to me.
Felt like the nuts. Felt like the effective nuts.
Yeah, I bet out.
The dealer didn't collect the cards again.
Come on, man. That's his new way of shuffling. He's going to shuffle the deck and then put those two cards.
Chips and I'm not picking cards.
it's all good, bro. No worries.
You know what's great, though? These two players don't know that we're not reading the whole cards, but they're still putting them in the box.
God bless them. Bless their heart.
Listen, they're doing what they were told. Following the rules. And I don't like the fact that Shane just folds from the button.
Well, we don't know what he had.
It don't matter, though. That's the whole
Well,
point
it does
of heads
matter a
up.
little bit.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
matters
matter.
A
A little bit.
Phil Ivey's not playing 100% of his hands from the button.
Why not? Play every single
Because
button
some
raise.
hands are just not. He doesn't. And plus, we don't. What's his stack now? I can't
Oh,
see if he
yeah.
has a yellow stack behind.
He does.
He
He's
may
still.
not- He may not have as much as we think.
Right. I think flat calling or raising from the button 100% of the time is okay.
would just never fold.
Not heads up. You don't know what the flop's going to be. I mean, if the small blind raises you, I mean, if the blind raises you, then you can reconsider. But from the button, though, all I'm doing if I'm heads up is staring at my opponent just the whole time, just staring at him, just so he feels uncomfortable. I got a terrible stare as well. Just stare, just stare. Don't blink, just stare. What are you looking at, buddy? I don't know.
6.
Check, check. 6 is good here? What? 6 is
Paired
good.
showdown probably going to be good. When
You
he
see
sets
this,
down.
though? You see what I'm saying? Listen, he had 6-4 there. He didn't care. Played the hand. You see what I'm getting, bro? This would be over before this would be over. I'd have half my stack in it. It would be a flip somewhere around. I'm calling something. They're playing poker here. I don't get it. I'm putting a lot of pressure. If I'm the chip leader, I'm putting a lot of pressure until he doubles up again. I'm just applying pressure with any 2 cards. He's got to make the mistake. That's it.
Now Shane on the button.
Yeah, he was here before.
See what he decides to do.
Just a flat call.
Now, when you're playing heads up, are you going to mix in some monster hands limping in on the button?
Not necessary. That's what you do. That's it. There's no concealing. There's no hiding. It's just you make him.
Well,
yeah.
what if he just limped in with a monster?
That's
then
okay.
A shove?
We still got a flip. He's got 2 cards. I got 2 cards. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. And he's only gonna the hands he's definitely never gonna fold are aces, kings, ring, queen. Those are the hands. Ace, king, he's calling, right? That's the way it goes. But you don't know that until you got to get there. That's the whole point. So until then, the majority of the other opponent's hands are going to be random garbage. Just not playable hands. 1 out of 10 times he's going to wake up with a hand. He might jam, call, get to double up. Maybe. We'll see what happens. But I ask for a chop. You say no. The rest of the time, I'm just applying pressure. I don't care what my whole cards are. I mean, I'll look at him like I'm looking at him, but I'm not even looking at him. I'm just looking, like fake looking. I'm like, okay, this is good.
Limps, I believe, from the button.
Yeah. Limping all in, they got fold. See, that's why I don't like limping. That's another thing. That's good. Whatever.
So you don't even want to limp from the button. You're always raising from the button.
I don't know about always. Nothing. I'd say this out loud, but I'd probably play it differently. But that's nothing. There's nothing set in stone in poker. That's the way. Everything changes, right?
Right.
The flow changes. All of a sudden, the player gets aggressive, and you start getting card dead. So then you got to tighten up, because his momentum has changed a little bit. So then you change your gears. You just pump the brakes, play a little tighter until you get a good hand. But until then that's all I'm doing. I'm just raising. Let him eat at Starbucks, and then say, hey, you want to chop? I'll give you $200. $200 more.
$200 off more than second place.
That was crazy. I can't even believe he asked him that. So what? You're still laughing at it, huh? Yeah, it's kind of hilarious. Shane didn't counter though. The counter should have been, listen.
It's not, but that's the problem with an initial disrespectful low ball. Is that
no counter?
You know what? I'm not even gonna counter that. It's disrespectful to even counter. What do I say?
The counter
the counter would be too far off of that.
Yeah, I would say, listen, we split it 50-50, but I'll give you an extra 200 just to end it.
Right, exactly, or $100 off, so you're getting a 200 more than me. Exactly.
Would be my counter.
Correct.
But I would counter though. There was never like
you would still counter, yeah.
Just to throw it out there.
He's just like, no, that's not even worth
play,
countering.
right?
Yeah.
He's just let's play.
Which I kind of respect.
I respect it too. I do. I mean, honestly. And if your mind, you're saying you're just gonna
I'm not even gonna entertain that.
If you're happy with if you're okay with not happy, but if you're okay with second place, which is only a $1,500 difference, right? I mean, it's not life changing. It's not do or die.
25.
It's 25 and 4K.
$1,500.
Yeah, that's no big deal. I just play it out. I mean, he really could have countered with, listen, that's what the ICM number is, so let's just chop it up. I'm not giving you an extra 200. And Larry might have said, okay, let's just do that, which would have been fine.
Valid. Yeah, Dan.
What?
Dan says chop it.
Yeah, I know we tried.
I know,
we
buddy.
tried, Dan. We tried.
I know, bro.
What you might have missed, Dan, is before when they were heads up, there was an offer on the table to chop it up, and the numbers were like 34 to 27 or 29.
Yeah, they looked at a chop heads up when they first got there.
Right.
And Larry at the top of the screen had a 2-to-1 chip lead.
Yeah.
But only offered him
36 and he won 38.
Yeah. The second place is getting 2,500. He offered him 200 more than second place to just end the tournament. So it's like, you're going to give me an extra $200 and give me no chance to win 4K. And Shane just said, no, we're going to play it out.
Yeah. Right. For $200, I'm not losing sleep over it. I would have just, next hand, I'm all in. Let's go.
And then he doubled up the next hand.
He
which was
did,
the savage
which
part.
was savage.
The very next hand, he doubled up after
Yeah.
declining the offer.
Here's an all-in bet here. What do you think Shane's doing all in here with on the button?
I want to end it right now.
I think any decent pair, any suited Broadway. Any
Larry
decent
was
like ace 10.
Yeah, ace 10. Larry was like, if there's anything else, I might have called you, but not with these two cards. Oh boy.
Yeah, Dan, I got a good laugh out of that.
That was funny.
Calls with 10 high. It's not strong.
There's humor in poker. You just have to find it.
Yeah, that shop offer like brings me back to like my eBay days when I would sell stuff online and people would just offer me like, "Hey, bro, I'll give you $10 for that," where it's selling for like 50.
Well, I mean, if Shane wasn't,
I don't even want to counter that offer.
It might have worked to a regular like an average player who's just happy with the money, and then, you know what, an average player might have said, "You know what, that sounds great for me."
Or a guy that's tired wants to go home.
Correct.
Doesn't care.
So
some players are like that.
That offer might have been good just to end it. Some players don't care, but not this player. You got to know your opponents, right? There was a bounty tournament, progressive bounty tournament. I saw the negotiation this guy played, chopped it up, and somehow chopped up the remaining bounties evenly, and I couldn't believe how he did that. I'm like, that is
wizard
negotiating skills, 100%.
Wizard. I've heard some players, you know, in events where they're 3 or 4 handed, and it's like one really seasoned pro versus 3 like super recreational guys, and the guy would demand more than first place,
right,
for them to for
them
a
to
chop.
chop?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like,
And
you guys want to get more money? I want more than first.
Right.
Not saying they always get that, but I'm sure it's happened. There are players that do it.
Well, you know, if there's someone else who wants to chop and give out the extra money from their pocket because they just want the guaranteed money, I can see that happening. It's like the chip leader wants an extra 200. I'll give him the 200. Like, you know, like I'll give it to him because they're just happy with it. So it's usually the shorter stacks who just want the guarantee.
Oh yeah.
So anyone just joining the stream at this moment, we are playing a $130 tournament. Our daily deep stack, 10K guaranteed. We had 146 entries down to the final 2. There was a chop mentioned and then a chop denied. And then Larry came back and asked him when the chip stacks were almost even if he wanted the chop, and Shane wasn't having it. So
yeah, the blinds are 30-minute levels, and unfortunately we had some technical issues in our graphics department, so we're not able to see the whole cards, and we're not able to see the exact back sizes and chip counts, but we are still able to use our overhead cam and give you guys some raw footage and eventually find out who wins this thing.
right, we didn't end it because we all want to see who wins this tournament. So that's what you're watching right now. How long are the blinds?
Yeah,
30 minutes.
30-minute blinds.
Yep. And we asked for Sergio. We got
Bro,
Sergio.
I told the floor, get Sergio in the box. He's our closer. He's our Mariano Rivera. This tournament will be over in 10 minutes.
It's gonna be jumpy, right? Give me a double.
Sergio said if he dies, he dies.
Hey, all of it.
Hey, he said, okay, all of it. Let's go. And a call. Just like that, the closer could do it.
What are these hands?
I think it's King Queen versus a pair. Shane tapping the table, so he got a full double up. Hello, right back in the action there. Dang. Larry could have done it. 2 overcards to a pair, it looks like.
Sergio doubling up the short stack. It's not like him.
We're gonna be here till midnight. 181.
181. No, that can't be right.
905.
Yeah. 905,000 sounds more about it. The yellow stack's 5. It's 500,000. 100, 600, 700, 800, 900. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Sergio, those are 25K chips.
He's
just
still
to let you
waking
know.
up. He's still waking up. It's all good.
And just like that, the tides have turned.
Oh, yeah, and Sergio's awesome.
Sergio's been around for a long time.
Oh, yeah, he's been around for a minute, but he normally wasn't working this late. He changed his schedule. He used to work a little bit earlier.
Well, he has his fish shop. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Yeah, so he comes after work.
Yep.
He moonlights here just to keep the lights on. He don't need to be here. He
Yeah,
sells.
Sergio's been around for a
He
minute.
sells some expensive fishes.
Well, I'm sure he does.
Man, he's got a backup generator. He said for his fish shop because if the fish die, he could lose millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands. I mean, still. Okay, Shane. Red chips in the back, yellow chips up front.
My horse don't care about the rules. We
No,
play
he
by
don't
the
care.
Rules, brother.
He's like, we're gonna end this. Sergio's gonna finish this.
He's
one
like,
way
I'm
or
going to
another."
shove all in, and you're not going to know how much I have, and you're going to call lighter.
Well, heads up can play like me that, you know. 1 or 2 hands change everything. Tides do flip. $200,000 raise here. I think the blinds are still 40-80. And raising from the bun, Larry fold 10-5, I believe he folded, something like that. The blinds have just gone up.
I believe we're at 50, 100?
50, 100,
50,
yes.
100, 100.
Get
so
rid of all those red chips.
250K every 2 hands.
You know, Sergio deals on weekly nights if you ever in the area, and come on down. We're open till 3 on the weekends, 5 on Fridays and Saturdays. Come on down, play some poker.
Yeah, if you haven't seen him, you're probably playing here during the day more often than not.
All in here from Larry. Jack, 7 Jack was the flop. Snap fold from Shane. I guess he didn't have a jack in his hand. I can deduce Shane did not have a jack in his hand. Bless you. Bless you, my son.
For those of you that are stuck with us in the chat, thank you so much.
I know, right?
We really do appreciate you. We apologize for the technical issues we've experienced.
This is a long
Man,
stream.
it was a really solid feature table. Some good poker being played.
I myself have picked up a couple things.
And a lot of players, Benny and Ken specifically, made some moves that I did not know they had in them.
Right.
And you know what I mean? It's like I'm thinking these guys are super snug, pretty face up by the book. They are not.
We just saw it, right?
I mean,
they can mix it up a
when
little
Ken
bit.
would make a bluff, he put his bet out there with authority.
I
Like,
saw that, I know.
I mean, it really does kind of throw me off a little bit. Because, like, if I'm playing against him live, I'm like, man, this guy's like, he's got second pair, he's got top pair, and he's just trying to
You
get me out.
usually give the older guys more credit
For
than
sure.
they deserve.
For sure. No, you're right. No question.
Bet from Larry takes down this pot.
This guy's played very well.
I give credit for both these players playing great heads up, real strong. Not too many mistakes during the tournament. Larry did catch a break. I mean, you need breaks in the tournament. Shane did as well. I mean, obviously that's why they're both here.
So we ended up with 146 players, and the total prize pool was 14,600.
146 entries.
Entries.
Because
because people fire multiple balls.
Right.
Yeah, technically that's correct. I consider them players, but I get what you're saying. Makes you feel better if you beat 146 players.
Yeah, it was a freeze out. 146.
Yeah. Yeah, back in the day when freeze outs were here.
Yeah, but Pizza John used to fire like 7 bullets the first half hour.
First place will end this tournament with $4,089, and second place will walk away with $2,527, assuming no deals are made. Doesn't look like deals will be made.
Right. And Ann's giving her location. She's back in Jacksonville, so too far of a drive. That's probably why she hasn't seen Sergio in forever. Check, check, check on the river. Make a bet. See what happens. It wins.
Boy, Trevor.
It's about time, Trevor. Force the rules.
Big chips got to be in the front.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to hide them, but you're right.
Yeah, just so we can know. We're not guessing what this guy has.
I like it. They're both playing for first place. They're pointing their ego on the table. Let's go for it. Chop offer was offered, was declined. Was it fair? There was no renegotiation. We're just going to play it out. And Shane seems like the type of person he's going to stick to his guns. So he's either all or nothing, baby. And he won that flip. He had a pair of 8s versus King. I think it was King Jack. It was a few hands ago. Got to win your flips, you know. Any King, any Jack, tournament would be over. But
yeah, Dan's saying someone needs to punt here, and then this thing. I don't think it's going to happen, buddy. These guys are committed. They've been here since what, noon?
Well, the tournament did start.
Depending on when they got here.
When they registered.
Assuming they got, they've been here probably at least 1 o'clock.
Yeah, the late reg was 1, so yes, for sure. They're here 8 hours.
Yeah, they've been dug in. They're
right.
8 hours in plus, and
yeah, because it's
committed.
3 stages, right? The first stage is get the money. They're all in the money. Got bubble bursted real quick, and then make the final table, which took a long time. We were 18 for a long period of time. And then once we got to 18, things sped up a little bit, but now they are heads up. And
you got a raise and a call pre-flop, and then Shane's going to check it over.
All in bet. That's a good bet here. Question, how much? Shane does have him covered, so. Yeah, Dan, they're definitely grinding, but, I mean, we don't know. It could be hand over this hand. It could be over. I don't know. I mean, oh, he makes the call, so here we go. He said good call. Larry said good call. And look how happy he is. Shane to turn over his hand.
Did Dan summon the punt?
There's a flush. It's over. Shane won.
Wow.
Just like that. Dan, as you requested. That's
Dan,
the thing about the chat.
Buddy. We need you as you're our closer now.
Look at that. Good job, Shane.
When
Way
an
to
unstoppable force meets an immovable object. In my horse that I listen, and you quoted me. This is on stream. I said 9-handed. This guy's winning.
You did. Very good job. Good pick, sir. Good pick. Sometimes when you make a chop offer, don't insult the other player. Just true. Just true. I mean, here's the difference, right? So, I'm not. Listen, I mean, it's all said and done.
To each their own.
Right. I'm not picking on any. Larry had a chance though.
And Larry played great.
He did.
And he had a 2-1 chip lead, and he was playing great the entire night.
I agree with you.
I totally understand.
But here's the final detail. Don't get greedy in the tournament, though. I mean, you have a chance to win $3,600, which is only $400. So he wanted $3,800. Just wanted to take first place. That didn't make any sense, though. Like logically, think about it.
He's not going to just take the extra $200 and not take a chance of winning $4K.
Right, and good for him, for Shane, for not. He's got the photo now. He's got the notoriety. Dan's like, let's go.
No clue what the winning hand was, but apparently he made a good
flush.
call.
He turned the flush.
Oh,
he
had a
turned
flush draw.
Yeah, he had a flush draw on the flop, and he turned it. Yeah. And Sergio's going to take a picture.
Pick for him. Very cool.
It looked like it was even 2-4 diamonds or something.
Shane, our winner, is going to walk away with a little over $4,000.
What happened? Rebel Poker, we just had a tournament end just like that.
Immovable raccoon. I take the raccoon every time. The immovable raccoon.
You know what? That was pretty good. Great job on both players' part. I mean, that's how the cards go.
They grinded for hours. Well deserved. Both guys played great all day, and they deserve to be there.
Right. So we'll do this.
Picture real quick for you guys.
Wait.
Yep, that's the one.
Yep. Where's the other one? There's another one.
I wouldn't mess with it.
PBKC is your entry.
That's not it.
Listen to me. Listen to the
There it
rookie.
is.
There it is.
That's one. We should have turned on the lights, but there we are, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, if you stuck with us till the end, congratulations. You guys have a great grind in you as well. We did see the winner, Shane, come back from a 2-1 deficit. That's pretty amazing. Heads up, anything can happen, and it goes to show you if you're tenacious sometimes this game can reward you. First place was $4,089, so it's pretty good for a $130, maybe even $260 investment, a one-day event. Now he's got some extra cash. Who knows? He might go to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas soon, so we did cover a lot of things over and over again. You know, repetitively. The bad beat's at $210,000. That goes on anytime we're open and we're dealing cards in the poker room. From open to close, you have a chance of winning $105,000 for the bad beat. To the losing hand, obviously, it's 50%. 25 to the winning hand, 25 to any player dealt in. Our progressives are running. We have a royal flush in spades worth $5,500. One hand can win you some extra cash. And tomorrow we're giving away $15,000 in cash giveaway from 12 noon to 12 a.m. The big prize at 6 p.m. for $5,000. So come win yourself some money. You get some of that?
Oak,
Yeah.
great job today,
Oh,
buddy.
you did a great job today.
Congratulations to our players. Guys played. They battled for hours. They played great poker. Everybody at the final table played really well. So,
Yeah, what a great
congratulations
stream
to them.
today. Yeah,
we
good
crushed the
players.
guarantee once again. Guys, 1111 North Congress Avenue, West Palm Beach. A lot of giveaways going on this weekend. Get your butts in here, play some poker.
Yeah, tomorrow is 11:15. Starts $300 buy-in, $100 black chip bounty. I keep confusing that with the 100K.
With our
It's
monster stock
2
coming
more
up.
weeks from now, July 10th through the 13th. It's a $300 buy-in, 100K guarantee. That's a tournament you definitely should keep your eye on and want to play. There's definitely a lot of good poker. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, day 2 on Sunday. So
5-day ones, yep, and 100K in the price pool. We crush the guarantee every time. So
Yeah.
get out here and play.
awesome, people. Thank you very much. Until next time. See you around.
Take care, everybody.
Welcome.